folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Couple of things are in the news. We're gonna go ahead and kick the program off if I can get my equipment tag right. Okay, we got a couple of things we want to talk about today on this Saturday evening live. We don't normally do weekend lives often, but once again, there's enough crap in the news that I want to come to you folks and get your take on a couple things. First of all, we're going to be talking about Kamala Harris, the current Democratic pick for the nation's highest office. Talking about Kamala Harris. We're going to be asking now, we know that under President Biden, many have been suggesting for several years now, many have been suggesting that Biden's cognitive abilities were requiring him to step down. Everybody was suggesting that he needs to step down because he was mentally incompetent to do another 4 years. Yet Kamala was continuing to suggest that he could maintain 4 more years. And I want to play a quick clip of this.
Panic inside the Democratic Party right now because of President Biden's performance in tonight's debate. He's been hearing from Democratic lawmakers and others around the country. Some within your own party are wondering if President Biden should even step aside. What do you say to that?
Now, the reason we're playing this is right after the debate on June 27th. This is Kamala trying to defend President Biden's performance. I'm asking this question. The reason this is coming up is because many are suggesting that Kamala should be held responsible, among others, by the way, for continuing to put Biden out there, knowing that that guy was incapable, aging. Some are even stating that it is akin to elderly abuse. So what I want to ask you folks is, do you feel that Kamala is somewhat responsible for, at the very least, being dishonest with the American public if you believe she did that? Now, here is a little clip of her trying to defend Biden, even though most Americans felt, certainly after that debate, he was incapable.
Listen, first of all, what we saw tonight is the president making a very clear contrast with Donald Trump on all of the issues that matter to the American people. Yes, there was a slow start, but it was a strong finish. And what became very clear through the course of the night is that Joe Biden is fighting on behalf of the American people, on substance, on policy, on performance. Joe Biden is extraordinarily strong. And
on substance.
Joe Biden is extraordinarily strong. So I do want to ask that. Now, I get in the comments, Ernest Jackson has said she supported the president. Fair enough. But we're going to be talking about that. Now, you know, as always, we have 2 topics. But I do want to ask you folks, do you hold her accountable at all for suggesting that she stated his performance during the during the debate and trying to allude that he was exceptionally strong or anything of that nature? We saw the performance. He said he had a cold. His voice was weak, things like that. So that's going to be our first topic. Do you hold her accountable at all? Now, President Trump obviously is going to, as you see on the screen, is going to be the secondary topic. Many have been stating that Trump, since day one, has been taken out of context. Everything from the grab him by the you-know-what comment, you know, Charlottesville, good people on both sides, Sean Hannity's dictator on day one. Every time folks are coming after Trump, the response is he is being taken out of context. So many of you folks that are on social media, I'm certain you've heard what I'm about to play for you. But we want to also talk about today, is this indeed, once again, Trump being taken out of context? Here is 40 seconds of former President Trump.
You want to save America, get your friends, get your family, get everyone you know, and vote. Vote early, vote absentee, vote on election day. I don't care how, but you have to get out and vote. And again, Christians, get out and vote. Just this time. You won't have to do it anymore. 4 more years, you know what? It'll be fixed. It'll be fine. You won't have to vote anymore, my beautiful Christians. I love you, Christians. I'm not Christian. I love you. Get out. You got to get out and vote. In 4 years, you don't have to vote again. We'll have it fixed so good you're not going to have to vote. If you want.
In 4 years, you will not have to vote again. Now, we know that is the tradition in this country. Every 4 years in America, there is a national election. So we're going to talk about the suggestion that Trump is always being taken out of context. What did he mean? In 4 years, you will not have to vote again. He said we're going to have it fixed. He actually used the term fixed. So what is he suggesting when he says we will have it fixed and you will not have to vote ever again? So as you guys know how the program is ran, we don't block, ban, or censor anyone. It is MAGA friendly. We've been that way since day one. We always have been. We always will. Nevertheless, liberals are welcome as well. Now, I will tell you this, because we started out asking questions about whether Kamala is responsible for continuing to say Biden was healthy. Folks in the comments stating, how do you claim to lean this way or lean that way when you're asking these questions about Kamala? Well, now I'm also asking one about Trump. This is what we talk about when we suggest coming at it from both sides. I want to get your opinion on it, but yeah, I saw the liberals in the comment section. Some of the liberals don't want Kamala being questioned as if she's above reproach. That's something that the liberals often accuse Trump and MAGA of, suggesting that, MAGA is a cult because they don't want Trump to be questioned. The moment you start questioning Kamala, look at what the liberals were doing. So what I want to ask, though, is what do you think Trump meant when he stated that in 4 more years you will not have to vote again? That is a strong statement. I don't think I've ever heard of a presidential contender say something like that. I've never heard of somebody say that. So is he being taken out of context? So feel free, as you folks are filtering in, tap the screen, get the likes on up to about 10,000. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone for their commentary. You don't have to agree with the host. You don't have to agree with anybody in the comment section. It's always has been, always will be about free speech. What did Trump mean in reference to that statement? So looking in the comments, he has only got 4 years left. He doesn't care who you vote for after that. He just wants his 8 years. Trevor, that's an interesting take on it. So what Trevor is saying is Trump is not trying to be a dictator. He's just suggesting that he only has 4 more years and he wants to complete his 8 years and he doesn't care who you vote for after that. What president does not care who the people vote for after him? I don't know if that's, I get your effort to clean it up, but that ain't same. I mean, can you imagine if Biden stepped down and said, I don't care who you vote for? I don't know if that makes him look any better. Every president, if they want their own agenda, the direction for the country to stick, to remain in place, should care who follows them. Why would a president not care who people vote for after? That was a hell of an effort, though. But wow, Trevor, I don't know if that's a good one. Looking in the comments, that still means he cares. Yeah, and I agree with you, MD, in the comments. That still means he only cares about himself. Yeah, if what you're saying, you're basically saying that Trump only cares about himself. If he does not give a damn who you vote for after, he just wants his 8 years. You didn't make him look good with that at all. Going straight to the box, let me make sure I got the volume up on this thing here. We're going to go with FSU. Good evening. Welcome to the program.
How you doing, Tim? Always a pleasure, man.
Good to have you. Trump taken out of context. What say you? What do you think he's saying here?
It's always interesting to hear the right try to explain what he says or interpret what he says. He also said, we're going to make it so you don't have to vote again. Like, that was part of his quote, too. So I don't think he was saying he wanted to get his next term. I think they have a plan.
Wait. In this speech here, he said, we're going to make it so you don't have to vote again?
Yeah, he said we're gonna fix it. I don't have the.
Okay, it's only 40 seconds. Let's interrupt our conversation. Let me make sure I play it again because I didn't hear that. Wow.
You want to save America, get your friends, get your family, get everyone you know, and vote vote early, vote absentee, vote on election day. I don't care how, but you have to get out and vote. And again, Christians, get out and vote just this time. You won't have to do it anymore. 4 more years, you know what? It'll be fixed. It'll be fine. You won't have to vote anymore, my beautiful Christians. I love you, Christians. I'm at...
Yeah, I hear what Trevor was saying in the comments, saying that he's talking about you won't have to vote for him again, but I'll play the last 10 seconds of it. I'm not hearing that from Trump.
Christian, I love you. Get out. You got to get out and vote. In 4 years, you don't have to vote again. We'll have it fixed so good you're not going to have to vote.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. That because what he was trying to say, FSU, is that Trump meant I just want my 8 years and then I don't care for. He said you won't have to vote anymore. He said we'll have it fixed so good you won't have to vote again. So that goes beyond saying I don't care. I just want my 8 years.
Exactly. Hey, look, man, he's reaching. What's also interesting, and I hope you don't lose it, is he's gone from the mail-in ballots being a problem to now I don't care if you vote absentee. I thought that was hilarious. He just wants votes as any way he can get them. And the problem is they don't have the numbers. I don't know if you looked at the map, but the boomers, I think it's 10 million or plus have passed away. And we have 20 million new voters. It's always interesting when people say, how could Biden get more votes than Obama? But people don't realize every single person that was in high school, and even some 8th graders in 2020, are eligible to vote now. So there is every day, every second, our population is growing. So there are more voters. The youth vote certainly leans left. When obviously we got to get them out to vote, and there is a movement to do that. And also the women are more than 50% in this country. So I think they're motivated by the fundraising recently. And even before that, Alabama's 10th district, you guys, they just flipped the district in Alabama. Up there near Huntsville.
But let me read this one to you, because here's another potential explanation for what Trump was talking about. Megs, and I do love your content, Megs. Megs said it was a bad joke referencing he'll have the country fixed and they won't feel they have to vote. So in other words, he was just making a joke. Do you see maybe him being comical with this?
I didn't know he was a comedian. I think he's trying to win an election, and now he's a comedian. I think it's hilarious. Look, any way his followers want to explain it, that's up to them. But what I'll end with, Tim, and I really enjoy your show.
Thank you.
What MAGA fails to realize is they support the fat kid. I mean, the slimmest kid in fat camp. Look, when you look at his rallies, he has support. They're just not the support isn't the majority in this country. It never was. Even when he won in 2016, Hillary got more votes. But the gap is widening. They need to look at Texas. Texas will be Cancun Cruz will probably lose a seat. Texas is at jeopardy.
Whoa! You think that Ted Cruz? And by the way, Jeff S. saying Tina Peters on Spaces burns Dominion. I'd like to hear a little bit more about that. You're saying that Ted Cruz in Texas is going to lose his seat?
Listen, Tim, these things have happened before. You just have to watch them closely. It happened in Georgia. First the senators flip, and then the state flips. Cancun Cruz, his seat has been razor thin, less than 2%.
Wow.
Romney in 2012 won Texas by like 17 points. Trump won Texas in 2020 by 5 points, and they threw out a lot of votes. I don't know if it's the migration from California. I don't know if it's just political landscape flipping in Texas, but Texas is getting purple. Those votes,
I've heard that.
Yeah, I mean, don't listen, Tim. Don't listen to me. Go look at the numbers.
I gotta see Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz losing his seat. Say it ain't so. No way.
Listen, Tim. No Republican presidential candidate, winner or not, has lost all major cities in Texas like Trump did in 2020. Texas is slipping. Go look at the numbers. Don't listen to some random person on TikTok. Just go look at the math. The math doesn't lie.
All
So
right. All right. You're not the first to tell me that, but I definitely you got me curious now. If I wasn't on here, I would look at the numbers. I gotta move it on to FSU. That's interesting though.
I didn't hear you. What was the last thing you said?
No, I just said that's very interesting. I have not heard. I've heard people say it, but I kind of discarded it. But I mean, wow, Ted Cruz, damn.
Yeah, Ted is terrified, man. He said that publicly. This isn't like news. He's concerned about his seat, and he should be. And the person that's running, I don't know if you know the guy, All Red. He's
I've
military
Yeah.
veteran, just probably a Obama. He could probably be a presidential candidate in 32 or something, or whatever. Then a couple presidential candidates from now. So just look out, just watch. Man.
All right.
Sit back and watch.
All right, appreciate you coming through, FSU. Appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good one, man. All right, moving the program on. Wow, Ted Cruz. You think Ted Cruz? You folks think Ted Cruz' seat might be in jeopardy in Texas? I mean, obviously, Ted Cruz not long ago was a presidential candidate that a lot of folks on the right were really big fans of. To see him, if Ted Cruz loses, yeah, Trump's probably going to lose too. That's saying something. Looking in the comments, does anyone in here know the executive orders Trump put in 2018? And go research and see what's going on. Y'all will be shocked. Or will be okay. Fair enough. I can't do it now, but I'm asking those two questions. Now we talked about Trump's statement before I go back to the box, but I'm also asking: do you hold Kamala accountable for never coming out? Gregory, yeah. Thank you for the hat mustache. Do any of you hold Kamala accountable for never coming out and saying that she was concerned about Biden's cognitive abilities? In fact, she was coming out stating that the guy was strong and more than capable until he stepped down. How does that make Kamala look, in your opinion? Rhineshine Powell, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. Says, this is crazy. Trump is saying everything that Project 2025 is speaking of, yet he doesn't know anything about it. We got to see beyond the act. You can't say these things and care about all Americans. This stuff is it is very similar to what's in Project 2025. Now, I just want to say this for my MAGA side of the aisle. You guys know I don't block, ban, or censor anyone. The program is always MAGA friendly, always has been, always will be. But like what Megs said in the comments that Trump was making a bad joke or whatever. If people are saying things about you that are hurting your chances, making these type of jokes is not helping Trump. I just want to say that this is not something to make a joke about. There are people out there who actually maybe favorite Trump's economy, maybe favorite the fact that we didn't have a lot of wars and things going on, but they also favor the Constitution and a democratic republic. And they may be believing some of the claims that Trump wants to be a dictator. So what I'm saying is it doesn't help him to go out there and joke about it, because he could actually be confirming it for people that might have otherwise considered voting for him. It's just not something to joke about. Not at this point, when folks are trying to put Project 2025. I mean, it would be like Biden going on stage and deliberately trying to talk funny and pretend as if he's losing his train of thought while everybody is accusing him of that. You think that would help Biden to go out there and deliberately slip up, and then at the end, 2-3 days later on television, he's talking about it was a joke? It's just not the thing to do. I don't see why anybody would not see that. Anyway, tap the screen. Much smaller audience on TikTok, same on YouTube. Feel free to smash that like button on YouTube. He's fully confirming his plans. Yeah, Michael, I think more folks are going to agree with you that what Trump is saying is confirming his plans as opposed to he is telling jokes. It's just, in my opinion, not a good thing to joke about. Going to one of my subscribers, Arshafine. I brought up Texas. Texas, good afternoon or good evening.
Hey, Tim, how's it going?
Good to have you on here. What did Trump mean?
I don't take it as a joke. I think he was trying to do kind of what the left's saying, hey, if we want to save democracy, we need to get out and vote. I think he just...
That's all you heard is him saying get out and vote?
get out, we win this election, you're not going to have to worry about getting out so much. You see what I mean? It's like,
No, I'm not
it's
seeing it.
It's too important to vote third party this election, right? That's what you told me the other day when I was on here.
Yeah.
It's a very important. He's just trying to show the importance of it. Like, hey, it's not going to be this important again. I don't see him saying, oh,
What did he mean when he said, what do you think he meant when he said, we're going to fix it?
Well, drain the swamp, without saying it for the 100th time. He's
not talking about the swamp.
Get rid of these.
Yeah, but this isn't in context with the swamp. He's talking about the election. He's not talking about bad characters. He's talking about the fixing the election, it sounds like. I don't hear nothing about swamp or
I take it as he's saying he's going to fix the election. I said he's going to get elected. He's going to fix the problems we have, and then it won't be this great scare every time we have an election that we got to get out and vote or to save our democracy. He's saying, I'll fix the problems. There won't be any problems going further,
So when he says in 4 years you won't have to vote anymore, what does that mean?
I think what he was trying to say is you won't have to be compelled to vote in order for the spirit to save the democracy. That's what and it's just like I said, it's poorly worded. I don't take it at all. It didn't sound like he was joking, but I'm not taking it to the extreme of some of these people that I do feel have some derangement issue, and anything he says is going to be a dictator. Look, no one is going to prevail or want America to lose their democracy. The world can't stand it. We can't stand it. It's not going to happen. So I just don't play to that from either side. And that's what I'm saying. He's trying to do the same thing that the left's doing, like get out and vote. It's important to get out and vote. Otherwise, no telling what happened in
Let me just say this in regards to you don't want folks saying these Armageddon things, and like you said, I don't want to play to these extremes. About 5 years ago, or maybe about 7 or 8 years ago, suggesting that if Trump got elected, they were going to roll back Roe v. Wade. At the time, that was considered extreme. Folks were saying that if you elect Trump and not Hillary Clinton, you're going to lose your abortion rights. They're going to roll back Roe v. Wade. At the time, that was considered fear-mongering, Texas.
Yeah, but you got to remember, Trump didn't do that, right? That was a Supreme Court, and I think a lot of people know in politics.
Why is he? Wait. Why is he taking credit for it if he didn't do it?
Well, because he elected the Supreme Court justices that helped, I guess, tip it towards the right a little bit more. Of course, he's going to bow.
Would it have happened without him?
To his extreme voters.
Would it have happened without him?
Yeah, I think so. I think it wasn't going to stand in the courts much longer, regardless, because it just became a political talking point that both sides like to juggle back and forth. Where taking it out of that context, putting it in the state's hands.
So what you're saying is if Trump was not elected, Roe v. Wade was still going to be rolled back.
Maybe not as soon, but eventually, yeah, I think it would have eventually been rolled back either way.
What define eventually? 100 years? 50? 5?
Gosh, no. 10, maybe. Yeah.
So if Trump had lost in 2016, you think Roe v. Wade would have been rolled back anyway by 2026?
Yeah, probably. Somewhere in there.
That's 2 years from now, Texas. That's only 2. If Hillary Clinton served 4 years, and let's say Biden won in 2020, you're basically saying no matter what, the next candidate was going to roll back Roe. What are you basing that on?
Well, I'm not saying the next candidate would have rolled it back.
Well, you said in 2 more years.
He likes to say he rolled it back, but he didn't roll it back. The Supreme Court did, and I think there's a lot more than just what Trump did. Trump likes to make it all him. Like Trump liked to say that he took out terrorists across the world, which he didn't. That was our military that did that. And his Joint Chief of Staffs that made those calls. But of course, he's going to say it was me. I was the man in charge.
But do you understand when folks suggest that you can't blame people for holding him accountable when he's going around bragging saying it is my fault?
Yeah, I mean, holding accountable, that's fine. But at the same time, we got to look at what it look what it did. It brought it back to states' rights, is where the states can decide on it. And that gets it out of our national politics to where it's just getting juggled around back and forth. I mean, I got tired of hearing about it from presidential candidates because they just speak on it briefly and never touched it again. You know?
But what you're saying, though, to some degree, was the Supreme Court, and it's kind of wrong to blame Trump.
Yeah.
Okay. I want you to take.
I'm just saying he's not the man that was 100%
Which
accountable for.
Right.
divides.
I'd like to say he is.
I want you to hear this clip and give me your opinion on it. This is Trump debating Hillary Clinton, would have been back in probably 2016.
Another issue which divides you and the justices that whoever ends up winning this election appoints could have a dramatic effect there, and that's the issue of abortion.
Right.
Mr. Trump, you're pro-life, but I want to ask you specifically, do you want the court, including the justices that you will name, to overturn Roe v. Wade, which includes, in fact, states a woman's right to abortion?
Well, if that would happen, because I am pro-life and I will be appointing pro-life judges, I would think that will go back to the individual states.
But I'm asking you specifically, would you like
If they
to...
overturned it, it'll go back to the states.
But what I'm asking you, sir, is do you want to see the court overturned? You just said you want to see the court protect the Second Amendment. Do you want to see the court overturn Roe v. Wade?
Well, if we put another 2 or perhaps 3 justices on, that's really what's going to be, that will happen. And that'll happen automatically, in my opinion, because I am putting pro-life justices on the court. I will say this, it will go back to the states, and the states will then make a determination.
Secretary Clinton.
Well,
So you don't think he has no blame at all for it?
I didn't say he has no blame. I just
Okay.
said he doesn't have 100% accountability.
What percent are you giving him? What percent are you giving him?
I mean, I would say 45. Let's go with 45. That was his number anyways, right?
No, yeah, 45.
You can appoint a pro-life justice. You can appoint a pro-life justice. That doesn't mean that they would ever hear the case. You know what I mean? Because justices aren't ruled by, well, the president wanted me to come in here and overturn this. That's not what the judicial branch does. That's not what the Supreme
Well,
Court
and I'm only speculating here, so I'm going to admit I could be wrong. But for the most part, when he was interviewing those justices to determine who he's going to pick, I'm speculating. But my guess is one of the questions was, what would happen? What would you do if you had a chance to roll back Roe v. Wade, or if that case was put before you? My guess is that was one of the interview questions that was asked to these Kavanaughs and Amy Comey Barrett's and those folks before they got the gig. And as he pointed out in the debate before making a single appointment, is that he was going to specifically put in pro-life justices. And he even states there that it's going to go back to the states. So him saying it before appointing anybody would lead it. Yeah, it would make me feel confident in suggesting that was part of the interview process. Is how would you be okay, or would you be willing, if this came before you, to re-examine Roe v. Wade and give it back to the states? Because he's predicting it before appointing any of those people. We didn't even know who they were going to be at this point.
Right, and did he appoint everyone in Congress that ultimately let the justices get those seats?
No, he didn't appoint them. No, he didn't appoint them. But what do you say? Congress should have. Well, first of all, that's the Senate, by the way. That's Mitch McConnell.
Senate, yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's his Senate. The same Senate that blocked Obama from making a Supreme Court pick. We expect them to go against Trump?
No, I'm not saying go against him, but I mean, they still had to certify him as justices, so it's
Right.
not 100%.
They would not certify.
Trump didn't appoint every Senate.
Yeah, but he didn't appoint every Senate. I get it, but is there some reason why we would have expected a Republican Senate to not confirm his votes?
I mean, yeah, it's not like it's unheard of, but
How many times have you seen a president who had control of the Senate make a pick and his own Senate denounced or rejected the pick? I don't think that's ever happened. When have you seen that happen
I don't
before?
know if it has or not.
No, it's never
It
happened.
has or not.
No, because they call. You know why it doesn't happen? You know why it doesn't happen? Because they get on the phone with them and they call them behind the scenes first and ask them, okay, I got 2 or 3 picks. What do you think about this one? Or we're kind of leaning in this direction. Can we count on you to be on board? They don't. By the time it comes up for a vote, they've already been told behind the scenes you have all of the votes you need.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. So you don't. When he said he was going to do this, it's pretty clear that he knew where he was going, and he.
Well, I mean, it's pretty clear. We know how it works. If something gets thrown out of the Supreme Court and is shown unconstitutional, what does it do? It goes back to the states. He's just stating how things work. He's not stating that's how he got it done. So I mean, I'm not saying he doesn't have a play in the game that he didn't.
But only 40%.
I never said that, but
40%.
We'll say 45. I mean, he didn't look. It wasn't just him, Tim. You can't just say it's all him.
Right.
But at the same time, I don't totally disagree with it. I think it's going slower than it needs to in a lot of states, Texas being my own, rape, incest, life of the woman in danger. Those all should be understood as, let's abort, right? It shouldn't be a question in this day and age. But we will get there. And what it does is it gets this topic off of the federal level. It gets it out of our general elections where our two candidates can talk about things that they might actually be able to fix in their term.
Right. And you said it gets.
Because none of them ever did it.
Right. And you say, before I move it on, you say it gets it off the federal level. I won't even bring up the video of Trump saying that it could go federal. You do realize he said that as well, that the abortion ban could go federal.
Yeah, he does say a lot of things that's going to speak to his base. A lot of politicians, Tim, speak to their base. I mean, I can sit here and say a lot of things about that Kamala and a lot of Democratic presidents have said in the past that spoke to their base and made the right.
The right held them accountable for every damn thing you would cite. But when he says it, we're supposed to believe it's out of context. I got to move it on, Texas. Appreciate you coming in.
All right, let you know too, Texas ain't anywhere near purple, bro.
I'm tending to agree with you, but as my last guest said, I gotta check the numbers. Ted Cruz. So you do believe Ted Cruz's job is secure?
Unfortunately, yeah. I don't like Ted Cruz. I'm in his district, but unfortunately, he's going to stay there. He likes to say that. He said it not last election, but the time before, and it got his numbers up. He won by his largest margin in like 10 years before that, or 5 years, whatever. He's doing it to make sure the red votes show up in Texas for Trump. That's all it is.
All right, and that could be. Appreciate it, Texas. Thanks for coming through. As always, folks, tap the screen. Lower numbers. It's a Saturday, warm Saturday, so I get it. But I wanted to come on here and talk to you folks. Tap the screen. Get the likes up to about 40,000. We can make that happen on TikTok if you let your thumbs not be lazy. This is uncensored dialogue every day, all day. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. If that's what you favor, feel free to follow the program on TikTok and a subscription on YouTube, if you will. We simultaneously are broadcasting on both platforms. Kamala was in Houston. They are purple, says Tanisha Beard. I gotta look at the numbers. Let me rephrase that. I tend to think Texas is going to remain red, but I want to see the numbers. You guys are saying, wow, if Texas turns blue or even deep purple, that's not good news for Trump. By the way, I got Fox News on the big screen behind me, and they're even saying that Kamala's doing significantly better than Biden was in some of those swing states. Like under Biden, some states were beginning to become swing states that normally were blue, like Virginia and things like that. Minnesota was really slipping. Kamala's now 6 points ahead in Minnesota. And most of the other states, she's in the lead now by a point or so, tied or very competitive. And all of this, so she's really, really closed the gap. Tammy Green, shaking your ass for me. Thank you. Appreciate that graphic. So looking in the comments, we should be working to unite, not debate some propaganda being spewed and people arguing. We have been in a movie since 2017, and it's about to be over, but it will get back. I don't get it. Trump is making it clear he's going to be mean this election. He said that people asked him to be nice, and he's not going to do it. When you say we should be working to unite, it has to come from the top. It's got to come from Biden, Kamala, and Trump. The people are not going to unify if the top is divisive. And Biden with his dark MAGA, ultra MAGA. I mean, Biden has made some divisive comments, but Trump is like the king of them. So, after Trump was damn near assassinated, a lot of folks were, we need to unite. Trump came out there and immediately at the RNC speech calling Nancy Pelosi stupid. He said, I forgot what he called Biden, but I don't see it. I appreciate your comment, Jay Rich, but I don't see it. The leaders don't want to unify. I haven't seen anything in Trump promoting unity. Arsha, fine. Good afternoon. Welcome to the program, Arsha. Thank you for holding, by the way. Arsha.
Oh, yeah, no worries. Oh, my gosh. I don't even know what to say right now.
You were listening in.
Yeah, I've been listening. I listen to you as much as I can, as long as I'm not at work.
Thank you.
I do gotta work. But yeah, I'm a big fan. And I've talked to you. I think this will be probably our fourth time. I think, okay, so let me just for a second conquer one thing. The thing about certain Trump supporters, aka MAGA, not willing to give him credit for something that he wanted credit for and has been obviously either on the mic or in video expressing how he was going to make this the reproductive rights of women a main platform. It bothers me that you can be looking at the person that you at this point it's worship. I don't know what's happening.
You said wait. You said at this point supporting Trump is worship. Is that what I heard?
Well, I'm going back to what I've just listened to. So just for a second, you played the clips for the guy of him expressing his truth and his agenda. He completed that agenda. And that same person was like, well, what he really meant was blah, 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 blah. It's like, what? Are we rewriting? Like it is. You can't worship somebody and hold them infallible and then at the same time reconstruct the truth. Anyway, so that's my one thing. Okay. My other thing was on, I know the topic is the speech.
Well, the topic is also Kamala. Do you feel Kamala should be held accountable in any way for suggesting that Biden was, for the most part, capable of doing 4 more years? For the whole time, she told Biden is healthy.
I believe that Biden is healthy. Listen, I don't think, it's Biden's decision.
Wait. So you do believe Biden is capable of doing 4 more years?
Wait, listen, I'm not done. Hold on. I know that he did the NATO summit. I know that he's gone across the world. He's done great things in foreign affairs. He's got more legislation passed than any other president. Would he have lived his 4-year term? I don't believe so.
So you think? Whoa! So you think he might be dead? I wasn't even asking you that. Wow.
I mean, he's 81. I mean, come on, man. That's old.
Yeah, he's actually 82. So then, how do you feel that Kamala's up there talking about he's strong in all of this?
I believe that Joe Biden is probably in my lifetime one of the. Let me finish before you interrupt. One of the strongest candidates I have ever witnessed, and in this way. This is going to be the way I explain it. He's done 50 plus years for America. He's very humble about it. He could have been like, let his ego go and be like, fuck you all. I'm going to run. I'm going to win with that same mentality, right? But instead, he looked at it and he was like, if I'm going to do what I believe is right and what I actually stand for and why I want to run, if these people are telling me, no, Joe, you're actually hurting the Democratic Party and us progressing and beating whatever it is the agenda Project 2025 and Agenda 47. He did. Man, I don't know a lot of men that would. Come on, like he did the right thing.
I think you're.
I talked to you before about this. I said, even before this ever happened, I said Kamala is going to be the front runner and she's going to win.
Yeah. I think you overstated it, though. You're making it sound like Biden, bowed down graciously. No, he fought that tooth and nail. I mean, half the country was starting to hold their money back and everything. That guy was not going to step down. He was fighting it tooth and nail.
Listen, this is what I'll say about the Democratic Party. They look at the truth and the elephant in the room. Okay, they were like, "Hey, bro, let's call all of our friends, Obama, all these people, and be like, hey, let's talk to Joe and see." And he did the right thing. No Republican ever has, in the million years, ever since Trump has come onto the scene, has been like, you know what, guys, we need to have a conversation about our candidate. No, they haven't done that. So, that is what it is. My other thing, okay, so the Trump speech. Did you read the whole speech?
You talking about this one right here at Turning Point?
Yes.
No,
Did you read the whole thing?
No, I didn't read the whole thing.
Okay, so what I want to express to the people that maybe just are only listening to the soundbite, I listened to the whole thing. He, after this, and he repeated it again twice, had referred to himself as wanting to be the next FDR. Which FDR, as we know, was the president who served 3, almost 4 terms. And that is when the Constitution was amended, that a president could only serve 2 terms, whether they're consecutive or not. Donald Trump, in his speech after today, in that same Turning Point speech, mentioned with his "you're never going to have to vote again," and restating that was that he was going to be like FDR, a 3 to 4 term or maybe forever president. And that is what you need to read the entire speech.
Wow.
It's way worse than that little soundbite. And people can poo-poo it and be like, oh, well, that's not really meant if you're listening to the soundbite. But when he goes into detail about Franklin Delano Roosevelt and serving more than 2 terms, it's apparent he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah. I will say this, and I don't think Trump I don't think he was that bad of a president from 16 to 20, but I do believe in what you're saying now. There's just too many times he is flirting with this language for it to be a coincidence or a joke. I mean, there's every other day, there's something else he's saying that's in reference to being, dictator or whatever the word I'm looking for, but acting like, either having a dictatorship or very similar to the Project 2025 that people are accusing him of. All of this, can it be coincidence?
And a great comedian, let's just face it, a great comedian, when they give a dark joke or any kind of joke, they snicker or laugh or grin at the end. He's not laughing.
Yeah.
Like, he's not a comedian. This is not his, going back to my first statement of like, whether they listen to his whole speeches or they only listen to sound bites, it's easy to be able to like poo-poo a sound bite. But when I read the entire gist of what was going on after his one sound bite that we're talking about today, it's even more apparent. Like, wow. What is wrong with you people? Just take off the lens. What happened to critical thinking? This is straight worship. It is not like. Yeah. Oh my God.
But then I have to ask you a question. Let's say, for instance, Trump does win in November, and unfortunately, some of this stuff come to reality. Do you think the American people would accept it?
No, because the majority that wouldn't accept it will win. It's 60%, over 60% of Americans believe that abortion should be legal in certain circumstances, whether it be, 0 to, they believe in it in certain circumstances. Most Americans, the majority of voters, believe that there should be some sort of gun re-legislation of some sort. Doesn't mean taking away the Second Amendment. There's other, there's another, population of the government, of the people that want, better health care and access and police reform and more education for our officers. I mean, the fact that that woman got taken unalived by a man that was discharged from the army, like for misconduct. Do you know what you have to?
Wait a minute, are you talking about Massey?
Yeah, and
Okay.
that man had 6 different jobs at 6 different police departments in the last 4 years.
He got kicked out of the army too?
Yeah, he got misconduct from the army, and then he became an officer. He's had
Jesus.
2 DUIs. I'm like thinking to myself, how in the world did this man get a badge?
Yeah.
And if we're not vetting the people that ride in vehicles that say protect and serve, we are, and you know, come on, like giving the police immunity. That guy's being. I mean, nobody should. Can you imagine, Tim, if you and I had a rap sheet that police officer had, and still being able to carry a gun and a badge, and drive a car because he had 2 DUIs. You and I couldn't drive a car.
Yeah. Well, once again, folks are suggesting that when Trump talked about giving police immunity, it's taken out of context. I gotta move it on our show. I appreciate it.
Everything's taken out of context when he says it. Anyway, apparently he.
Yeah,
Anyway.
yeah. But he did say that. Thanks for coming through, though. Yeah, folks are saying that anytime. Wow, I didn't know that the killer of Sarah, what's her name, Sarah Massey or whatever the first name is, but he got kicked out of the army too. They need to really do some serious justice oversight in regards to police. Their resumes need to be tracked. I mean, if you go apply for a job, as my last caller was saying, your history matters. The idea that he could be discharged from the military for bad conduct and then go from force to department and just keep getting jobs again, that's problematic. Wow, that's bad. I don't even have an answer for that. The only thing that department can really do is just write a check. That's like the woman that had to step down from the Secret Service because there was just so many missteps. How did he get on the roof? Apparently, one of the guy who actually shot the sniper took a picture of him. Everything is just messed up. That's what that looks like. The only thing you can do is write a check for the family, and somebody actually should be forced to resign. Whoever hired that individual, they should never be allowed to hire any more police ever again in any department. But we know how the police are handled in this country, and most likely that person will continue making hires, and the only person they're going to punish is the guy who took out Sarah Massey. But there should be a lot of hits rolling on that. How do you get to go from department to department like that? Several of those other departments, because he worked at about a half dozen departments, I think. Several of those other departments that he came and went to, people there should be terminated. Okay, maybe he had 4 or 5 jobs when he went to this department, but he had 3 or 4 when he went to the last department. All of those people should be prevented from hiring. But getting back to the actual topic, wow. And, oh my God, Republic says he probably was a DEI hire. That's funny. And possibly true, as folks are suggesting Kamala. The only reason why Kamala got the job is because she's either black or she is a woman. And I believe there may be a tiny bit of validity to that because Biden did state he was going to appoint an African-American woman, at least to the Supreme Court. So Biden clearly was willing to do some DEI hires. But here's the issue. DEI employment only became an issue when the people getting picked weren't white. I mean, let's keep in mind, most of America's history, the employment was handed out on a DEI basis. If I went up against a white person, let's say for chief of police or some other job, it wouldn't matter if I had more credentials than him. I wasn't going to get the job for probably about 90% of the history in terms of how long America's been a country. So we have always had DEI hiring in this country. It's just, it flipped, and now there's a problem with it. Looking in the comments, by the way, the switch up is crazy. What about all those white folks Trump hired? I don't know if they were DEI. I mean, Maybe they were qualified, but yeah, Trump's administration was overwhelmingly white. I could have sworn Obama was speaking bad on Harris not that long ago. I don't know if Obama, well, probably, well, Harris called Biden a racist. You're saying that Obama was speaking bad on Harris. I'd like to know in what reference, but I don't doubt it. I mean, we know J.D. Vance referred to Trump as Adolf. They do that stuff. They actually do that stuff. I mean, you seen what Nikki Haley was saying about Trump when she was running for president earlier this year. They actually do that stuff. Trump likes bleach. What? Trump likes bleach. He wants to make everything as white as it can be. Oh my God. Let me go back to the box. You guys are wild. Den Cal. Good evening, rather. Welcome to the program, Den Cal subscriber. Asking the question, is this taken out of context? Is this Trump's statement suggesting that you won't have to worry about voting anymore if you put him in there? What is your view on this, Den Cal?
I mean, I can't believe. I know you gotta have these conversations when you try to. Dude, we heard what he said. How else can you take the statement? If you vote me in, you won't have to worry about voting anymore. There's no other context to that.
People are coming up with other meanings for it, so apparently other folks are hearing certain contexts.
Which ones have you heard? I haven't heard anybody.
I had Texas, who's MAGA down in the state of Texas, a few callers back suggesting that Trump was talking about, if you stop the system from being rigged like it was in 2020, you won't have to worry about your votes being mishandled anymore.
And he got that from that speech we heard.
Yeah. I had somebody else. I'm just telling you what I heard. Somebody else stated that he was simply saying that if you vote for him for this second term, you won't have to ever vote for him again. He wants his 8 years, and then he doesn't care who you vote for after that. But he's saying if you vote me back in office this time, you will never have to worry about voting me back in again because he can't do another term. Somebody took it that way.
I guess if you can do some mental gymnastics, the Olympics are going on right now.
It's and I consider myself to be fairly decent at playing devil's advocate on a lot of topics. This one is rough. This one is because and as my last caller pointed out, apparently there's a lot more that makes it even worse than this. But the 40 seconds I got here, it's rough because he's constantly like digging in on it, saying things to overlap it to make it clear what he's talking about.
Right.
Yeah, it's rough.
I didn't listen to the whole thing. When I heard him call the vice president a bum. I was totally, I don't even want to listen to the stuff he says.
Yeah.
That is just ridiculous to call the vice president of the United States, who's consistently had jobs, even if she did have sex with Big Willie way back 20, 30 years ago, and she got a position. Like I said before, it's one thing to get a position; it's another one to keep it. If she's not,
well, here's my devil's advocate side in this case, because Kamala said some pretty bad things about Trump too. They're calling him a racist. She's obviously calling him a rapist. I mean, she says some pretty bad stuff about him. So
he was adjudicated in court as a rapist.
I'm just saying.
She's not saying nothing that the law hasn't already said.
Yeah, I'm just saying that.
It'd be different if she made up a name. Yeah. She's literally saying what the judge. That's what he said. They asked him if this would be considered, other than that law that prevented them from taking this to court. Would this be considered a rape? And he said yes.
So how do you respond to folks who
bring a criminal charge? They had to bring a civil case.
So what do you think about? A lot of folks are bringing up that Kamala, when she ran for president, her performance was dismal. I mean, she wasn't winning anywhere. Is she the one for the job?
You can't look. President Biden ran what 3 times?
And he did really bad too.
And you lose at that particular time does not disqualify you. Why are they saying because she did bad in the primaries? During the primaries, Joe was a lot more risky. He was a lot more, he was a lot more. He was there. So yes, she lost to somebody who was more popular than her. We don't know if she had the ability to be the president back then. But heck, she's got 4 years of being the vice president. She should be even more qualified now. But instead, we keep asking the question: is she qualified? Like, what is the qualification? If you stand side by side next to somebody for 4 years and you watch them do the job, you got just as much experience as they do.
Well, but here's the pushback, and I know my left audience is going to tear into me for saying this. You said if she stood by him for 4 years, that she obviously has qualifications to do the job. She stood by him for 4 years, and she walked away saying he was strong and capable of doing another 4 years. Maybe she ain't seeing too well.
Well, we can. Like I say to you, Tim, we got to figure out which way we going with this. You know what I'm saying? We can't just watch the other side just say anything they want, do anything they want, and we say, well, she lied. When Trump was lying, doing them 30,000 times he lied while he was the president. Guess what they said? Lying to the public is not a crime.
I gotta give a
lying at his rally is not, he's just lying to people. That's not a crime. That shouldn't be held against him.
Yeah, I gotta give a shout out to MAGA, because they are very forgiving of Trump compared to the liberals. Sometimes will eat the liberals sometimes will eat their own, but yeah, the forgiveness for Trump is incredible.
The lying is no problem, long as he didn't say it, under oath. It's not a crime. It's okay.
Yeah, I like, for instance,
he does, it's okay.
Yeah, like, for instance, I know when Trump was president, people were bringing up things from his past, and folks, listen, I don't care what he did before he became president. I only care about what he's doing while he's in office. Now all of a sudden Biden comes along and the crime bill is an issue, and I don't want my kids growing up in a racial jungle, and now Kamala got on her knees and sucked dick. Everything from the past is suddenly okay. So I don't know how to handle it, man.
Everything from the past is fair game now.
Yeah. So
they don't have really nothing to really pin on her. Right now they're trying to say, oh, well, she's got to defend Biden's record. Well, she was the VP, and their job is to promote the president's agenda, not their own, not talk about what they would do. That's not their job. Now she's going to be the candidate. Now they can ask her about what she would do. It was great that she had a separate interview or conversation with Netanyahu, because now she can tell Netanyahu, if I become the president, this is how,
she needs to be cautious about that, because the genocide joke chants for Biden was hurting him. Kamala don't want none of that smoke from those progressives. She needs to, whatever she's trying to do that first before you get too deeply involved. Because there is no winners in that. If you help Netanyahu, you're going to piss off the progressives. If you don't help Netanyahu, you're going to piss off the Democrats. There is no winners in that.
I think she did about as diplomatic a job as she could. She said, listen, America will always stand with Israel, but all of that killing these extra people is too much.
Yeah. She needs to say, how about this one, though? Shy Bears, my favorite team, Chicago Bears, 8326 says, Trump exaggerates shit, but not blatantly lying. So what about the notion that he doesn't really lie? Okay, he exaggerates a little bit, maybe some alternative facts, as I can't think of the girl's name right now, but maybe something of that nature, but he's not like lying.
Well, what he just last couple of days ago, didn't he just say he didn't know nothing about Project 2025?
Yeah.
I mean, is that a bald-faced lie? Yes. There's no question that half of his staff went into writing that platform for Project 2025. His vice presidential pick has wrote a forward for the guy who runs Project, the Heritage Foundation.
Yeah.
He knows We got a video of him at the Heritage Foundation praising them for laying the foundation of his term. There's no question. That's a bald-faced lie. And I could give you about 50 other ones, but I'm not going to do this with them where they say, oh, well, that's not true. Well, that's not true. Well, that's not true. We all know when he lies. He lies all the time. Every conference, every rally, every speech is full of nothing.
Does he ever tell the truth, then? God, wow.
Dang, I have to really think about that.
Look, so let me. Do you see Kamala as being honest?
I mean, yes, as a person, yes, I see her as being honest.
Okay.
Maybe she bent the truth a little bit, saying, how good of shape he's in, but she's the VP. That's her guy. What is she gonna come out and say?
The truth for the country? What you basically are saying is because Biden is her guy, and what else do you expect her to say? You're basically admitting that she put party over the country.
Now, if he was unable to function, yes, I would say that. But if he had some elderly moments, which we've seen him have, but we've also seen him have some moments where he appeared, good for an 80-something-year-old man, then yes. Like if he was like in a coma and she came out and said he was doing just great, that's a little bit different. He's still going to these meetings. He's still making decisions. Heck, he's about to put even some more stuff about the Supreme Court on the table now. He's supposed to be a lame duck. He's still trying to get through legislation.
Yeah. Well, keep in mind, there could be some people helping them do that. Remember Senator Dianne Feinstein, who passed away? They were actually telling her what to sign right before she died. So I'm not saying Biden is that bad off, but just because you're getting legislation and things coming from a person don't mean that they're doing it on their own. Somebody could be, propping Biden up and helping them.
Well, I haven't heard not one person compare or say the same thing that happened with Reagan, when his wife was basically making decisions at the end of his presidency, and they praise him, like the best thing ever. Reagan, whenever they talk about Reagan, he's like a god to them. Nobody said at the end of his presidency, when he was a lame duck, he couldn't even have a conversation. But social media and a lot of things didn't exist back then. And my guess is they probably would have been saying that stuff. It just was a different time. But I do got to move it on. That's one of the benefits that a lot of people before Obama, maybe before Bush had, is that they didn't have a whole bunch of talking heads like us online passing information on. There were limited media outlets available, so it was easier to lie or keep things hidden. Not as easy to do that now. I don't know. It's pretty easy for them to look up, what Kamala was doing when she was in her 20s.
I'll give you the win. I'll give you the win.
I'm saying about social media, but I'm just saying if they want to find something out, they could find out.
Fair enough. Well said. Appreciate it, Dencal. Thank you. All right. You too. All right, moving the program on. And by the way, I know the left side of my left flank. Like I said, I try to deliver straight down the line, at least to some degree. I lean left politically, but I do try to deliver some. And I know that the left side does not want to hear me questioning Kamala, perpetrating Biden as being healthy at all. I'm getting tore up in the comments for even bringing this shit up. But it is worthy to bring up, because if she's willing to suggest that the president of the United States is in better condition than he really is, what else in the future may she do that for? Maybe she might suggest that the military is capable of handling China, but she knows behind the scenes that we're not. It's worthy of asking. What else might she not tell the truth on if you believe she didn't tell the truth on President Biden? I don't think that's something that should not be brought up at all. And I see in the comments who said that Beautiful Diva, I love the name, says, man, stop it. I got hammered by a few folks, but I do believe it's worthy of bringing up. I don't think that it should just be a prop up Kamala and bash Trump or vice versa. I think there's questions to be asked on both sides. Looking at Rosa 666, I see your comment also said stop, and Landon said stop stirring up things like that. This is actually on the minds of a lot of folks. Why didn't she come forward and state some concerns? If George Clooney could do it, and what is his name, Chuck Schumer or whatever, if Nancy Pelosi came forward before she did, why didn't she come forward? Is that something that we should just totally ignore? That the Democratic Party was folks at lower levels that have less access to Biden were coming forward. People who support Biden, by the way, George Clooney is a big Democratic donor. People who support him were coming forward, and she was telling us on the other side that he was more than capable. Is it wrong to ask that? I mean, you can vote left and still ask that question, right? Otherwise, if you don't want any challenges to her being made, how can you suggest that MAGA's in a cult? Just trying to be fair with it, folks. Just trying to be fair with it. You can criticize all you want. You guys know how the program is. I don't block, ban, or censor anyone. Hell, some of your criticisms may reign true. If I gotta concede a point, I'll do that. But I do believe that this is worthy to ask. I believe this is a worthy point to ask. By the way, we are MAGA friendly. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. Feel free to smash that like button on YouTube. Follow the program if you enjoy civilized dialogue without any concern of being blocked, banned, or censored. A subscription on YouTube, if you will. I'll go back to the box. Real quick, I wanted to address a super chat. You looked that up yet? No, I did look that up. Real quick, Lord, I didn't get your name, but Mobile RV, I did look that up. You're talking about the resident alien or something of that nature. It's a performer, celebrity comes up with that term. So the term you gave, I have not been able to get any definition of that, but I did look it up. Looking in the comments, facts only, she couldn't do that. They would have called her a traitor, and she would not be the nominee right now. So facts only, what you're saying is that Kamala could not tell the truth on Biden because the Democratic Party would have called her a traitor and she would not be the nominee. Now, you could absolutely be correct about that. In fact, I do believe you are correct about that. However, that means she put her position of prominence and the party over the country. She was more focused on potentially becoming the nominee and remaining in good standing with the Democratic Party than telling the American people the truth, if what you're saying is true. Going back to the box, we'll keep the program moving with Nisi, I think that says. Good evening, Nisi.
Lisa, how you doing?
I'm doing good. So what do you think? Do you think Kamala do you believe that she should have stepped up and told the folks how she felt about Biden truthfully?
So this is my opinion. Okay, I believe there was a little hidden agenda that she might have known before then. But when the debate came, then everyone in America knew what was going on. And so I think then maybe they was hiding it a little bit. Maybe I do think that they might have been hiding it a little bit, but they might have, after that, they probably was getting her ready to become, the nominee. But and that's why Biden kept saying, no, I'm not going to drop out. No, I'm not going to drop out, because he really was. But when you change your positions like that, see, they just couldn't throw her in there. They still had to ask, the other places, like, you don't mind if we go ahead and put her in? Because right now nobody really going against her. But it still was out of respect. They still had to have the meeting, let everyone know that, hey, we're gonna go ahead. Biden's gonna step down, and we're gonna nominate. He's gonna nominate.
But what you're saying, and by the way, Grandma, thank you for the hat mustache. I appreciate that. Thank you. What you're basically saying is, while they were trying to put people in place, she was going out and lying to the public. Is that what you're saying?
Not saying lying, because she had never said nothing. Everyone else was saying it. You never heard her say anything.
Okay, hold on, hang on. This is only 50 seconds. I want to get your opinion, because you said people didn't really know until that debate. This is Kamala Harris the night of the debate, after Biden's performance. Now, Biden has just had his performance. We've all seen how poor it was. Here is how Kamala responded.
For presidential campaign is now history. The fallout from it is just getting started. Joining us now is Vice President Kamala Harris. Madam Vice President, thanks for being with us. CNN's John King has described a panic inside the Democratic Party right now because of President Biden's performance in tonight's debate. He's been hearing from Democratic lawmakers and others around the country. Some within your own party are wondering if President Biden should even step aside. What do you say to that?
Listen, first of all, what we saw tonight is the president making a very clear contrast with Donald Trump on all of the issues that matter to the American people. Yes, there was a slow start, but it was a strong finish. And what became very clear through the course of the night is that Joe Biden is fighting on behalf of the American people on substance, on policy, on performance. Joe Biden is extraordinarily strong.
Did he look extraordinarily strong to you?
Let me tell you, I'm going to be honest. I was sitting at home crying. I was like, let me tell you, I fight with some of my co-workers. I fight with people all the time. Because I'm like, this man, he's doing his job he's supposed to do. And then I saw that and I called my friend on the phone. I said, we in trouble.
Yeah. You know something that's even funnier? When I asked you, does he look extraordinary? Does he look strong? As she's stating, Landon C64 in the comments said, yes, he does look strong for somebody that is 88. So the fact that you think he's 88 when he's only 82 shows you the man.
Right. And today I'm looking like Trump looking all young looking and Biden looked like he just died. I agree. I was like, why they got this? Why is he looking like that? And then, I was a little hurt. But at the end of the day, I'm gonna go with what I feel is strong. It didn't matter whether it was Kamala or whoever else or Harris or whoever. I'm still doing what's right for the country, and I believe the Democratic Party is right for the country. And it's not that I don't like Trump. It's not about that. It's you have to look at details and things that's I know I sound young, but I am 58 years old, so I know I sound young. So I remember back in the day before Trump came in and before all this and we had government. Both teams actually worked together. You know what I'm saying? I know when Obama came in, there was a little switch in the teammate. Even in his thing, certain things still got done. Yeah. Might not got done the way they wanted to, but it still got done. So then when 2016 came along and all this stuff came along, I mean, nobody they didn't ever like Obama in there, but at the end of the day, he did what he could do, what was right for the country. But it still wasn't as much division. Let
me ask you this. Now that you and I both agree that Biden was not very strong, as Kamala said, and he certainly should have stepped down like 70% of the Democratic Party did. I want to ask you this. And by the way, Lord Mobile, thank you, friend of the program. I appreciate that on YouTube. Thank you. So now that we've seen, Biden step down, would you have to vote for him? Were you going to vote for Biden if he stayed in, even after seeing that debate?
I would still vote for him because I just believe that Democrats are more for the people. And like I said, I did say it didn't matter who was going to be running, and it's not because I don't like Trump. I mean, he has his. At the end of the day, people don't understand. They run the app and they try to convince these people to change their mind. They're not going to change their mind if they're going to vote for who they're going to vote for. I mean, some can change because they're on the fence. They're not sure, the independent people, they can just sway them. And it is some Trump supporters that you can trade. But MAGA, you are not going to change the way they think about him. He can, like I say, he can go outside and shake somebody on the street. Did you get the picture of him? Because I didn't see it. And they're still going to vote for him.
Well, I got to say, and I understand why. In regards to President Trump, now I know a lot of folks on the right side of the aisle, my beloved MAGA, I bring them up all the time, believe that Trump is the best president damn near in American history. I will say this in regards to President Trump. he has, if you're on the right side of the aisle, accomplished a hell of a lot that Bush or maybe even Reagan, Bush Senior didn't accomplish. Trump has done a lot for right wing values in America. So I can understand. I mean, think about if Obama or Biden had a left office with a 6-3 majority on the Supreme Court and even had a chance of making it a 7-2. That's huge. Roll back Roe v. Wade. That would be equivalent to common sense gun laws or something like that.
But see, the thing is, when Obama was leaving, they did not allow Obama to put someone in a thing. But
that
then
is true.
They allowed Trump to do so. That was not fair because it still would have been made. It would have been 4 to 5.
Yeah.
But see, that was not fair. If Obama couldn't do it, Trump couldn't do it. It was almost the end of his term, and he did it anyway. So it still wasn't fair. And my personal opinion, I think, Biden might got that immunity now. That fill it up with a whole bunch of justice now. Before you go out, you're going out with a bang. Might as well go out with a bang.
So I was just about to ask you that. You kind of answered what I was going to ask you, because I admit I agree with you, and I think even the right agrees. They just liked it was done. I agree, and everybody agrees that what Mitch McConnell did, preventing Obama from getting a Supreme Court pick, was unfair. So what you're saying is the Democrats under Biden should try to pack the court if they can.
Yeah.
Wow. All right.
That's just my opinion. Or at least not maybe not pack it. Make it even.
That's packing it. You're gonna have to put. Yeah, you're gonna have to. What is this? It's 6 to.
Is it 13 or 12? I'm not sure.
It's 9 Supreme Court justices, 6 Republican, 3 Democrats. So you'd have to put 3 more on there.
You have is it 12 or 13? Some people say 12. Some say 13.
What do you mean?
Can you go up to? Can it go up to the? I think the limit is 12, right?
Yeah, that I don't know, but he could.
Because I heard some people say that they can put at least 12 in. At least 12. I'm not sure because I'm not that deep into that, but some people say they could make it even. So it'd be just like in Congress, it'd be still saying you can't get nothing done. We ain't gonna.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any set laws. This is above my knowledge as well, but I don't know if there's any set laws mandating how many Supreme Court justices will be the max. You probably can pack it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not sure about that because you hear things, and I'm not gonna be a person that's spread misinformation because I don't know. I just felt like I heard. Who would you want to put on there? Like AOC, Ilhan Omar, Maxine Waters? I really don't have it. I don't have nobody in particular. All right. I think it should just make it fair. It's not fair right now.
No, it's very unbalanced.
It's not fair.
But would you be saying that? Would you be saying it's unfair if it was a 6-3 liberal majority?
No, I still wouldn't think that was fair. I think it should. I think in order for us to get things done, it has to be an even. Everyone has to work together. And since they've been in there, they have never went on. Like something that's important on the right side of what it should be. Yeah. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that they don't vote together on certain things. But most of the things that's important to the people that has not been good on the side.
Yeah, they are doing things that are pissing off a lot of folks. I got to move it on, Nonishi, and I do agree with you.
You have to, and let me tell you, I've been trying to get on your show for the longest time. But sometimes when I be at work and I request, and then I have to stop. I have to get off and go back to work, so then I have to leave. But I'm so glad that I finally get to sit down with you. Thank you. I love your show.
Thank you. You're always welcome back. I'm glad to have you finally get through. Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a blessed day.
You too. And I will say this, in regards to the Supreme Court, certainly with the possibility that if Trump gets reelected, it could possibly, it's not guaranteed, but it could possibly go as high as 7-2 in favor of the Republican Party. Now, if you lean right, that's the time to go, hell yeah, yay, this is what the country needs. But I will say this. I think after it having such a huge unbalance like that, and that's a long period, by the way, Trump will If Trump gets back in, he gets two more. Talking about Justice Alito and Clarence Thomas, almost guaranteed he'll get those two, and then possibly Sotomayor or Justice Roberts. So that would be one dude, one guy picking 7 of the 9 guys on the Supreme Court. Now, the issue with that is obvious. It's very unbalanced, and it could be very favorable to one man. So I do believe that you could see in the future some laws being passed to prevent us from ever getting to this point again, such as limit the amount of Supreme Court justices one guy can pick. Max, okay, as a president, the max you can pick is this many justices, 2 or 3 or something like that. If more picks come your way, it has to be done by Congress or the people or something. I mean, you can do, because you don't, I mean, this is what the founding fathers did not want to have happen, where one person gets a ton of power. I mean, now I know folks on the right will hear what I'm saying and think it's bullshit. You are entitled to have that opinion, but let me just state this. Imagine what you would be saying if a liberal was in Trump's position, where he's already picked 3 Supreme Court justices, had 2 more guaranteed, and could eventually pick as many as 7. Would you not think the country is going to go way far to the left? Well, you can't blame folks for thinking the opposite if it's on the right. I mean, you're talking about as many as 7 Republicans to 2 liberals. It's going to be a far right America. Just like if it was 7 liberals to 2 Republicans, it would be a far left America. In my humble opinion, if it was 7 liberals, most firearms would be banned. You might be able to have a pistol or a revolver, stuff like, long rifles like ARs and AKs and SKSs. That stuff would be banned if you had 7 liberals on the Supreme Court. Obviously, abortion would be easily accessible. I'm just saying, this is what a far left America would look like. LGBT issues, you see them everywhere. Well, it's the same thing on the right. If you get a 7-2 majority, abortion is going to be banned nationwide. There's going to be probably some other things I don't even want to go into that are ugly that are going to be rolled back. A far right America, just picture any far right country on earth. How do they operate? Most far right countries are very religious. Religion is forced upon its citizens. There's a lot of far right countries on this planet, and the citizens in those countries, for the most part, have to follow the religion of that country. Women do very bad in far right countries. Very bad. Most women in far right countries are moderate. In fact, I don't know any far right country where women are treated as equal. Not one. And there's a lot of far right countries. So I just want to point that out. Anyway, looking in the comment section. Wow, Gen X. I haven't seen you in a while, man. Appreciate you coming back through. The one and only Gen X, fuck around and find out. Gen X, good afternoon. Or good evening, rather.
Good afternoon, my brother from another mother. How you been, man? Been a minute.
Been good. I had a few people asking about you, man. People were wondering where you were.
I had a pulmonary embolism, man. I had to, some kind of blood clot or some shit. I'm good. They put me on blood thinners. I had to spend a week in the hospital, but I'm good, brother. I'm good, man.
Well, let me try not to fuck up your health with some of these liberal questions, but I gotta ask. That's what we do. I don't want to be responsible for killing MAGA, but I gotta ask you these questions. Did you hear Trump at the speech suggesting that if you vote for him, you'll never have to vote again?
You know, I did, Tim. I watched that. And the first time I heard it, and I'm not going to sit here and bullshit. You know me. I call it like it is. I raised an eyebrow. I was like, what in the fuck did that mean? And I watched it again, and I have questions, exactly what he meant. Personally, I took it as addressing the Christian base that doesn't get out and vote, but I understand why his comments were questionable, because if a left-leaning candidate said the same thing, I could easily draw the same conclusion on what could have been meant. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, and like I said, I pride myself on being able to play devil's advocate. Sometimes I do it so well, the liberals get pissed off at me as well, but I don't have a defense for this. I can't even make up one to make what he's saying not sound bad. It's because he says it and he doubles down on it throughout the speech so many times. it's hard not to hear that if I get reelected, we're going to fix this so that it's over with. I mean, he says it so clearly in so many different ways. It's hard to really come out of this with anything else.
You know what I think, Tim? A lot of times when they get like Bill O'Reilly and Tucker Carlson, I wish they would ask Trump these questions. Hey man, you said this. You said this about immunity. You said, what exactly did you mean? Clarify this for us.
Well, he got on Hannity in that what you're saying you wish they would do. Hannity did that. He talked about Hannity said, how do you respond to people who say you're going to be a dictator? And he responded by saying, I am going to be one just on day one. And Hannity tried to get him to clear it up, and he wouldn't take the bait.
Right. Yeah, I don't think he says the smartest shit all the time, but I'm still voting for him.
All right.
Let's move on to Kamala if we can.
All right. Give me your spiel. I haven't talked to you for a week, so give me your spiel on Kamala. She is the presumptive nominee. What do you think of her?
Now, Kamala, and you hit the nail on the head.
Kamala. Think of a comma and then say la. Kamala.
Kamala.
Don't say cock.
You remember Kamala, the wrestler?
Yes, with the moon. Yeah, with the moon and star. That's who I always think about too. The WWF wrestler with the moon on his belly and the star. Yeah.
All right, come on, Kamala, is that right? Kamala?
Don't say camel toe. Kamala.
No, that's what I said. Kamala.
No camel. No camel. There's no A. Oh yeah, actually there is a A. Kamala. There you go.
All right, Kamala.
Okay.
I got a question for you, Tim.
Sure.
I know that you think about. What do you think about Mike Pence's integrity? Okay, in my experience with you, we've been friends for a long time. You seem to hold Mike Pence in pretty high regard, especially when we consider his testimony at the J6 hearing and this and that. So you think Mike Pence has a bit of integrity?
I think I would put Mike Pence in the same category as George W. Bush and Jeb Bush. He's a traditional Republican. I mean, he may have views I don't favor, but he's going to lead America in a traditional Republican values. But I will say this: he went to the Heritage Foundation. He was part of that Project 2025. He was assuring them back in 2020 that if Trump got elected, they were going to be, basically helping the Heritage Foundation deliver their agenda. So he was in on that. Talking about Mike Pence.
Okay, so that being said, that being known, do you think that Mike Pence would have lied about Trump after a botched debate the way Kamala lied for Biden? She knowingly lied after that debate for Biden, sticking up for him. She took the party line. Do you think Mike Pence would have done that? Or you think Mike Pence would have said, the guy's not right in the head?
I gotta say, with all honesty, the only thing I think made Mike Pence come forward on the January 6th thing is because Trump put his life in jeopardy. If Mike Pence was in no danger, because they were talking about hanging Mike Pence, and Mike Pence states that Trump did not call and check on him for 4 days after that. And then, of course, at the January 6th hearings committee, when they told, when it came out that Trump said maybe he did need to be hung because he, allowed democracy. So Mike Pence had a reason at that point not to back Trump. But I do believe that if that had not happened, I believe Mike Pence would have lied for Trump.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. Because it's just like Kamala did. It favors your career, your promotions, your party. I mean, I believe Mike Pence would have put party over the people too. I mean, even the politicians with integrity show that they're capable of doing that.
Okay, so why would he have not done the same thing for J6? Why would he have not? Most of the Republican Party is against Trump. Why, using your logic, why wouldn't he do the same thing for J6?
Because for J6, Trump showed him, I'm not going to reward you for your integrity. I mean, Trump, after all of the things, Mike Pence had been rolling with Trump for 4 years. Everything that Trump was done that was questionable or controversial, Mike Pence stood up and defended. But then that one time when Mike Pence was asked to not certify the election and he refused to do so, Trump threw him under the bus, and the guy under the bus had a noose, and Trump didn't seem to give a damn. So I think at that point, Mike Pence realized there is no benefit. I mean, he already threw me under the bus, so I'm shot anyway. I ain't got nothing to lose. So if I get up here and try to defend Trump for January 6th, he's already thrown me under the bus. The MAGA and the traditional Republicans already hate me. My political career is over with. He didn't have no reason to do it at that point.
And that's fair. That's fair. And I don't have an opinion on that either way. I was truly curious what you thought about that.
Yeah.
Just out of curiosity.
And I do believe that if Biden had a fucked over Kamala Harris in the same way, she would have spoke out against him too. I mean, at that point, Mike Pence had no reason at all to defend Trump. I mean, after Pence refused to decertify the election or not certify the election, he destroyed Mike Pence's whole career. There's nothing to gain at this point anymore. You can't put party over the country when the party don't give a damn about you. So he didn't have nothing to lose.
Okay, which leads me to my next question. I'm sorry, I'm questioning you on your own show.
That's what I'm here for. I don't get it right. I don't get it right all the damn time. Call me out. What you got?
Do you? No, it's not a call out. It's legit questions. Do you really think that Kamala has a snowball's chance in hell in this election?
A very large snowball, and I'll tell you why. President Biden, 70% of the Democratic Party was on record saying that he probably need to step down, or we want somebody else, or that he probably could make 4 years in office. But when asked, they were all like, I'm still going to vote for him. You had folks on my show, you had Mark Cuban of the Dallas Mavericks fame, Shark Tank fame, you had Bill Maher of HBO, all suggesting that I would vote for Biden over Trump even if he was dead. So Kamala is going to get all of them votes automatically. And Biden was still somewhat competitive with Trump. Trump was in a clear lead, but Biden wasn't super far behind. So if you can compete with Trump to that level and people think you're damn near dead, imagine what happens when you get a live candidate to run against him. Not to mention, Kamala is a woman and she's African American. So, first of all, Trump was starting to gain on it.
Whoa.
Let me have
Let's
it.
back that up. She's Jamaican and Indian. She's not African American.
If that girl goes out and robs a liquor store, you think the police are going to say I'm chasing a Jamaican and an Indian? It'll be a black woman. If she's
Semantic. The reality is, the objective reality is, she is not African American.
She is as African American to black people as George Zimmerman was white to white people. And George Zimmerman is Hispanic, by the way. But he was welcome in the club when he took out Trayvon Martin. I'm telling you, Kamala Harris to black people, that girl is black. They're going to let her in the club, man. I'm telling you. So, I'm just telling you, George Zimmerman is a Hispanic, but the supremacists and everybody was down with George Zimmerman. They're going to let Kamala into the club.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah. You know how we do. You know, I'm glad to hear you're doing good, though, man. I appreciate that.
I am doing good, brother. Thank you, man. Always a pleasure talking to you, Tim. Always a pleasure. I normally write a bunch of shit down while I'm watching your show. I didn't get a chance to do that today, but I will the next time. Because I really enjoy having these conversations with you, my friend. Now, let me say this. I think that Kamala Harris is going to get smoked. I don't think she's got a snowball chance in hell. If I'm wrong, and I will commit right now, and motherfuckers will see how real Gen X is. If Donald Trump loses to Kamala Harris, I will fly out to Illinois, I will get a room, and I will take you out for a steak dinner, my brother, and we will live stream that together. I've got the resources to do it. Not a big deal. And I would really enjoy spending that time with you.
I'm down with it, and I look forward to having a nice steak at your expense. She's gonna lose, man. Now, you're my favorite Proud Boy. You're MAGA, I get it, but I would tell you otherwise. By the way, I wouldn't lie and say Biden was going to trounce Trump if I didn't think so. I don't think it's gonna work in your favor, man. I'm telling you that. I just don't. But there's still 3 months left. There's a lot of room for things to come out on Kamala or maybe Trump to do things that look dignified. But right now, she is incredibly competitive, man.
It's going to come out on both. We both know how this works. They're going to be slinging dirt, and hell, by the end of the day, we might both hate both of them.
But let me make it clear to you. This speech that we're talking about, that ain't Kamala slinging dirt. That came out of that man's mouth. He's slinging, that's dirt that hurt him. That she ain't got nothing to do with this. I mean, and he said this.
No, like I said, and I agree with you. I listened to it myself, so I would like clarity. I'd like an explanation, but it's not the first time that Trump stuck his foot in his mouth. Yeah. So I'm not overly concerned.
Hey, this actually is probably like putting your damn knee in your mouth. This is bigger than a foot. When folks are saying that he wants to be a dictator and he goes up there and says something like this, wow. That's all I'll say. I got to move it on though, Gen X. Stay healthy.
Man, you have a great weekend. I will talk to you soon, my friend.
Always a pleasure. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. And moving on with the program, I want to address a couple super chats. KC says trailer trash for Trump. Wow. Okay. Yellow Sunflower, like the name. Is this Gen Xer that be lighting shit up in the comments? I wasn't sure about him, but he sounds like a reasonable guy. Yellow Sunflower, yes, that is Gen X that you just heard. The end of he's one of my favorite Proud Boys. He is definitely MAGA. Believes that the country would be better off if women did not have the right to vote. So that was Gen X, yes. Tire Swing, it's a hell of a name. No one past retirement age should be in government. You get old farts like McConnell, Biden, Trump, Pelosi, and they corrupt constantly. And the geriocracy. The geriocracy. Wow, that's a hell of a name. No, anybody past retirement age, I disagree. Because here's a perfect example. We all remember the miracle in the Hudson. Captain Sully landing the aircraft in the Hudson River out there in New York. In New York. He had to step down a few years ago because he was over the retirement age that they allow you to operate a commercial airliner. I'd rather have Captain Sully flying an aircraft that I'm riding in any day than a 30-year-old. So if the person can pass a solid cognitive exam, I don't believe they should have to step down at 65. And I'm talking about Sully flying an airplane. Being a politician is not, you can slip up as a politician and recover. So I would say, and I do agree with you, Republican in the comments says experience is the best. What does it tell the elderly voters who represent one of the largest voting blocks in this country? What does it tell them if none of the people that represent them can be a politician? That's not fair. There's a lot of people that are 65 to 70 to 75 years of age that are very viable. Why should they not be able to be in politics? That's not fair to them. And like I said, they are the most reliable voting bloc. In terms of the percentage of that group, the young folks don't show up to vote in high percentages, certainly not compared to the 65 plus. So no, I can't go with that. I'd say just like when you drive a car, after a certain period, a lot of states want you to come in every year and take another driver's test. To me, that makes sense, okay? You're over 65, you certainly get, in fact, I believe they all should have to pass a damn cognitive exam. You could have some off their rocker 20-year-olds. Anybody can be mentally ill. The guy that tried to take out Trump is a perfect example. Most of the mass shooters in America, they're young kids and they're doing that shit. So, take a cognitive exam. I'm fine with that. But no, I don't believe you should ban them from being in office. Grant Howard, appreciate the support for the program. Thank you very much. And by the way, Lord Mobile, you asked how can you call in? For my folks on YouTube, the audio for the program from the callers you're hearing is coming from TikTok. So that's where the audience calling in. I haven't figured out how yet to make it so you can call in on YouTube, because my audience on YouTube more MAGA oriented than my liberal audience, but I'm fine. You know, MAGA remains my preferred guest, but for some reason TikTok over the years have went more left. So it is what it is, but that's where you're hearing the audio. The handsome liberal on TikTok. Going to the box, by the way. We'll continue the program on. I appreciate you folks tapping the screen. Get the likes up to about 100 on YouTube. We can certainly make that happen. This is an uncensored program. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. You don't have to agree with anybody in the comment section. You damn sure don't have to agree with the host. It's all about free speech here. If you enjoy that type of civilized dialogue, we go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with QAnon. Everybody gets to speak. If you enjoy that type of dialogue, subscribe on YouTube, a follow on TikTok. Theodore, without Simon and Alvin, good afternoon, or better yet, good evening, Theodore. Theodore, are you there? Melanie, thank you for the support on YouTube. Thank you, Melanie.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Oh, can you hear?
Yeah.
Oh, awesome. I'll keep it quick. I just wanted to call out Gen X. So all he did was expose how ignorant and racist he is.
Ooh.
So are folks unaware that Jamaica had slavery by British imperialists in the 1700s? That is where Kamala Harris's father is from. That's still descent from Africa.
Yeah. Well, and I brought to interrupt you. I've brought that up on the page. I don't know if it means that he is I think America's history was taught from a point of American exceptionalism. It wasn't taught accurate. It was taught, America's the best to some degree. White people are awesome. So some people, I would say a lot of folks from all backgrounds in America don't all know what you just stated, which is true, that they also received slaves from Africa. Because our history has been we omitted a hell of a lot of things out of history to the point where a lot of us grew up ignorant. Doesn't mean he's racist. It's just that's the way our history was taught in this country.
Mr. Hansen, where did he think the Jamaicans came from? Where did the African Americans in the United States come from? Like, I get what you're saying, but come on. Why else would he make it a point to say it and to begin with? It's to sow discord within the African American community in the United States. That's all he's doing, just a right-wing talking point. I just wanted to call that out. And then my phone's about to... What's up with the New York Times breaking the story about DJ Vance having a best friend that was transgender? What the hell is that about?
Oh, I haven't heard of that, but I mean, we know Dick Cheney had a lesbian daughter. That does happen. I think just about everybody has at least one LGBT member in their family, no matter what side of the aisle you're on.
But this is MAGA. MAGA is so far right that they're now best friends with the LGBTQ. They've done a complete 180. But Mr. Hansen, my phone's about to die. Thank you for having me. I love the show. And everyone keep supporting Mr. Hansen. Thank you. Thank you.
Well said, Theodore. Thank you. Appreciate you coming through. Hopefully the law doesn't catch up with you. But I didn't hear that. By the way, the news moves so damn fast. And Melanie, once again, thank you for that support, Melanie, with that super chat. The news moves really fast. Wow. Trump was telling Christians, you won't have to hold your nose and vote for me anymore after 4 years. I will be gone. Yeah, Geronimo, that's me. Thank you for the super chat. That is what you're seeing on the screen, Geronimo. That's what that is one of the topics of the program. And the other one is, should Kamala be held accountable for not telling the public that Biden was not necessarily viable for as long as she did. But yeah, Trump definitely said, we'll play it. It's a 40-second clip we have here, but apparently there's a lot more controversial stuff he made in this speech at Turning Point Action, or Turning Point Action. But I want you to, go back to Gen X. Oh shit, your guest exposed my racism. Ask him if the world is flat. That's in regards to my last guest suggesting that Gen X is a racist because of his opinion on Kamala being Jamaican and part Indian. Now, in regards to what my guest said, how do people think that the Jamaicans got there? I don't think a lot of folks even take it into consideration. I mean, there's a lot of folks that are in countries that are south of the border that are pretty darn dark. You can find Mexicans if you go in some of the right areas that are damn near as dark as I am. So a lot of folks maybe just believe they were already there. But yeah, my last guess is right. Jamaica, I think Dominican Republic, Haiti. Well, Haiti certainly. Haiti was the first, Haiti is a country of a bunch of slaves that gained freedom which is why they got treated like shit, because people don't like blacks that gain freedom. But Haiti is a perfect example of that. But yeah, the way our history is taught in this country, my guess is there's a lot of people in America that does not know the Jamaicans are direct descendants of the African slave trade. I believe a lot of Americans don't know that, because I don't recall hearing hardly any of that when I went to school in the 70s and 80s. It didn't come up. You know how Americans, you know how we do things in America. It's all about us. I mean, like when before I go back to the box, I'll just say this from my own personal experience. When I went to live overseas, I lived in Australia for several years. They knew Martin Luther King. They knew all of the presidents we've had. I mean, they could recite it back pretty damn far, well before Kennedy. I mean, they knew how America started as a country. They know all about America. Most Americans don't even know who the current prime minister is of Australia. Couldn't name any of them in Australia's entire history. Americans are not very savvy on international issues. We believe we are the shit. The only time we know the goings on in other countries is when we're at war with that country. Everybody knows who Saddam Hussein is. Who preceded him? Who's leading now? Nobody gives a damn. Nobody knows. I mean, that's how we are. We believe we are the shit. The only time you'll hear about other countries, like everybody probably heard of Tony Blair during the Iraq War, the prime minister of the UK at that time. But after the war ended, nobody knows. Most Americans don't know. So it wouldn't surprise me that people don't know how Jamaica was formed or any of that. Our history is poor. The way we taught in school, things are very poor. Looking in the comments, though, JD cheated on the love seat with the couch. Let me just ask you before I go to the box, just by way of yes or no in the comments. And I'm talking to MAGA in particular, MAGA and traditional Republicans, but liberals, you can answer this too, by way of yes or no. Was J.D. Vance the best choice for President Trump? I mean, it's only been, less than 2 weeks? And there is more controversial shit coming out about J.D. Vance than Trump. And that's saying something. Was J.D. Vance the right pick for President Trump? Normally what you try to do is you try to neutralize or you try to better yourself. Okay, you get somebody that fixes your weaknesses or brings you votes. How, in what area did J.D. Vance fill any votes in for Trump at all? Is he bringing him any votes? Is he helping soften out some of Trump's boisterous, controversial nature? Like Mike Pence, for instance. Mike Pence was much softer than Trump. So anybody who thought Trump was a little too harsh, Mike Pence could kind of soften that out. Where is J.D. Vance helping President Trump? Mike Pence was also very strong with the evangelicals. Trump has that crowd in the bag now. What is J.D. Vance doing for Trump? Let me go back to the box. I don't see where he's benefiting Trump at all. I don't see where he brings Trump anything. Trump was going to win Ohio no matter what. So I don't see it. J.D. Vance gives new meaning to love seat. God. Michael, good evening. Michael, are you there?
What's going on, Tim? How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, I can hear you. So Trump is stating that you'll never have to vote again if you vote for him this time. Is that hyperbole? Is that a joke? Is that sarcasm? Is he serious? What say you?
Tim, first of all, I listen to you all the time. I appreciate it. I've been dying to get on to talk for a long time.
Damn. Well, I'm glad to have you here.
There's no way to work around what was said. And just, anyone that tries to find context to what he's saying outside of what he said just doesn't want to face the reality of what's going on. And it's just as simple as that. There's a lot of dialogue going on about context, and it is what it is. We are wasting so much time trying to find a hole for this shit to fall in. It is what it is.
Yeah.
At some point, you just have to call it what it is. This whole election isn't even about policy. That's the sad part about all of this. It's not about policy at all.
Well, I don't totally agree with that. I mean, if you lean right, you don't want what Biden or what Harris is promising. I think policy matters. I think there's some policy.
Well, no, I'm not saying policy doesn't matter. I'm saying that's not what we're talking about. This is Trump has spoke very little about policy. It's not about that. There's a lot of emotion. It's one side or the other. And that's what he's trying. There's a lot of fear mongering going on. There's a lot of false equivalencies going on. And it's sad because I don't believe all Republicans agree with it.
But you're saying that Trump hasn't spoken about policy. He's talked about drilling. He's talked about securing our border. He's talked about his claim that he could end the war with the Ukraine and Russia in 24 hours. He is speaking about policy. You may not agree with it, but he's talking about policy.
But where's the substance? He says it at a very macro level. Where's the detail? Okay, I can say the same thing. I'll end the war in 24 hours. That's not a policy. It's a statement. Right?
It is a policy. It just isn't explained in detail. You mentioned substance. I agree with you there, but it is a policy. He just drain the swamp is a policy. He doesn't make it clear how he can do that shit, but it is a policy.
And where I feel like the left misses it is they get lost in their emotions and they don't ask the question. Where's the substance behind it? How are you going to do that, right? Because he never tends to give an answer.
Well, you got it, but you got to think with Biden promising tuition loan forgive. I mean, he didn't explain how he was going to do that either, and he failed at doing it.
Absolutely, and that's where. And see, I'm sort of middle left.
Okay.
I'm conservative about some things. I'm liberal about some other things. But I do want to go back to the part about Kamala lying, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Or the assertion that she lied because she didn't come out and speak about Biden's inability or his cognitive skills.
Right.
Which is really funny. She didn't lie. She just didn't state it.
Well,
but let me ask you this, Tim.
Okay, go ahead.
Everything that we're seeing from Biden, and this is the difference, everything that we've seen from Biden, do we still have a definitive? I know what I saw. It didn't look very good to me as well. But is she not a doctor? Is she obligated to state? Is she obligated to state as the VP? Is she obligated to come on national TV and give her opinion or perception of what his cognitive state is?
She's obligated not to get on television and say the man looks strong. Come on now. I mean, Michael, she made it sound like the guy got out there and sounded like Christopher Reeve in Superman 2. He was clearly weak at that debate. Could barely, he sounded like Clint Eastwood in Gran Torino. I mean, he barely could talk.
He was weak in his delivery. I agree with you.
But why is she saying he was strong?
But he was strong in the policies that he spoke about.
Okay, 50 seconds. Let's see what she says.
The campaign is now history. The fallout from it is just getting started. Joining us now is Vice President Kamala Harris. Madam Vice President, thanks for being with us. CNN's John King has described a panic inside the Democratic Party right now because of President Biden's performance in tonight's debate. He's been hearing from Democratic lawmakers and others around the country. Some within your own party are wondering if President Biden should even step aside. What do you say to that?
Listen, first of all, what we saw tonight is the president making a very clear contrast with Donald Trump on all of the issues that matter to the American people. Yes, there was a slow start, but it was a strong finish. And what became very clear through the course of the night is that Joe Biden is fighting on behalf of the American people on substance, on policy, on performance. Joe Biden is extraordinarily strong. And
you looked at that and saw him as extraordinarily strong?
Not in the sense, are we in his performance? No, I didn't. And his policy and how he spoke about the actual policies, his actual record, absolutely. But again, there was a difference. Now, There's a difference between his performance. I thought his performance and his delivery and what he had, how he spoke about it was weak. But the substance was there. But it's funny, we are steadily talking about that. And we are not talking about the continual lies that Trump tells time and time
But that's not on this show. We cover every damn thing. Okay.
I love watching your show, but I'm gonna tell you this. This is what makes it sad, because and it's really sad because, again, I don't believe that all Republicans truly believe in it. He talked about Mike Pence earlier. When you talked about Mike Pence earlier, you were 100% spot on. Mike Pence got put in the situation that he didn't have a choice.
Yeah, he had nothing to lose. Yeah, he had nothing to lose at that point.
He had nothing to lose. But this is one strong point. Have you noticed that Trump, for all 3 times in his run, he has never got endorsements from his predecessors?
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, that's an interesting point. I remember back in my elementary school days, one of the spots on the report card was, plays well or works well with others. When you go apply for a job, they references on request. They want to know who you worked with. You don't have. Yeah, you're right. Everybody that works with him has a bad reference for him. So that is telling. I mean, it is very telling.
And now I'm going to say this because again, I can be very, when you talked about history, our history books in this country did everyone a disservice.
Yeah.
Because I tell a lot of my friends, being a black male, where would white America get our history from in a book? They had the same books we had.
Yeah.
Where would they see it? Hell, we barely saw it. We had to go look for our history. Because it wasn't in the books we had. Well, they're the same books everyone had.
Well, they made it up. They made our history. They made it up. That's what happened.
That is correct.
They made it up.
Or what everyone had, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we've got to find a way. That's when I said this election is not about policy. What I meant by that, and then I'll let you go. What I meant by that is there's so much at stake that having Trump back in the White House just cannot happen. We have to start anew after this cycle on really digging into conservative, liberal, policies, strategies. But right now, I heard you ask the last caller. I would vote if Biden was still in. I don't even feel like I have a choice, frankly.
Wow.
So, I don't even feel like I have.
So you're one of those that would vote for Biden even if he was on his deathbed.
I would.
Wow. Damn.
And because that's how important this election is.
You said I would have voted for Beau Biden.
I would have voted for Beau Biden, Jill Biden. And the reason I'm saying that is because I'm not making it up. I can read, I can watch TV. I'm not stretching the truth here. It's not like you're hearing it. People are taking it out of concept. Just Google and watch his videos.
Yeah.
Just watch the words that come out of his mouth, and you have to ask yourself, does he mean them or not?
I can't, like I said, I like to be able to play devil's advocate and defend Trump or defend Biden or defend Kamala, depending on what the guest is saying. But this particular, this stuff that's coming out on Trump with this particular meeting, I can't defend it.
I love being devil's advocate, because if you can do that, that's why I like watching your show. If you can do that, you can learn something. But when something's looking at you in your face and you can't find a way to be devil's advocate, it is what it is. And then you have to ask yourself, what am I going to do about it? What am I going to do with that information that I was just given? And if you want to overlook it, then you're willing to overlook that. And we always talk about democracy. You're willing to overlook it, and democracy is at stake. 900 pages is a lot to read.
Well said.
But you know what? 900 pages is a lot to read. But I'll tell you what, if you don't read it, you can't turn around later on and say, what did it say?
Yeah. You could respond to some by saying either you're going to read it or somebody's going to slap it in your face. So you got one choice or another. All right, Michael.
And they stamp it on your forehead.
Yep. Appreciate you coming through as all. Thank you for this time. Anytime. Come on back anytime, man. Don't be a stranger.
I'll be back.
Appreciate it. And looking in the comments, I wanted to respond to Gen X, by the way, says Donald J. Trump dropped the ball with J.D. Vance. And obviously Gen X is definitely MAGA. He said he dropped the ball and stating Tulsi Gabbard would have been better. Now, I do believe it's a possibility Tulsi could have brought Trump some votes because she used to be a Democrat, but she could also cost him some votes because I'm assuming with Tulsi Gabbard's history as being a Democrat, she probably has some things in her past that she said that MAGA might not like. And Marin says JD Vance helped feel Trump's ego. I like to know in what ways. But and these are I just getting around to these super chats, but they were in response to the question: was J.D. Vance the right pick for Trump? And I was talking specifically to Republicans and MAGA because, like I stated, you generally want a vice presidential candidate that helps fill in some of your votes. Let's say Biden goes and gets Kamala, maybe she'll help out with the black voter, the women's voter, you name it. I don't see where J.D. Vance helps Trump. I mean, he's a strong evangelical, but the evangelicals are eating Trump up. They love him. So he didn't need anybody to help him out with evangelicals. He didn't need anybody to help him out with Ohio. He was going to win Ohio. I don't see where J.D. Vance helps Trump out at all. And I will say this, he's had more controversial shit come out on him in the last 2 weeks than Trump. And that's difficult to do. I mean, it is difficult to be in the news more than Trump. And I don't know if Trump is a big fan of letting somebody that's on his team be in the news more than him either. That's another issue. So we'll see. I mean, there's people who are suggesting that J.D. Vance we talked about Biden. We knew Biden wasn't going to be on the ticket. There's some people indicating that J.D. Vance may suddenly be taken off the ticket. I'm not going to jump on that side yet, but there are people that are saying that you're causing them problems. You may, because listen, Trump's a bomb thrower. A lot of folks like that. They say, he speaks like a typical New Yorker. He tells his mind. So what you generally want to get, if you're constantly throwing bombs and saying controversial shit, maybe you want a VP like a Mike Pence that kind of softens you up a little bit, that maybe satisfies people who are willing to vote for you. But they're going to look at your VP. Okay, well, yeah, but his VP is not Harlan. Well, J.D. Vance is a bomb thrower too. So yeah, I don't see where he helps Trump out at all. Maybe I'm wrong though. Tap the screen. We'll go back to the box. Tap the screen. Get the likes up to about 90,000. Smaller audience on TikTok. The YouTube audience certainly is participating, and no issues there. Feel free to smash that like button on YouTube. Get the likes up to about 110. Top 3 buttons on the right-hand corner of your screen gives you access. Smash that like button. Helps out the algorithm and the program. Chase, good evening. Welcome to the program. Chase.
How you doing, Tim?
I'm doing good. Good to have you back on. So what do you think? Do you think Trump is a threat to democracy in any way, fashion, or form? Threat to the republic?
Of course I do. Of course I do, man. He's just dangerous, and he's got a cult following that'll do anything he wants. I really believe he's a megalomaniac, and he's just out of control, man. He really is.
So Trump gets elected in November, takes over in January. What is America like, in your humble opinion?
That's tough. I mean, of course, there's going to be a freak out. He's going to have a lot of people to answer to. The Federalist Society, he's been pitching all these different, if you want to call them policies, you can, all these different ideas, like getting the immigrants out, all that type of stuff. So he's going to have to start acting on it, and it can get pretty scary.
Wow. Yeah, and I will say, there's 2 things Trump has promised. One of them I bring up often, and that is giving police immunity from prosecution. But he's also promised the largest deportation in history. So I do have some concern, because if cops have immunity while you're implementing the largest deportation in history, it does make it very easy to deport people. Because, let's say, for instance, you are a priest or some religious clergy, and you don't want a person to be deported. You're trying to help them out, help them stay in the country or whatever. Well, now they can come to your house without warrants and without having to ask permission. After all, they got immunity. And Trump stated that by giving them immunity, it helps them do their job. So if their job is to deport people that shouldn't be in this country out of the country, well, giving them immunity does help them do that job. But for the American people, it could be troublesome. So you see an environment like that.
Yeah, I definitely do. And, he's giving millions of people permission to act on the things that they used to just think. I know people talk about, institutional racism. I'm not saying that necessarily exists, but, we all know there's a lot of prejudice out there. We all know, some pretty terrible stuff out there.
Let me ask you this, because this was posed by a viewer, and I think it's an interesting question to ponder. Panfish Pirate, that's a hell of a name. Panfish Pirate said, "Hey, handsome." I guess we could both hash this one around, even though he aimed it at me. What do you think about the fact that Biden has not been nominated yet, but has chose Kamala? So we have a person that has not received the nomination yet, already picking who can succeed him. I mean, how do you view that as being wrong in any kind of way or anything?
I mean, not particularly. Don't they nominate somebody at the convention? Isn't that the way it works? And plus, he's the president. I mean, how often has a party not gone with the incumbent president as their next nominee?
Yeah. I think also too, because so many folks do not like Trump on the left. I don't think people care. I mean, if people were saying they would vote for Biden, even if he was on his deathbed, they're not going to complain about this.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm one of them. I would vote for anyone that's going to do the opposite of Trump, because he's dangerous, man.
Wow.
He really is dangerous. Yeah. And I wanted to ask you a question.
Sure.
So, what do you think it's going to look like in November if Trump loses? Like, what do you believe his supporters are going to do at this point? So that's what I worry about nowadays.
Well,
it's going to pop off.
Well, I'll say in regards to what will happen if Trump loses, before I get into that, James Phillips, thank you for the super chat, says North Korea, their police have immunity in very low crime. Oh my God. Actually, before I get to your question about what will happen if Trump wins, North Korea has a lot of crime. The only difference is if you give the police immunity, you don't lower crime. You switch who the criminals are. So in North Korea, likely the police are the damn criminals. They're probably beating the hell out of people, sexually assaulting folks and every damn thing. The crime ain't low in North Korea. It's just coming by the authorities in charge. So, no, I mean, it's like if you go back to when, let's say, African Americans were being oppressed, there was a lot less crime in black neighborhoods. I think Rush Limbaugh even brought it up, that blacks were safer or something, less crime during slavery. Yeah, but the cops were the criminals. So you don't get rid of crime, you just switch who's committing the crimes. Now, in regards to your point you're making there, Chase, about what would happen if Trump gets elected, first, I need to hear what Trump says. Now, we know Trump is not going to concede the election. We get that. But it depends on how far he goes with claims that it was stolen and things like that, because that's where you could have problems. Or maybe Trump gets up there and says they're going to start legalizing after-birth abortions. They brought that up, saying that you could, give birth and then bring the baby back to a hospital and terminate. That kind of stuff is what riles people up. Anytime you can tell folks that children are being harmed, it really tugs at the heartstrings. That's why you're generally hearing that LGBT are harmful to children. Obviously, terminating the pregnancy, we know how that goes. I mean, most of the things that they're talking about, they're suggesting that it's all harmful to children. Promoting CRT on kids is harmful to kids. All of this stuff, because this is what happened with Hillary. What was it called? Pizzagate, where somebody went and tried to do harm because they thought she was harming kids. And a lot of the things the right is saying is on a platform of what we're doing is to protect children from being harmed by the Democrats. So it depends, first of all, on what Trump says. But I think even if Kamala wins, you're going to have some lone wolves. If Kamala wins or if Trump wins. Because if Trump wins, you're going to have some feminists. You might have Black Lives Matter of Antifa. I mean, I'm talking about like lone wolf events, not big, wide-scale civil unrest, but lone wolf events. And I think that regardless of which candidate wins, you're going to probably have that. But to answer your question with more definition, it depends on what Trump is saying if he loses.
Well, I mean, what do you think he's going to say? Look what he did this time around, and look how bad it's gotten. You've got millions of people at this point who just think, next year he's going to be in office.
Yeah, but I think people are more ready for it now. I don't think people expected Trump to go as far as he did, let's say January 6th, and call for, a protest there saying that it was to stop the steal. Now they expect that to happen. So I think now, like the whole claim that Nancy Pelosi didn't provide National Guard and all of that, she's going to do it now, even though it ain't her. She don't even have the power to do so. They'll certainly have all that stuff in place now. And I will follow it by saying this. Trump has spoken very ill of the FBI. In fact, up to and including suggesting he wants to dismantle it. So if Trump loses, my guess is it won't be hard to have the FBI, do wiretaps on Bannon and Alex Jones and all of these folks to make sure there is no background, what do they call it, background chatter or whatever to do this stuff. They're going to be all over him at this point. So if he wins, different story. But if he loses, I don't think he will be able to do what happened last time because they already expect it.
Yeah, I mean, but he doesn't even necessarily have to be involved other than just this crazy rhetoric.
That's what I call, but that's what I refer to as lone wolf, isolated incidents.
Yeah,
maybe,
I gotcha.
I mean, that is likely to happen, but I'm talking like January 6th, despite how it looked, it still was fairly organized to some degree to get that many people to come to that location and then move a chunk of them to the Capitol building. It was somewhat organized. If it was really organized, they would have been successful. But I think this time, because they're expecting it, I mean, I would say just about any right-wing organization, and I got a lot of MAGA that's tuning in now. I don't want to be sounding like I'm giving advice, but pay attention to who's in your organization because they're going to be trying to infiltrate everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry to try and bring up the scarier stuff, but I honestly wanted your opinion.
Yeah, these are legitimate.
You talk to all these people, and I'm seeing more and more crazy.
Yeah, these are legitimate topics. I understand some of them can be depressing, alarming even, but these are legitimate topics. And like I said, I do believe there will be some unhappy campers, no matter who wins. But that's the nature of where we're at right now. So we'll see. Chase, I do appreciate you coming on, though. Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Absolutely. Moving the program on. In the comments, MAGA is destroying the Republican Party, says Tanisha Beer. Is it dividing it? I don't. Destroying might be a tough word. I don't think that's totally invalid. I would say MAGA has changed the direction of the Republican Party. The Republican Party used to, for the most part, operate on traditional conservative values. Now the Republican Party, for the most part, is operating on Trump. Now, Trump is leading the Republican Party in many cases based on a value system that favors traditional conservatives, but not always. And when I say that they're following Trump, I say this because, okay, if Trump is promoting traditional conservatism, the party's happy. But if he steps up and says, okay, well, we've been doing this wrong for the last 100, 200 years, we need to do this. Even if it's not a traditional conservative value, they will follow him, such as all of a sudden liking Putin, favoring his intelligence agencies or his, what he's saying over our own intelligence agencies. I mean, George W. Bush, Ronald Reagan, none of them would ever done that. So that's not a traditional value, and they followed him without a problem. Same with Kim Jong-un, him going to North Korea and meeting Kim Jong-un was viewed as widely viewed as favorable when Trump did it. And I will tell you with a fair bit of confidence, if Obama had went to North Korea and shook hands with Kim Jong-un, he would have been a sellout to the damn country. Remember the whole apology tour that Obama was allegedly on? Well, Trump got up there and told Bill O'Reilly to his face, we ain't always been the best. When Bill O'Reilly questioned, why are you favoring Putin? Trump responded by saying, well, we ain't always been that great either. So I do believe that the Republican Party has not been destroyed under Trump. They're just changing their direction to follow President Trump. Now, that could lead to destruction. I'm not going to say that. And I will, before I go back to the box, I'll simply say that Trump has a lot in common with Bernie Sanders. Now, I know before you guys think I'm crazy as fuck, I'll just explain this real quick. Bernie Sanders was not a Democrat. He was a progressive. Damn near a socialist is what he claimed to be. That's not the traditional Democratic values. Socialism was not the traditional Democratic values. Bernie Sanders comes along, he's promoting socialism. What did it do to the Democratic Party? The progressives split from traditional Democrats. And that split still exists to this day. That split wasn't really there before Bernie Sanders came along. And if Bernie Sanders had got the Democratic nomination like Trump did get the Republican nomination, he likely would have done to the Democratic Party what Trump has done to the Republican Party. The Democratic Party would have abandoned traditional Democratic values and probably followed a lot of what Bernie Sanders was promoting. And it would have divided the party in half. Even to this day, AOC and Ilhan Omar and the Squad and Bernie Sanders, they're different than Nancy Pelosi. And, he's fractured the party, even without getting a nomination. Imagine if he hadn't gotten it. Well, Trump got it. And you see the amount of division. So they have a lot in common. Trump was not a Republican. He never was. He ran as a Republican to get his hands on the Republican coffers. He needed the money. Bernie Sanders is the same thing. He was not a Democrat. He ran as a Democrat to get his hands on the money. The Democrats were able to stop Bernie Sanders. The Republicans were not able to stop Trump. Going back to the box, appreciate you folks that are tapping the screen. Get the likes up to 100,000. We can certainly make that happen. Subscribing to the program. Stick the ruler. What's your point? Dems were stronger and didn't let it happen. I don't disagree with that, Christine. Stick, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Hansel. How you doing?
I'm doing good. So, did you hear the speech that Trump made that's all controversial?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I see you got it queued up in the back. Can you roll it out for me so I can see it real quick?
Yeah, you got a real loud background too, by the way.
All right, I got you. I'm sorry about that.
Okay.
It's UFC tonight, so I got the UFC fight.
Oh, you got the pay-per-view. I wanted to see that. Oh shit. I need to be hanging out with you.
Okay, hold on. Yeah.
Okay. This is
that better?
Yeah, much better. This is only 40 seconds of a longer speech, which apparently I haven't heard all of it, but apparently it's even more controversial than what you're about to hear now. But I'm going to play what I have here. I want you to hear this and give me your take on it.
Okay.
You want to save America, get your friends, get your family, get everyone you know, and vote. Vote early. Vote absentee, vote on election day. I don't care how, but you have to get out and vote. And again, Christians, get out and vote just this time. You won't have to do it anymore. 4 more years, you know what? It'll be fixed. It'll be fine. You won't have to vote anymore, my beautiful Christians. I love you, Christians. I'm not Christian. I love you. Get out. You got to get out and vote. In 4 years, you don't have to vote again. We'll have it fixed so good you're not going to have to vote.
What do you think he means by that? In 4 more years, go ahead.
Listen, that's another greatest hits, man. I mean, that is another greatest hits. I mean, he's telling you right now, in 4 years, I tend to make it just like how Putin did, and you won't have to vote anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, you're gonna know who the obvious guy that you're gonna pick until I leave this earth.
You know, I've had a couple people try to make it sound differently, but yeah, that one there, in my opinion, it's very difficult to try to spin it. I mean, because he said in 4 more years you won't have to. I mean, he used words like "we'll have it fixed." Now, isn't that what he said? The Democrats did. They rigged. They fixed the election. I mean, he's pretty much saying the really bad parts out loud. It's real hard to spin this.
Yeah. Sounds real swampy, don't it?
Yeah.
Sounds real swampy.
Yeah.
So, I mean, again, you know, if these guys, these ladies, and whoever else is in the MAGA party and or the Republican leaning towards MAGA and voting for Trump, if y'all can't see what that is, I mean, it's funny to us because we see it. I'm just being honest. I laughed, but it's a serious moment. But it's like, in my world, I know what that means. I understand the assignment of getting this guy who does not need to have that sort of power.
Okay, well, let me give you an interesting explanation. This is coming on YouTube from Garrett Davis. He means he's going to fix the country so they won't have to vote for someone to solve the problems we have now. They won't have to worry about it.
Okay, I'm gonna put my glasses on so you so you can understand that I see, and I actually did really hear what he said.
Yeah.
Like there's no explanation you can give me. We know, we can read between the lines. He said everything, but we're gonna take over the country in a sense of you don't have to vote anymore. Yeah. I mean, it's not gonna be a choice. It's just gonna be us in charge.
Yeah. Like I said,
we're gonna fix it. We're gonna fix it to make it so that's the only choice anyway.
Yeah. I'm just saying, I see Garrett said, I'm not saying you have to believe that. That's just what he meant. Well, he if that's what he meant, he did a hell of a bad job. I mean, that's really bad. If that's what he meant, and he thought he was thinking that in his head, but he went up there and said that. That's just like when Biden lost his train of thought. That's really bad. Nobody is going to hear that out of that.
And again, I mean, Biden is not in the race anymore. He's currently the president, so he don't need to prove anything. He can just exit out the way that maybe not the way he wanted to. But it will be graceful because he's going to do some things in these last 6 months. And I hope one of these things, and I hope Biden somehow hears this right now. Pardon you, son. Who cares?
And subscribe to my program, Mr. Biden. Have your wife subscribe too.
Please subscribe to this program. And man, listen, you ain't got nothing to lose. You don't have nothing to prove. We know the people who actually do the homework. We know exactly the changes that you have made. We do know your faults, whether it be the border or whether it be you just, bumble and stumble sometimes on words. We know this, but at the end of the day, the positives way outweigh the negatives. So
I think MAGA would say the same thing. I think MAGA would say the same thing about Trump. We know sometimes you misspeak and you get crazy on the internet, but the positives way greater. I mean, MAGA would say the same about Trump.
Biden ain't never said that. Biden ain't never said we gonna fix it and we gonna make it so you'll never have to vote in the next 4 years. In the next 4 years, you won't have to ever vote again. Yeah. Meaning again, I'm gonna be a dictator. I'm going to make it to where you don't have to vote. Don't worry, I'm going to be a dictator for life, just like Putin. That's why I'm so cool with him. That's why he knows things. That's why maybe even all these destroyers and everything else is popping up everywhere. You never know.
Yeah, I agree, but yeah.
Trump was Trump in the office. He liked to talk. He liked to tell what he knew. He liked to brag and look like a big shot.
He did a good job. He's really good at bragging and looking like a big shot. He does a good job at it. B2 Saul says, as soon as this incompetent administration is removed from office, everybody is going to win. That's a fact. Was everybody winning under Trump? That's what he's suggesting.
Well, no.
Hold on. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Were you personally doing better, at least financially, under Trump than you are now?
No.
No.
No. Just being honest, like especially his last year, at the time I had a food service job, and I was doing real good at the time in the sense of just making my bills and stuff. So I consider that good. I mean, I didn't owe anybody. It is what it is.
Fair enough.
But now I'm at the precipice of, in the sense of, I'm not going to work for anybody anymore. And even though things are high, my credit score is better. It's just a lot of things I did to adjust through the hard times that made it where I'm successful now. Hey, the Republicans say, strap up your bootstraps. That's what I did, and I made it fine. And to me, again, the border, yes, it can be an issue. I believe that the issue only comes up when it's time to go vote. But at the end of the day, now it's time to go vote, and it's an issue.
I gotta kind of disagree with that, because they've been, certainly on the right, they've been bitching about Biden at the border since he got elected and beyond. I mean, because Kamala for the first 2 years was saying there was no problem at the border at all, which to me, at least on the border, she looks bad. But yeah, it wasn't just at election time. They've been talking about that the whole time.
Again, Handsome, remember, they had to start busing people to cities that didn't even know that they were coming.
Yeah.
For anybody else to feel it anyway, right?
True.
I don't live
True.
in Texas.
That is true.
Yeah. So I don't live in Texas right now. I don't anyway, and I don't live in California right now anyway. So in New Mexico, but we can go to the northern states as well. But I mean, they don't count those. But we can go to the northern states as well and say I don't live in any.
You said they don't count those.
I live in Florida, and he goes way over to those states and ship people way to those other states to make it look like it's
what Ron DeSantis did was just trying to pose for his potential presidential run back then by going. I mean, he used Florida tax money to ship immigrants in Texas to New York. I mean, so he was clearly, he knew he was going to be running for president, which turned into to be a dismal failure. But he was doing it for a stunt. Now. Texas Governor Abbott, different story. I mean, he has to deal with those folks. But yeah, Ron DeSantis was shipping immigrants that were not even in his damn state. So that says something different.
So again, this is the image that we have, and that image is very terrible, whether it be an international image or even a local image with the states. We can't have states and governors doing things like that, because again, it makes all Americans look like that's who we are, and we're not them.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't think they care about that.
They're not like us.
Yeah,
I could just say of Taraji, they not like us, like Drake, But when it comes down to it, when it comes down to it, though, Tim, again, I've said it once and I'll say it again. If you're an American over here, you're 10, 20 steps ahead of that person that has walked from the bottom of the earth all the way to the middle earth to get across to that border.
Yeah.
So if you're crying about somebody that's 20 steps behind you and your fear is they're going to overcome or surpass you, I think you should check yourself and check your game, because something ain't right.
All right.
And that's how I really feel about that. Like, I feel like they're crying like little bitches, like you said. It's really not that serious. I'm finna open my own business in these Biden times. You can do it too.
Fair enough. Keep your hands off my black job. Stick the ruler. Appreciate it.
That's right.
Catch you later. Good talk. Looking in the comments, there you go. Capitalism at its best. Yeah, some would say that. Some would say, keep your hands off my black job. Let me look in the comments, by the way. Thank you folks that are tapping the screen, certainly on TikTok. Get the likes up to about 110,000. I don't know how, and I see Missy Sharp says take it out of context. I have never heard the phrase taken out of context so often since Trump became president. I've never heard it as much. I mean, it is insane how often you hear that something Trump said was taken out of context. I've never heard it that much. By the way, tap the screen, get the likes up to 110. We can certainly make that happen on my YouTube side of the house. Feel free to smash that like button, get the likes up to about 140. Might be a bit to ask, but I think you folks can make it happen. This is uncensored dialogue. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone on the program. You don't have to agree with anybody in the comment section. You don't have to agree with the host. Stick. Appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. I saw a subscription come in. I don't get a lot of those, but thank you. Because you get dibs in the box, certainly, for the subscribers. I didn't see who's. I wanted to thank whoever just did that, but thank you. I didn't see your name, but I saw it pop up. Yeah, I've not heard the term taken out of context so much ever in my life. It's like, wow, every other day something's taken out of context. Maybe because Trump talks a lot. Trump holds rallies. I mean, he gave a 90-minute speech at the RNC. Why not take a little bit of time and clear some of this shit up? Because you're being taken out of context every other day. I mean, be more frank. I mean, hell, as bad as Biden was, folks said he couldn't even string together a sentence, didn't know where the hell he was at. You didn't hear folks suggesting that Biden was taken out of context very much. Trump is the one that's supposed to be totally sane within his faculties and knows where he's at, yet all his statements are taken out of context. That I don't get that one. Holly G. Tim, I respect you so much for being fair to all. Thank you, Holly. Appreciate that. Normally I'm being called either a liberal shill or an Uncle Tom. So I do appreciate those who can see a little bit of light, because it's generally, it can be fairly difficult, rather, trying to be somewhere near the middle. I lean left on some social issues, but trying to be a little bit moderate to some degree. Everybody thinks you're a piece of shit when you're a moderate. I mean, like I said, I get called an Uncle Tom or a sellout or a Uncle Ruckus. What is the other one? A Sambo. Every show. 5 or 6 times in the comments today. Every show. But then the liberals, I mean, better yet, but then MAGA thinks I'm a piece of shit too. So it is challenging to try to run somewhat center because everybody hates your ass. But we believe in free speech. We go left of Bernie Sanders. So I'm having dinner with QAnon. We let everybody speak. That's how we do it. You can, as I just illustrated, you can be critical of the host. So it's not like somebody's saying something, they're getting blocked or banned. As long as you don't get outrageous and set off the TikTok gods, because I can't control them. But otherwise, this is what we do. Tap the screen as I was stating. Get the likes up to about 120 on TikTok. YouTube, 140 if you will. Looking in the comments, you believe in the woke garbage, Tim. You need Jesus and the Bible. Oh shit, maybe I need to just go to Oklahoma and enroll in college. I think it's forced down there. Or Louisiana. They put the 10 Commandments on the screen in Louisiana as well. Maybe I just need to go to a Republican area and the Bible will be forced upon me. Appreciate the input there. 1 cap, 2 bears, even though it's critical. No problem. James Phillips. That's how Trump gets his name in the news. That ain't a good way to get your name in the news. I do agree Trump is really intelligent in terms of getting control of the media. But, I mean, doing it from a standpoint where it's bad is not necessarily, I mean, you got some people who are really, really fearful that Trump is going to be like Stalin or Kim Jong-un or Vlad. I mean, people really believe that. Up to and including folks that are saying they're going to they would vote for somebody who is dying or deceased over Trump. So, like what we're playing here, this speech, that's not a good way to get your name in the news. That speech where he's talking about, where the hell did I go? Oh, that speech where he's talking about you won't have to vote again. His name is in the news. That's not a good way to do it. Because now MAGA is left with the task of trying to tell you that it doesn't mean what your ears are telling you. James Phillips, that's how, yeah, and I do agree with you. That is how he gets his name in the news, though. Phillips, thank you for the super chat. Do you mean the Bible Trump was holding or the one he is selling? Well, the one he was holding, I believe, was upside down, and the one he's selling cost a whopping $60. I would purchase some of Trump's memorabilia, though. I would purchase some of his well, hell, I spent the fortune on MAGA hats. I mean, I got 3 or 4 of them around here. I got a Trump was right hat. I used to wave the Trump was right hat when Trump said something that was correct. I think right now, where the hell is that hat at? I think right now Trump should get credit for being right in suggesting that Biden needed to step down. I don't think he's happy with the results. I think Trump has made 2 major accomplishments that his side, MAGA, evangelicals, conservatives really wanted him to do, and really happy he did it. But he is probably not very happy that he was able to accomplish these 2 things. Number one, the rolling back of Roe v. Wade. There's no denying that that is not helping his candidacy for re-election. He was able to successfully roll back Roe v. Wade, something the Republicans have been trying to do for over 50 years, or about 50 years. No, over 50 years. And now that he's done it, my guess is if he could actually go back, he would probably try to delay that. Probably try to tell the Supreme Court, whatever you need to do, delay that until after the election. So even though he's been able to successfully do it, my guess is he probably wishes he hadn't been so successful because it's not helping him. And the second one is the constant bashing of Biden's cognitive abilities, alerting the public that Biden is not the man for the job. Biden is incapable. Biden's too old. Biden doesn't, what he used to say, can't string together a sentence, can't read without the teleprompter, doesn't know where he's at. Well, the rhetoric turned out to be successful. He talked Biden out of a job. But now he's dealing with Kamala. And I would tell you, I do believe, and I can say with a fair bit of confidence based on what I'm hearing, if Trump had the option of running against Biden or Kamala, it would damn sure be Biden. So those are 2 accomplishments that Trump has that I do believe he wish he had not accomplished. Rolling back Roe v. Wade and getting Biden to step down with the ridicule being so strong. Oh, well, we're here now, though. And looking in the comments, Biden is somehow 5 inches taller. I don't know the relevance of that, though, but right, I don't want to pay for people's 8-month abortions. Eric Reed, I don't. Are Americans really paying for pregnancy terminations? Because the right makes a big deal about that. I don't want to pay, just like I don't want to pay for somebody to have a sex change. Is that really coming out of the taxpayers' dough? Because you hear it a lot. Harris' record is Biden's record. Not true. Not true. There are plenty of things from the Biden, because Harris is vice president. I get your point. You're saying, well, she's on the same administration, so anything Biden screwed up can be blamed on Harris. That's not true. The botched evacuation in Afghanistan, where 13 service members lost their lives, you can blame that on Biden. You can't blame that on Harris. Harris ain't got nothing to do with that. So the idea that you can blame anything from the Biden administration on Harris is not true. I think there's a host of issues that Biden may have taken blame for that you can't put on Harris. I mean, maybe you don't like how universal health care, Obamacare, was rolled out when Trump and Obama, when Biden and Obama worked on it. Can't blame it on Harris, though. I mean, so no, you can't blame everything from the Biden administration on Harris, just like you can't blame everything from the Trump administration on Mike Pence. Mike Pence ain't responsible for January 6th. That happened under Trump. So no, I don't. I do agree there are things, because I do believe the border can be blamed on Kamala. I do believe that. Let me go back to the box. I think, is that who I think that James is that Jim Fistry? I can see something there.
It's James, folks.
Okay, I thought you were somebody I used to work with for a minute there. Okay, good evening.
How's it going?
It's going good. So what do you think? Did you hear this statement, this speech that Trump gave?
You could not help but hear it last night all over TikTok.
Yeah.
I go to a bunch of panels and stuff, and I wanted to make a comment about that. I like your format a lot better than a lot of the panels I see out there that's trying to debate. Because I'm 100% Democrat, but they'll bring up MAGAs and stuff like that and just beat them to death and make fun of them and all this other stuff. And, that's one thing I think the Democrats really mess up on, is that high elitism and stuff like that, and their morals are so much better. And they don't seem to get that the Republicans feel the same way. The megas feel the same way.
Yeah, I do appreciate.
Like
I do appreciate that, and that's one of the things I often am asked. Why would a liberal have a MAGA hat? And I tell folks all the time, I do believe, like what you're talking about, I believe that conservatives, Republicans, and particularly MAGA, don't get it. They often do not get a fair shake when it comes to the media and expressing their opinions. And the reason I have a MAGA hat is to let folks know this is MAGA friendly. We will always be that way. We don't have to agree on every damn thing, but you damn sure deserve the right to speak. So, yeah, you're right. We don't talk down the guests here. That is certainly one of the premises of the show.
Yeah. So it's a good format overall.
Thank you.
That was my main thought. I mean, I've actually sent others your way. These folks will tear up folks that are actually agreeing with them because they don't 100% agree with them. And that just is mind-boggling to me how you're thinking you're going to convert anybody or get them to think like you at all.
I get it too. I get it.
I just about wanted to go Republican just because of the way they were talking, you know?
Wow.
I can't agree with this person, you know what I'm saying?
Wow.
So,
yeah, I get it too, though. I prefer going in forums where there are Republicans, particularly like African American MAGA. Anytime I see Black MAGA, I love talking to them. And yeah, the first thing I generally get is attacked. And they call me all stupid, ignorant. You're fucktard or libtard. I get it. And I don't sling the name calling back because I don't think it makes for healthy conversation, but I am used to it that if you go on one of those forums, you're going to get attacked. And you're right, if MAGA goes into a liberal forum, they're going to call him a racist. And I mean, it's just what happens.
Yeah, they was, last night they were talking about how they had turned their family away just because they vote one way or another.
Yeah.
That makes no sense to me. And I hate that the division's out there, I still think most of this started under Hillary and Trump,
Yeah.
to where we just don't listen to each other. We talk around each other, and we have to freaking listen. Both sides have excellent ideals. Now, we got one fart head that wants to take it to an extreme measure that we do need to get rid of so that we can have a civilized debate and create areas where we can all enjoy life. That's our point. It's the point of having a government.
Fair enough. So
I'm not kumbaya.
No, I agree with that. So in regards to this, though, so you said one side is extreme. So you do believe that Trump is a threat to the republic or to democracy?
To democracy as a whole, and to minorities and stuff actually finding that, he is a threat there.
How do you see Trump as a threat to minorities?
Look, I'm not just talking about black folks or that. He's a threat to anybody that don't think his way, and that don't think the majority's way. I mean, I'm a staunch atheist, he makes me worry, you know what I'm saying? So he gets these Christian folks up in there and he'll do anything for that majority vote,
Wow.
So
that can be
dangerous.
Yeah, if you are correct, that can be scary, certainly the way you're painted. Man, I hope you're wrong, but we'll see. Do you think Kamala can pull it off?
I hope so. I think she can. I hear the support. We will see. I would love to see it.
Fair enough. All right, James.
I'd vote for a dead man before I'd vote for Trump. I mean,
how can
somebody seriously bad?
But how can the liberals suggest that MAGA is not intelligent or in a cult when there's so many Democrats that are saying they'd rather vote for a dead man than Trump?
I think, to defend that position, I think that Trump, I'm not married to no individual politician. Harris messes up, oh well, go down the road. You know what I'm saying? We'll find somebody else. Biden messed up, we went down the road. We're not married to our politicians. They're in there to do a job. That's it. And if they can't do the job, they got to go on down the road.
All right.
And the majority of that job is to keep us all going in one path and seeing a brighter future. And Trump don't do that for everybody.
True.
He just don't. And he makes the other side seems like we're going to attack their side. Most of these folks are getting stirred up because they're scared that the damn, LBGT is going to run into their living room and turn them all gay. You know what I'm saying? Or You know, we're gonna go abort their.
Did you wait? But I have to before I let you go, because you brought that point up. And you're a subscriber. We can talk for a minute. Did you see the opening for the Olympics? You mentioned coming in your living room and turning everybody gay. Because I could do a whole show on the Olympic opening alone. Did you see that?
No, I did not.
Oh
No,
my
I have not.
God.
The
Okay.
Olympics too much.
I'll leave it at that, but I would invite you to look up that opening ceremony, because it was very controversial. It was in France, but it was very controversial. I gotta move it on, James. Give you the last word.
Take care.
Absolute pleasure. All right, moving the program on. Did anybody else see that Olympic opening ceremony? I watched quite a bit of it, and I'll tell you something. While watching, well, let me respond to this other comment first. Bill Ogden, I wanted to bring up, said, I'm personally voting red, but I disagree with Republican standpoint on abortion, global warming, and Ukraine. I think we should cut funding for Ukraine, but not totally cut them off. Well, you cut funding for Ukraine, you might as well cut them off, because they're going to lose. I mean, they're already at odds, even with our funding. They're barely keeping Russia at bay. You cut it any lower, you might as well just cut it off altogether. But in regards to that Olympic ceremony, how many of you folks did any of you folks see it? And I brought that up because of what my last guest stated, is that the Republicans believe that people are going to come in their living room and turn them gay. I mean, didn't they do a drag queen rendition of the Last Supper? Wow. I mean, because I'm watching it and there's dudes kissing each other. Why the hell? What does that got to do with the Olympics? I mean, folks are dancing around and you see two dudes kissing. I'm like, because I'm sitting there watching with a guy. I mean, I'm over at family, and I'm like, I look at dude, I'm like, was that two dudes kissing each other? He's like, yeah. This is the opening ceremony. Okay, Lady Gaga sings a song in French. Cool, that's fine. But when they got to the LGBT stuff, I was like, what? Because I look at him and I'm like, because he knows that I'm on here talking to you folks, I talk to MAGA. I'm like, my MAGA side of the audience ain't going to let this shit go. Like, I guarantee I'm going to hear about this. And my inbox is loaded with people talking about, see what you liberals are doing? You're trying to, at the Olympic ceremony, dudes kissing. Like, what does that got to do with this ceremony? Why? I mean, there wasn't even a man and woman kissing, just dudes. Okay, let me leave it alone. I see some folks in the comments like, so what? I'm not trying to sound homophobic or whatever the case may be, and maybe to some of you folks I might sound that way, but I've watched Olympic ceremonies going way back. I've never seen nothing like that. What is the purpose? I mean, like I said, there was not even a man and woman kissing. You're only going to show same-sex kisses? So I'm bringing it up, and I see some folks saying, yeah, you do sound homophobic. Fair enough. Like I said, I'm open to the critique. I don't get this shit always right. So if you see something wrong, feel free to point it out. Nobody gets blocked or banned here. But what is the purpose of that? The Olympics is about competition between the countries. Why is same-sex kissing and are we going to have a drag queen event? Then that's different. But what is the purpose of putting drag queens out there? Okay, maybe I'm being homophobic, but I gotta question that. It made no sense at all. I mean, it's like literally throwing LGBT issues into something that it has no relevance just to make a point. An actual drag queen rendition of the Last Supper. Why? For the Olympics. Why? What is the relevance to that? You can say you're an ally of the community, but that? No, I don't know. Maybe I need to get into an LGBT forum and ask them what was the purpose of that, because I don't get it. I mean, I don't get it. Two dudes kissing, and you don't even show a man kissing a woman. Looking in the comments, if it was a woman, you just say, wait a minute, if it was woman, you just say of that show was inappropriate. Why can't you just say that? Because I don't know if it's inappropriate or not. I don't even know what the hell it is at all. I'm asking you folks. To me, yeah, it looks inappropriate, or well, not inappropriate. It looks irrelevant. Let's just say that. I'm not, as opposed to saying it's inappropriate. It's irrelevant. The Olympics has nothing to do with the LGBT community. Okay, maybe some of the competitors may be LGBT in nature, fair enough. But why is that in the opening? People kissing and stuff. As opposed to inappropriate. How about irrelevant? What is this? What is this here for? So yeah, I knew when I was watching that. Oh, now that may have something. Now that may make some sense. Ravens 25 fan said it's Paris, Tim. So Gay Paris or whatever. France is a very open country. It could be that, maybe. But France has had Olympics before. They've hosted the Olympics before. I don't know. To me, it just seemed weird. Let's not go with inappropriate or even irrelevant. How about weird? Like this is a sporting event. Why are they showing people kissing and stuff like that? Where does the Last Supper thing come? Where does that come in? It just seems weird. This stuff you're putting something in a place where it doesn't appear to even fit. Like if you watch the whole thing over again and you ask people who haven't seen, what about this maybe doesn't fit? That's going to come up. That's the way I look at it. Let me go back to the box. And that wasn't the topic of the show, but I just happened to think of it when my last guest said, the right thinks that you're going to come into their living room and turn everybody gay, because that's kind of what happened. It didn't turn, you're not going to turn people gay. I don't believe you can turn people gay, but that was broadcast into the living rooms of homes all over the world. It's like, why is that? And I see Jay, is that JJ? JL or JJ says you're being offensive. How is that offensive? I'd like to know, because if you point out something, listen, I'll concede a point all day, but how is suggesting that talking about like the whole Last Supper thing, is that not offensive? Okay, we know what the Christian community thinks of LGBT stuff. It's a sin, whatever the case may be. I'm not very religious, but we know that. Why would they use that, the Last Supper, as a parody? So when you point out that I'm being offensive, wasn't that the whole purpose of that? To do the Last Supper in drag? Isn't that the point? To be offensive to them? And I see in the comments, Lampy Live says you're clearly homophobic. I actually consider myself an ally of the community, but let me just say this. I'm not an ally to the point where you can't question stuff. Maybe that's the way you view it, but Elon Musk said his son is dead. I haven't heard anything about that, Chris Routh. I'm seeing that in the comments, but I don't know. But like I said, if you're going to say what I'm saying is offensive, but them doing a rendition of the Last Supper in drag, knowing how Christians feel, if that ain't offensive, but what I'm saying is offensive, then maybe some bias. Maybe some bias in here. But look, this is an open forum. Like I said, we don't block, ban, or censor anybody. So if I'm getting it wrong, hell yeah, tell me all day without any concern of being blocked, banned, or censored. Anyway, going back to the actual comment. No, you are right to question if people are being crybabies, saying you are offensive. Beautiful diva, thank you. Like I said, I'm not trying to be offensive, but damn, like that looked weird. It just looked weird. Drag queens at the Olympics. It looked weird to me. That's all I'm saying. I'm not fully understanding, is the issue the drag queen or the Last Supper? The issue is it's an opening ceremony for the Olympics. Drag queens at that ceremony. I've never seen any sporting event anywhere on the planet, whether it's when I lived in Australia, rugby and in cricket games, obviously baseball, football, hockey, basketball. I've never seen drag queens used at any sporting event anywhere in the world. So let's just say it's weird. It's different. I've never seen that before. Has any of you folks seen that? There's a lot of, Super Bowl, there's a lot of sport. Have you ever seen them use drag queens as part of the opening in any sporting event. That's why I'm bringing it up. It's something I've never seen before, and I'm in my 50s. Never seen it. Looking in the comments, somebody said, yes. What sporting event you've seen where they use drag? So because of your opinion, the left calls you names. Typical. I wish I could argue with you on that. It was not appropriate, relevant, or necessary. All right. It's the Olympics. It's entertainment for an opening show. Americans are uptight. I guarantee you that's not just Americans questioning that. I can guarantee you that. Because that was obviously a worldwide, that was televised worldwide. I guarantee you there are people in other countries that are questioning that. Guarantee you. Looking in the comments, even if it was the real Last Supper, he had no business for the Olympics. Yeah, and that's great point. I would have said the same thing if there was a whole bunch of prayer in the opening of the Olympic ceremony as well. If they featured people praying and, maybe they showed Muslims on their cloths that they pray on, and then they moved over to Christians, and yeah, I would have said the same thing. That's not in I mean, it was different. It shouldn't be wrong to call out something being different when it's the LGBT community, unless you're suggesting that they are above reproach. Because I damn sure believe that the LGBT community and a lot of folks on the left would have called it out if it had a whole bunch of Christianity in it. So, just this is what it's like when you try to come at it from the middle angle. People want you to pick a side. They do. Looking in the comments, it was highlighting paintings. I saw two dudes kissing. What do you mean by highlighting paintings? Why can't we ask questions if something doesn't fit? Because people don't want you to ask. I agree it was different, but don't find it that big of a deal. Okay, fair enough. It was big enough of a deal to remember it. Let's say it like that. It ain't like I walked away from watching that and wanted to suck a dick afterwards, but it was big enough that I won't forget that opening ceremony ever. Looking in the comments, it was the Last Supper, golden calf, and death on a white horse too. Was that in that too? I didn't watch the whole thing, but the part I saw, I'm like, damn, what am I looking at? It was a complete mockery in the Olympics, and NBC forced people to take down clips of it because they know people are mad about it. Yeah. Like I said, I'm very open-minded, and I'm watching it with one other family member, and I looked at him and said, I guarantee I'm going to hear about this tomorrow. I know what the left feels about certain topics, and I know what the right feels about certain topics. And I'm like, I guarantee I'm going to hear. And I got up this morning, checked inbox on TikTok and on some of YouTubers loaded with people. See, this is what the left does. Y'all trying to force this down our throat. Yeah, I knew I was going to hear about it. Let me go back to the box, because I'm like, what am I watching? This is crazy. Double Luck. Good evening. Welcome to the program, Double Luck. I know what happened with the box there. These mental illnesses men were mocking God. So I already know where you're going. You're suggesting that anybody that has, well, you're suggesting LGBT members have mental illness. Now I don't buy into that. Dude Bro, by the way, that's a hell of a name. Thank you for the super chat. Dude Bro says these mental illnesses men were mocking God. Now, a lot of folks on the right do believe that if you're particularly transgender, it's a mental illness. I'm not going to buy into that. For the simple fact is that's what kind of led people to talk about praying out the gayness. And that stuff is what causes people to off themselves. I don't want to suggest that people have mental illness, but I know a lot of people do believe that. Gen X kind of hope Trump loses so I can come travel and break bread with you, brother. Probably not going to happen though. Yeah, Trump's, if this path continues, I think it's going to be an uphill battle for Trump. Not saying he's going to lose, but the trajectory, let's just look at it like this. Before I go back to the box again, because my last guest, Trump is speaking right now. I got him on. I can't put it on the monitor behind me or copyright every damn thing, but I got Fox on behind me. Trump rallying in swing state of Minnesota. He's down by 6 points in Minnesota, according to Fox, before he went there. That ain't going to get better now that Biden is gone. But yeah, in regards to Trump, he could win, but I'm just simply saying Kamala is not going to make that job any easier. Certainly with both him and JD Vance now in the media. The women vote, woo, woo, man. We'll see. Let me just say that we'll see, because Trump was doing all right he was starting to do all right with African Americans, but yeah, Kamala's not Biden. Kamala's not Biden. Anyhow, let me go back to the box. I'll try it one more time. We're having some trouble bringing up. Harris supports Biden, Tim, politically. Tim, huh? Harris supports Biden, Tim. Yeah, we know that. Politically, Tim. Okay. Tore families up, overflowed prisons. He also called the people who were being arrested super predators. I'm not saying some of these people didn't deserve to go to jail, but it was, well, Bill, I'm not disagreeing with you. Biden has all kinds of racial shit in his past. But so does Trump, by the way. It's just that MAGA holds Biden accountable and Trump stuff was taken out of context. But I mean, there's a reason why a lot of minorities see Trump as the one that's intolerant. There's stuff in his past as well. Also, I will tell you this, Bill Ogden, as I pointed out before earlier in the program, when Trump was president, before Biden and Kamala was on the scene, people were bringing up things from Trump's past, his wives, comments he made, broken relationships, and the overall response was, I don't care about anything he did before he became president. I'm only focusing on what he's doing now while he's in charge of the country. All of a sudden, when Biden got elected, that went out the window, and things from as far back as 30 or 40 years ago were certainly okay to bring up on Biden. So I'm bringing that up because you're talking about, super predators. All that stuff's like 30, 40 years old. The crime bill from 1994, that's 30 years ago. If you brought up something during Trump's term that was from 30 years ago, MAGA wouldn't even entertain it. So I do want to bring that up to you. They separated the church and state to install the Church of, what did I say, Glory or Goofy? Eric G? I don't quite get that. I can't pronounce that. Whatever your last word is with those symbols, I can't. But they got rid of the Church of Clergy to install. I don't know what you're saying, but I do believe we are headed back towards a more religious-based government under Trump. I'm not going to say it's the end of the world if he gets elected, but he certainly is going to put religion in our government. If 7-2 Supreme, just like I say all the time, if we had a 7-2 liberal majority, imagine how far to the left this country would be. Imagine, for my MAGA folks, imagine the type of country you think this would be. And under that premise, quit acting like the liberals, being afraid of a 7-2 on the right, are talking out of their head. You would feel the same way if it was that lopsided against you. So the left has a legitimate reason to fear a government that is that unbalanced, a Supreme Court rather that is that unbalanced. Thank you, BWR Reviews, for the subscription. I do appreciate that. First dibs in the box for those subscribers. Let me go to the box. I tried to bring up Double Luck. We'll go with Brian Smith. Double Luck, I don't know what happened with I guess the box dropped her. We'll try Brian Smith. Good afternoon. Welcome to the program, Brian.
Oh, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, sir.
Nice. Thanks for bringing me up.
So did you, this speech that's coming out, you got your door open, so you got something chiming in the background?
Oh, yeah, I'm always driving, but I'm putting it in park.
Okay. Have you heard this speech that everyone's talking about?
I did.
What's your opinion? Is it taken out of context?
My opinion on that is that I think that he was just, as one of the previous guests were mentioning, or maybe it was someone in the comment box, that he was just doing it to get coverage. I think he said that for the same reasons that he said, he's going to get in office and have another 8 years, another 12 years. I think he just says that kind of stuff to get attention. And also, I think the primary goal was just to say whatever he had to say in order to get people motivated to get up and make a vote. So you believe that him saying he wants to be in office for 8 years, as your point, or say he wants to be in office for longer than the Constitution supposedly allows, that promotes his supporters to get out and vote for him? No. That part is just to get media coverage.
Okay.
Because he knows that's going to draw the people who already hate him to death to, oh my God, he's a dictator and he's going to be, I told you this was going to happen. And if he gets in office, they're going to take whatever he say literally.
So you believe he don't mean any of this stuff?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So he
I
says
think he's just saying that.
So he literally is exaggerating. He's literally exaggerating and lying on camera to get attention.
Yeah, like most politicians do.
But wasn't he elected to not be a typical?
You just said that.
Yeah, but you said like most politicians. Wasn't he elected to not be a typical politician?
He did that for, and you have to take a picture. This was a rally, was it not? Or was it the convention? I don't even remember where it was. I just remember seeing clips of it. I mean, the purpose of it was just to entertain the people that were there. It wasn't like he was, acting in some official capacity, trying to establish policy or anything like that. This was just him shooting from the hip, just trying to say something.
Let me ask it to you this way: Do you believe the liberals have a legitimate right to hear that and be upset?
Yeah, I mean, I don't tell anyone how they should feel about something. I mean, if they feel that he's saying that because he's going to change the whole government structure to where it's basically a tyrannical government, and he and only he can make decisions, and they're going to replace all of the liberal Supreme Court members, and then there's only going to be 9, and they're all going to have conservative. If they want to believe that, then fine. I mean, I think it's, I won't say stupid, but a silly.
Well, but wait a minute.
Perspective, if that's what they think that can actually happen.
Well, when Obama took office, people were saying he was going to turn the country into a socialist country. People believed that one man was actually going to do that, didn't they?
Yeah, well, those people should study a little bit more on how the government actually works and figure out for themselves.
You do,
and realize that something like that would happen.
Yeah, but you do realize that one of those men saying that was Trump, that he was one of the people saying that one man could turn the country into a socialist country. He's still saying it. He said Kamala's going to do it.
Again, I think he, like many other politicians, say things that are clearly not true, and they say it to get attention and to work up their base, and
So if he regularly, and I see Ed G said Church of Gay. Oh, they separated the church and state and installed the Church of Gay. Damn. Oh my God. I'll respond in a minute. So based on what you're saying, Bryant, it would lead to the obvious question. How do you know when to take Trump seriously? If you're admitting that he'll exaggerate and lie just to get attention, how do you know when he's telling the truth?
I mean, it's not about what somebody's saying. It's about what they're doing. If he got in there, he's actually backing legislation, because he's not making any laws. If he's backing legislation, coming from out of the Senate, House and the Senate, then maybe I would start to be concerned about something like that.
So what you said is not what he's saying, is what he actually does. So what are you saying? That everything that a candidate says should be ignored?
No, I mean, I think there's clearly, some things that hyperbole.
How do you know? What do you use to judge?
You don't know. You just, think of what the person could actually do, and think of if it's actually capable. If a person with no capability is talking about they're going to destroy the entire planet, I mean, you take it, with the same as a grain of salt. That you don't I mean, I wouldn't work myself up about something when I know it's not possible. Like, there's not even a venue for something like that to even happen.
So when Beto O'Rourke said, "You're damn right, we're going to take away your guns," you looked at that immediately and said, "That's just hyperbole."
Yeah.
You do realize your party did not do that, including Trump.
I know. I mean, they're going to take that and they're going to use that to fearmonger people and get them. They're going to say what they have to say in order to get people worked up to get out there and vote. If no one cared, then they're not going to vote. In order to vote, I mean, in order to maintain the power, in order to actually pass the legislation, to help with what they're saying, but to actually get in there and make the bills and make policy, in order to do that, you have to be voted in office. In order to get voted in, you're going to have to make points.
Yeah, I think
for people to actually get up off their couch.
Yeah,
get up off their couch and go vote. If they don't care, if everything is just hunky dory and there's no problems and there's no fear, then people, I'm all right. But if you get out there, you tell them, oh, they're going to take your guns and move illegal immigrants into your house, and it's going to be like, oh, wait a damn minute. Oh, they're going to turn off your Pornhub, and I mean, that's going to be the kind of stuff.
Wasn't Trump? But wasn't Trump supposed to be different from all of this stuff? This is all typical politician. Wasn't he supposed to be the guy that was going to change the system and get us away from the status quo? You make it sound like he jumped in the swamp and just became yet another swamp creature.
And there's going to be some swampiness about it. I think that he actually tried to. I mean, a lot of people do like empathy for this.
I might have to. You breaking up something awful. Yeah, Brian. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to move it on. You're illegible at this point. Come on back anytime. I certainly don't like cutting off guests, but his signal was dropping. So sounds like he actually. What does that say? He actually voted for. Yeah, I believe Brian. I believe my last guest voted for Trump for sure. I wanted to ask him that because I think he was African American. I had a few other questions to ask him, but his signal was going in. You're welcome back anytime, but his signal was going out. He would have done great things for the nation, says Johnny 11. Well, and I see also you said y'all denied him his second term. Well, yeah, they denied Trump his second term. I mean, Trump was running for the benefit of evangelicals, the benefit of Republicans, the benefit of Republican red cities, red states. The people that lived in other places that had a different mindset, he's not campaigning to those folks. So yeah, they did not. I mean, there was apparently more of them than the people he was supporting. So yeah, they denied him a second term. But the idea that he was going to do great things for this nation depends on what side of the aisle you're on. I mean, obviously, women, pro-choice women, don't see Trump as doing great things for the nation. I mean, there are groups of people that would agree with you, Johnny. Trump is going to do great things for the nation for them, but there are other people who don't favor it. I mean, it is what it is. So, I mean, that's how politicians work. Politics work. Looking in the comments, Glamper Camper. One of the qualifications for his vice president was, what is your neck size? There's got to be some comedy in there. What do you mean by that? What is your neck size? I don't know where that's going. Joe Shalom, Trump is not taken out of context. He said this is the last election if he wins, and he meant it. This is the last election. Now, before we continue on the program, I will ask that you tap the screen, get the likes up to about 140,000, smash that like button on YouTube. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. We go left of Bernie Sanders to having dinner with QAnon. We believe in letting everybody speak. You don't have to agree with anyone in the comment section. You damn sure don't have to agree with the host. And we don't talk down to guests. That's how we run the program. We are MAGA friendly, been that way since day one. Always will be, but liberals are welcome as well. So what did he say exactly? Did he say this is the last election? That I don't know. Did he?
Get your family, get everyone you know, and vote. Vote early, vote absentee, vote on election day. I don't care how, but you have to get out and vote. And again, Christians, get out and vote just this time.
Let me posit it that Christians get out and vote. I mean, I'd be curious. I don't get many Muslims or Jehovah Witnesses or non-Christians really talk. We don't discuss a lot of religion on the program other than Christianity. I'd be curious to how they view this, because this is a very pro-Christian administration that Trump is promoting. And obviously in America, there are other religions.
You won't have to do it anymore. 4 more years, you know what? It'll be fixed. It'll be fine. You won't have to vote anymore, my beautiful Christians. I love you, Christians. I'm not Christian. I love you. Get out. You got to get out and vote. In 4 years, you don't have to vote again. We'll have it fixed so good you're not going to have to vote. If you want...
Yeah, he don't address no other religion. Man, like I said, if you are a non-Christian, Muslim or something like that, man, I would be curious to see how they take this, because he clearly is favoring one religion. Now, Biden is Christian as well, but Biden doesn't get up there and, talk like this. This is pretty pro-Christian. This is really strong support of Christianity. When they say God bless America and no place else, kind of sound like that. So I would love to hear how other folks feel. Now, in the comments, somebody said, I swear he said, I'm not a Christian. Trump stated once before that he has never asked God for forgiveness in his entire life. And he was senior citizen age. There's a video of him on YouTube saying that. I've never asked God for forgiveness in my life. I've never heard of a Christian do that. Isn't that part of praying? Kind of doing it while you're praying? So, Lord, lead me to sleep. I'm trying to think of the Lord lead me down to sleep, pray the Lord. If I see that before, something like there's a lot of prayers that have forgiveness in it. Maybe not that one. Let me go back to the box. Skippy. Good afternoon or good evening. I swear, I don't know. Did he ever say he was not a Christian? I've never heard that, but damn. Jesus accepts everyone. That's the way I was brought up. But what about the LGBT community? Is there going to be drag queens in heaven? You show up to the pearly gates dressed as a woman, you're good to go, right? I want to point that out because a lot of Christians have an adversarial view of the LGBT community. Chris Toll Baller, I think that says, no other religion has done what Christianity has for humanity. No other religion has. What the hell are you talking about? No other religion has done what Christianity has done for humanity. No other religion. I think you might want to say no other religion has done what Christianity has done to humanity. No, really? Are you serious? All of the colonizing and enslaving and oppression in the name of God, by the way. No other religion has done what Christianity has done for humanity. No, to humanity. I definitely think you might want to replace that 4 with 2. Looking in the funny though, very humorous. Continuing on, he said it. You were too triggered and fear-monger to hear it. What did he say, Trevor? You said he said it, but I suppose you were meaning me. I was too triggered and was fear-mongering to hear it. What did he say? He said, I'm not Christian? How? If Trump said he wasn't Christian, I wouldn't be triggered by that. I grew up very religious, in a church and thing. I'm not very religious at this point. I wouldn't be triggered by that. I get atheists calling the show all the time. He says he's not in your cup. Let it play a little more.
To save America, get your friends, get your family, get everyone you know, and vote. Vote early, vote absentee, vote on election day. I don't care how, but you have to get out and vote. And again, Christians, get out and vote just this time. You won't have to do it anymore. 4 more years, you know what? It'll be fixed. It'll be fine. You won't have to vote anymore, my beautiful Christians. I love you, Christians. I'm not Christian. I love you. Get out. You got to get out and vote. In 4 years, you don't have to vote again. We'll have it.
You were right. Like I said, I'm always willing to concede a point, even if it's critical of me. And you were right. Whoever just said that, you were too triggered and fear-mongering to hear it. You are correct. He did say that. You're right. I was too busy focusing on the rest of that shit to play it out. I'll concede that point. You certainly get the win on that. Whoever made that statement, thank you for. Yeah, wow, that is crazy. That is crazy. Damn. So now, because many have suggested in this country, remember Barack Hussein Obama? Nobody would vote for him because he's a Muslim. Many have suggested that we would never vote for a president that was not Christian, that you had to be Christian to even make it in the White House. I mean, I'm so shocked to hear this, as he pointed out rightfully. I was triggered and fearmonger to even hear that. He's right. Let me hear that again.
You got to get out and vote. In 4 years, you don't have to vote again. We'll have it fixed so good you're not going to have to vote. Fine. You won't have to vote anymore, my beautiful Christians. I love you, Christians. I'm not Christian. I love you. Get out. You got.
How the fuck did I miss that? How the fuck did I miss that? I do appreciate you for this. Is what one of the reasons why I enjoy the program, because I always say all the time, I don't have all the answers, and neither do any of you. This is how we kind of make things work. Uncensored dialogue. We get to share points back and forth. Hopefully we can open each other's eyes no matter what side of the aisle you're on. You definitely got me with that one. Definitely got me with that one. Man, I had not heard that. Holy shiznit. All right, looking in the comments, I thought you heard that. I've heard this speech several times today. I've played it. And because of all the other shit that's in it, I never focused on him saying that little 2-second line, because the rest of it is so controversial. As he pointed out, you're triggered and so fear-mongered, you didn't even hear that part. Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. Can you imagine what the evangelicals would have said if before Trump came on the scene in 2015, came down the escalator? Let's go back 9 years and imagine talking to any evangelical and asking them, would you vote for a president that openly states he's not Christian? You already know what the answer would be. 9-10 years ago, would you vote for a president that openly states he is not evangelical? Shout out to Trump. He is able to do the undoable. This is why when I bring up that Trump promised to give police immunity and everybody, well, he can't do that. Yeah, you don't have to worry about that. If I had a nickel for every time I heard somebody say Trump could not do something that he ended up doing, I would probably be doing all right now. I'd be at least middle class shit, damn it. So I do want to point that out, that at this point, I'm no longer confident that Trump can't do any of the stuff he says, because what was it, 91 federal charges originally? They knocked it down to 88, and now it looks like he might not face any type of music for any of that stuff. Who else could do that? Who else could pull something like that off? Even if it's a witch hunt, even if it's bullshit charges, who else would survive like that? I mean, we got folks on television that walk out of prison after doing decades in there for bullshit. He's not even seen handcuffs yet. 80 some felony charges and not even been placed in handcuffs. So anytime somebody say, well, he can't do that, I don't buy that anymore. The man can pull miracles out. So I'm going to leave it at that. So when he says he wants to give police immunity from prosecution, I don't feel confident under the notion that he could never do it. Looking in and by the way, thank you for the super chat, James Phillips on YouTube. The Olympics thing is bullshit. And some anti-LGBT wanting to bring Christians into this. I don't remember Greek god, I don't know the name of this Greek god, Dionysus or something, in the Last Supper. No, it was, I can't spin what happened in the Olympics. I don't know why it went LGBT like that. I do not know, and I can't even make up some shit. And I'm an ally of the community. I'm definitely an ally of the LGBT community. I'll go to a drag show and tip them all day. I mean, I've been to gay clubs and shit like that. So certainly as a rideshare driver and shit like that, take people in. Yeah, I don't have a problem with it, but I can't make what happened at the Olympics sound normal. Martin Gingerich, I'm a Christian. I feel better with Trump in charge as far as freedom of religion goes, but that's just me. Well, your point is very understandable, Martin. because everything Trump is saying is pro-Christian. If you were a Christian and you're worried about your freedoms as a Christian, there probably is no other better candidate in recent history than Trump. Now, if you're Muslim, you wouldn't feel comfortable. If you were non-Christian, you wouldn't feel comfortable. But he's putting your religion on a pedestal. So it makes perfect sense that you feel comfortable. He's going to give your religion hierarchy. If you get Biden or Kamala in there, they're going to promote more of religious equality. They're not going to be going and saying some of the stuff Trump is saying in the name of Christians. They would be likely okay with attending a Muslim event, maybe attending some Jewish event. Trump is pro-Christian, even though he's saying he's not a Christian. Everything he's doing is in defense of Christianity because they're supporting him very strongly. So it makes sense that you would feel more confident as a Christian with Trump in there, even though he said there are some, let's say, for instance, I'm very pro-black. Let's say I'm one of them Black Panthers, or I'm a member of Black Lives Matter, or some very pro-black organization. There might be a white person that I might side with because they're so hardcore for black issues, even though that person is not black. Trump is hardcore for Christian issues. So it makes sense. It makes sense what you just said. Looking in the comments, though, there's nothing wrong with being traditional. It depends on, go back to traditional America. There's plenty of things wrong with it. So traditional America is okay if you hopscotch over bad parts of it. There was a lot of oppression and bad treatment of people in traditional America. There's a lot of bad in it, okay? So there can be something wrong with it if you don't take out all of it. If you just say, I like traditional America so much, I want to be dropped back into the 1950s, nothing changed. That's not good. But if you want to pick and choose what parts of it, then that's a different conversation. That's what I meant by that, Tim. Not that kind of tradition. Okay, fair enough. There are some traditions, just saying. Yeah, but we don't know which ones we want to go back to. Trump should run for president in Russia. Now they got one. And by the way, running for president in Russia at this point is dangerous. Double luck, let's try it again. Real quick in the comments, also hang on a second, double luck. Martin Gingrich, thank you for the super chat. Also, doesn't Kamala have a bad track record of being strong on petty crimes? Thanks for your commentary. I love your show. I appreciate your support. Martin, does Kamala have a bad track record of being strong on petty crimes? I got to say, I'm baffled that Kamala came along and the right is suddenly questioning people who are tough on crime. A bad track record of being tough on petty crime. Isn't it? All of these folks that are running into CVS and stealing, don't you want them to be tough? Oddly enough, once Kamala came on the scene, being tough on crime is a bad thing. That sounds like a liberal issue. Muslims would still likely side with Trump. Christian views are closer to Islam than shoving the church of gay with Kamala. Really? Edgy, you think Muslims would be more likely to side with? Didn't he call for a total and complete ban on all Muslims coming into him? No, that ain't working. Double luck. Good afternoon.
Tim, how you doing?
I'm doing it. Trump, Muslims for Trump. What say you?
Trump's gonna try to get anybody he can, but he's not for anybody who's not he views as insignificant. So they're not a big group in the United States. So they're of no use to him. That's what I believe about him.
Right, but what he's saying is that the Muslim community is more likely to side with Trump because of the LGBT stuff that's coming from the liberal side. Do you see? Go ahead.
It's like what you said before. That may be true, but it's not a big enough issue to make anybody vote for someone. That's not. They're a single issue voters. I don't believe that's the issue people are ever going to vote about. I just don't see it.
No, I don't see that at all. Certainly, like I said, in reference to Trump and that Muslim ban, that's way bigger than that's way bigger than that.
Yeah, but to your question about the speech, hey, that's Trump being Trump. MAGA loves him because he's a straight shooter.
But then when it makes it like, oh my gosh, this really doesn't sound as good as we want it to be. Now all of a sudden, well, he doesn't really mean that. He's just joking. And the other guy, I don't know what the hell he was saying. He's talking about, he's to rile up everybody. When do you rile up the other side? Yeah. If you're trying to win, why do you galvanize the opponent? That's stupid.
Yeah, you make a really good point about we voted for Trump because he shoots straight from the hip. He's a straight shooter. He tells it like he sees it, and then all of a sudden he says all this controversial shit. Well, he didn't mean it that way. He meant it this way. And what happened to the straight shooter? All of a sudden now he's speaking in riddles. So that's a great point.
Well, even the other guy said himself. He goes, there is no measure to figure out. There's no standard to say when is it hyperbole and when is it actually true. Yeah, it's just all about it's the fuck your feelings crowd. They're the ones all about the feelings now. Like, well, they got to explain away everything because their feelings are hurt on it because it is. And like I said, my whole point with him has always been the anti-constitutional stuff. The quote unquote joking about a third term because he was treated unfairly in the first one. When he was at Helsinki, he kicked the person out of the room when he was going to, when he and Putin were in there, so he couldn't get the translation. Yeah. I mean, all that stuff is authoritarianism type stuff. Our way of life has always been open and, put everything on the table and let people know and be informed as best we can. But, he's done everything he can to erode who we are as America. I mean, everybody wants to claim these other things, about money and all this and prices. All those things can come and go. But like I said, the standard for me is always about, they'll say, well, if you don't have a border, you don't have a country. No, if you don't have a constitution, you don't have a country.
That's a great comeback. That's a really good comeback. And I will say this in regards to the notion that Trump is taken out of context. He sure provides a lot of material for that to happen. I mean, he says a lot, take away guns without due process. That's unconstitutional. Certainly the Muslim ban, a total and complete ban on Muslims. He says a lot of stuff. So when people are saying that he is a threat to the Constitution, it ain't made up. He is saying things that give people a reason to make those statements.
Well, I mean, any of the people you can think of. I mean, I heard this a while back, several decades ago. You talk about name 3 people, throughout all history. You don't have to have ever even known them that you believe to be great leaders. And if you think about them, the one thing all of them have in common is they're all great communicators. And if you're saying dumb shit like this, it just shows you're not smart enough to run the country. You're not. Everybody you pick, hey, I'm going to pick all these great people. We're going to be tired of winning. You fire everybody. Oh, it's all the deep state. They're really trying to get him. Then he's an idiot then. If the deep state can really get to him like that, then he's a fucking idiot.
74, but you got to explain 74 million votes. That's one of the highest voting totals of any leader in history. I mean, he got 7. I think he's second. I think Biden, because Biden allegedly got more than Obama. I was going
to say, I think the best thing Trump ever did is get people to take voting seriously. It just so happened it didn't work in his favor. And, same thing as this. There's going to be people that are going to just get out to vote against him. I think now why Kamala will win the election is the Democrats are now taking a play out of the Republicans' playbook. Everyone's gotten in line now. Democrats usually never get in line. They want to fall in love and like the whole adage is.
Well, you just had to give them give them a living human being to vote for.
Right.
Yeah.
They see Democrats always want to fall in love and Republicans always want to fall in line. Well, now the Democrats are falling in line, and Trump has no plan B. He had no plan B other than Biden is old and decrepit, and this stuff with the inflation and all of this. And now I think it's probably too late for them to even do anything. But I think the JD Vance thing was a dumb move. I mean, he just I don't know if it was the shock of and the trauma of his head injury made him go pick that person.
I think the polls and the media was letting Trump know that he was so secure in his victory over Biden that he didn't have to really be concerned. I mean, everybody knows that Trump was on the path to beat Biden. So I think he felt that victory was so much in the bag that he didn't have to really worry about picking a VP candidate to help him. And all of a sudden, the script got flipped.
That's even still stupid. That's even still more stupid, though. I mean, because if you're trying to mitigate risk, you do want to spread your bets. I mean, a little bit. Yeah. You say so you don't go deeper in on whatever is you already got these people. So I mean, there's no need to go MAGA or more to your own base. You don't need to galvanize the base because you already got the base. You need to get the election was going to be won from the middle, and these the independents are people who are apathetic. And you could have gotten a few here and there.
Let me ask you that. Let me ask you that in regards to picking a VP that could have got up more votes. In the comments, Joe says Trump should have picked the man that loved him. Do you think Tim Scott could have helped Trump get more votes?
No, because who would Tim Scott have got? He wouldn't have got any more black voters because the black voters that are already MAGA are already going to go for Trump. The people that don't like Tim Scott, African Americans, are saying he's a sellout. He's Uncle Tom. I'm not voting for him. It wouldn't have gotten anything. I only think what he would have. The only person I think he should have picked to spread his base a little bit is Nikki Haley.
Yeah,
that's the only person that would have maybe got him some females, women votes.
What about Vivek? Vivek is a minority. There are some there are people of Indian descent in the country. He is a minority.
Yeah, but I mean Vivek. To me, Vivek is a joke. I mean, he's more MAGA than Trump is. I mean, so people that are going to vote MAGA, we're going to vote. To me, he's no different than picking JD Vance. Wow. It's the same thing. No one's picking. I don't believe anybody's looking at Vivek and saying, "Oh, I'm going to vote for him now because he's a minority." I don't see it. To me, Vivek is an absolute clown and just a caricature of a bigger MAGA than even Trump is.
All right. Yeah, I'm thinking of those 9 that was up there. Chris Christie's fairly moderate. He was up there for a time. What about him?
Chris Christie's not a yes person though. Everybody Trump picks has to be a yes person. Maybe that's why he didn't pick Nikki Haley. Any of these other ones, Vivek is probably too big of a personality for him.
You say Chris Christie's not a yes person. We thought that of Nikki Haley, and look where she's at.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Chris Christie don't give a damn. I mean, Nikki Haley, I never believed she was going to be a never Trumper anyway because she quit his administration before. Yeah. I mean, and then now she's coming back and saying, "Hey, never." I always thought she would get in line because, and that's what I don't get about. We call ourselves Americans, but we want to say, "Okay, I'm going to go more with the party than the country." And like I say, they're just basic things to me. You can say, hey, yes, the border's fucked up, inflation is fucked up, gas prices are too high. All those things can be fixed. You can't fix the other stuff. The other stuff is much more foundational in terms of the Constitution.
But let me ask you now: do you, because you're African American, do you see any bigotry or racism in Trump?
I'm not African American. I'm closely associated with many, but I'm not.
No shit.
I'll say this. I believe he is. He's just said too many things. I mean.
That's what I wanted to see. Now, if Trump had to pick Tim Scott, would that have removed those rumors?
No. I mean, his whole stuff is recent stuff too. I mean, even with the black jobs thing. I mean, he took a black job. Obama had the job before him. So I mean, he had the Central Park 5 stuff. He's inserting himself in things and putting a racial spin on things when he didn't even have to do it. He's a private citizen, didn't have to do it. When he's trying to stop native tribes from getting casinos in New York, getting their license. Well, they don't look Indian to me. When he's talking about black people counting his money, no.
Wait a minute, hold on. Hang on. You citing off all this shit. You sure you ain't got a black man in you? It's not like you playing blues over there.
According to 23andMe and all that stuff, all of us are black. So, hey.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I'm like, damn.
we all came from the same mom. So.
All right, fair enough. Yeah,
the whole thing was like, hey, he didn't want any black people counting his money. I have to have somebody with a yarmulke counting my money. Hey, there's my African American. All that kind of stuff is just too many things that the guy says over and over. You can't be that dumb. If you're so successful and you're so smart or whatever, you can't be this dumb.
I surrender. Yeah, you got a hell of a lot. You got more talking points that the man is racist than a lot of the black people I talk to.
The Mexican judge, that's gonna, be overseeing his case and all this. It's just race is too big of a thing for him. I mean, and it's always to some denigrating somebody in some sort of way. I mean, it's some, just like, hey, African Americans.
Let me just say this: all of that was taken out of context. I got to move it on, Double Up. Right. Appreciate it. And moving the program on, by the way, Double Luck, he ain't black, he just light skinned. He ain't white, he just light skinned. Let me see in the comments, because that was a lot. I couldn't even cite out. I mean, I know most of the things he's talking about, but I couldn't have ratted him off like that. Yeah, he ain't white, he just light skinned. Shit. All right, let me go back to the box. God damn. All right, looking in the comment. By the way, tap the screen, folks. Get the likes up to about 150 with 2 D's in it, 55,000. You guys can make that happen if you let your thumbs and not be lazy. Trump is for Americans first, says Marty Mahar. We don't fixate on race. We notice your racism, says James. Let me just say something real quick in regards to that comment. Because you do hear that a lot, the liberals and particularly the minorities. And I see somebody say, Ed G said they're just voting for Kamala because she's a minority. There are some people that are doing that. There are people on TV saying that they're voting for her because she's black, just like they did for Obama. Is it racist? Yeah. But it's kind of the American way. I mean, we voted for the first 40 some odd presidents because they were white. But in regards to that other comment, I wanted to tackle. I forget what else. I lost my train of thought. I'm having a Biden moment. God damn! It was a decent point I wanted to make. Anyway, it'll come back to me. We wouldn't vote for Candace Owens. No, ain't nobody black voting for Candace Owens. That definitely is not happening. Not even. I mean, she worse than Stacey Dash. That ain't gonna happen. Some people voting for Trump because he's Christian. Yeah, that's a good point too. By the way, if it's wrong to vote for Kamala because she is black, is it wrong to vote for a person because they're Christian? That's a good point. You vote for somebody who is like you. What's the difference between being black and being Christian? I mean, that is a really good comeback. Obama needed to get in there. It was time for a black president to finally take the reins. We can see. Some people believe he did a good job. Others believe he was miserable. You get a lot of black folks that say Obama did not do it much for blacks. Now, I will say this in regards to whether Obama did, what did he do for blacks or he didn't do anything for blacks. If Obama got elected president and immediately started doing things to benefit black people, to benefit Chicago, a large portion of America would say we didn't vote for a president of black people. We didn't elect a commander-in-chief of Chicago. What you are doing is racist, sir. That's what people would say. But because he didn't do it, they're going to give him flack for not doing it, knowing damn well that if he got in there and started doing all kinds of shit for black people, they would be calling him a racist. So that was certainly you can't win, regardless of what side of the aisle you take, regardless of what side of the issue you take, we're going to come up with a reason to criticize you. There's no way in hell that guy's going to get up there, like Trump stating he's done more for blacks than anyone since Abraham Lincoln. If Obama made that statement, he's racist. He's in office only trying to help out his people. And I can tell you for a fact, a large portion of MAGA would be saying that, even if it wasn't true, because I don't believe what Trump has stated in regards to that is true either. When Obama was a great president for what he had to deal with in 2007, yeah, the economy got better under him. Biden did what Obama couldn't do. I'd like for you to elaborate on that. I do believe historically, I know how a lot of folks feel when they look at Biden's economy compared to Trump's. A lot of folks believe Biden is just tearing the country apart. But I'm not talking about how we feel right now. I want to talk about it historically. I do believe history will judge Biden's presidency as more successful than Obama's. I do believe that. We'll see what happens, but I do personally believe they will judge Biden's presidency as more successful than Obama's. When are you going to stop begging for money, says user 503. I need as many subscribers as I can get right now. I've only had about 2. It's like $4.99. I would appreciate as many of you folks. Show the program some love. I'm trying to get to the point where I can actually take on callers from YouTube as well. So I do need a few of you. Thank you. I don't normally do that, but since you're taking me out of context, I figured I'd do it. I figured I'd take the path of President Trump. Say what is necessary to rile them up, since you want to say I'm begging for money. I need a few subscribers, a few gifts, a few galaxies would be nice. I haven't had a galaxy in maybe a week. I'd appreciate it. Some hearts, some of those graphics, a couple hats and mustaches. Thank you for the suggestion. Look, get in the comments. I'll follow you I'll follow. Oh, well, shit. There we go. Den Cow. Thank you. Wow. Okay. All right. Ask and it shall be given. I think that's a Christian phrase, is it not? King Fan. Marco. Thank you for the support. Appreciate that. Isn't that a Christian phrase? Asking it shall be given. Knocking the door shall be open. Brian with the galaxy. Wow. So I appreciate your sentiment, user. You've been very instrumental today. Made the program all worthwhile. Thank you, sir. This is how you take a little bit of lemons and squeeze it real hard and end up with a cool yellow beverage. John Doe wasn't dead enough for that subscription. Thank you, John Doe. Wow, look at that. Look at that. One of my haters just happened to make it rain. Shout out to you. This is how you turn a hater into a friendly. Let me go back to the box. Appreciate that. Turn a hater into a friendly. It's better to give than receive, says Martin Gingrich. Yeah, I've told that to a few exes. All right, let me go back to the box. Who did I hit there? Walter White. What did I hit? Walter. Don't know what I just tapped. I'm messing it up real bad here. It got me laughing that he was saying. Thank you guys. By the way, folks, you guys made that bit a lot more entertaining. Appreciate that. The love and thank you for that subscription as well, James Phillips. Thank you, Mr. Walter. Good evening.
Good evening, Tim. How you doing tonight?
It just got better due to one of my haters.
Asking you shall receive. I mean, honestly, you're one of the few creators who doesn't constantly beg for things, like shares, whatever.
Yeah, I don't think, you know something? I had a relative that regularly watches, and he told me, why don't you ever tell people to share the live? And I didn't even know you could. I think I've said that out of 3 years, twice. After he told me to say that, I said it the next 2 broadcasts, and I appreciate all of the support. It does help the program out, so I'm not going to turn the shit down. But no, I'm here for the topics. So I don't know why he came with that, but go ahead.
I'm just going to say you're one of my favorite creators because you're here for it. You're not really here to make money, and but I wouldn't, put you aside if you did. But anyway, all I got to say is about the Trump, speech that we were talking about earlier. That's we keep saying, man, listen to the words this man is saying and take him at his word.
Yeah, you make me think of Chris Tucker in Rush Hour talking to Jackie Chan. Can you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? Yeah, I mean it does have that ring to it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, and like you said, Trump has proven that he can get things done, and he's got a lot of chess pieces in play.
Yeah.
Supreme Court. So, if there were some, let's say he did some bullshit about trying to, change the Constitution, well, it's going to end up where? Supreme Court, right?
Yeah. But you mentioned the Supreme Court, and if Trump tried to change, what if Trump suggests that Kamala stole the election, and it ultimately goes to the Supreme Court this time? Remember last time, the Supreme Court was not a 6-3 majority in Trump's favor, and they turned down. Well, no, it was. It was right when he was leaving, but they turned down his claim that the election was stolen. Do you feel confident they would do that again if he said it was stolen?
I mean, that's a good point. I'm not really sure, to be honest. I mean, where I'm at is I can't decide how much they are in the line, for him.
Immunity? Without even defining it?
I mean, that one was a big one.
Yeah.
But I just hope that like Roberts and some of the, more of the middle folk, Gorsuch, I don't know, that are, not ready to turn this into not a democracy. Yeah. I hope that's the case. I don't necessarily, in my heart, believe that, but better angels, so to speak. I don't know. I don't know that they're ready to fundamentally change America. I hope not. But if they do,
what the hell? They already rolled back Roe v. Wade and gave the president immunity without even defining it. You're talking about you don't think they're ready to fundamentally? They've already done it. It's already been changed. Roe v. Wade going back to the states is probably the biggest change to the way we do things in America.
I don't disagree. But
okay.
I'm talking about like giving executive branch powers that they've never, been able to have. That's what I'm worried about. That's what I don't know. That's what I'm worried about. That's what I don't. If I have to, put it on a scale, I would say I'm about 70% that they're gonna fucking go for Trump if they get that way.
Yeah.
But I also feel pretty optimistic how it's going for Kamala.
Yeah. No, I agree. The polls are starting to show that Kamala is catching up and surpassing Trump in some places. But I'm saying that if Trump says they stole the election and we need a do-over or recounts or whatever, and he goes up to the Supreme Court, if you're admitting, and I think everybody believes that the Supreme Court is more favorable than Trump than not. I mean, so even if she somehow wins.
Well, didn't he go to the Supreme Court already and they turned it down?
Yeah, but I think for some reason it was a different time back then. I really do.
I don't know. I mean, I have to believe in some of the more middle of the ground people that are not ready to change this country to the dictatorship or authoritarian regime that they want to do it. And they clearly do want to do it. I mean, this whole J.D. Vance thing, can you imagine how fucking, holy shit, Trump must be shitting his pants. I guarantee you, within a week, J.D. Vance shaves that beard off.
Out of all of the shit that J.D. Vance has been in the news, the beard is... the beard, you got Jennifer Aniston and Taylor Swift fans. I mean, the beard is up. That's what you're coming up with?
I'm just saying, Trump is on record as saying he hates facial hair.
Yeah.
Right? I guarantee you, this guy's going to start getting on his fucking nerves. I mean, the fucking couch, the fucking, just all of the baggage this guy, he's not bringing anything to the table. By the way, I have to give props to your last caller about the Nikki Haley. If he had picked Nikki Haley would have brought him.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't know if he would have won, but he would have been way closer with her.
I don't know. I won't say whether Trump would have won or lost, but I think Nikki Haley would have beat Biden. I really feel confident in that. When Nikki Haley was talking about, I'm like, if she wins, Biden is gone. Because at that time, people already were saying Biden was out of it. He's too old. Before the June 27 debate, people were already, even on the Democratic side, like this. Both of these candidates are the wrong people. They should step down. And yeah, I was saying on my program, I'm like, if Nikki Haley runs against Biden, she gonna beat him. But that was before she took this pro-Trump stance again, when she was saying that he was unfit and all of that. Now she's back. Well, I strongly endorse Trump, so it kind of makes her credibility look bad.
I'm sorry, man.
Go ahead.
J.D. Vance called Trump America's Hitler.
Yeah.
So if he could come back from that, she could come back from whatever shit she said. And she already has, towed the line,
Yeah. Well, you know that Kamala called Biden a racist too, though.
I know, but that's,
No, I mean, I think actually she didn't say he's a racist.
No, she didn't.
She
But
said
she alluded
he
to
had
it. Yeah.
racist
Yeah.
things, you know, in his past, which he, you know, honestly never really denied. He just said, you know, he's changed his position, so forth, whatever. Yeah. I mean, look, they're old. Every old person is a racist person, in my opinion, and especially white, you know, obviously. But, you know, that's how it was. I mean, it was just, you know, the norm or whatever. But in any case, I don't think she called him a racist. I think she didn't. Racist history.
Yeah, she didn't call him a racist, but she alluded to how she was growing, you know, her parents or something was, you know, dealing with racial America, and he was basically, he was sidestepping it or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, you know, she's trying to win the nomination. You know, that's how it goes. But, you know, nomination. I mean, he was just, you know, a senator or whatever, and calling him America's Hitler. I mean, that's a big.
That's huge. Yeah, that is huge. And now he's on his team, so it makes just like with Kamala. I'm like, to some degree, that stuff makes your credibility look better. If you can, like with Nikki Haley, if you can get up there and say this guy is unfit, or J.D. Vance compares him to Adolf, if you can say all this about a candidate, and then you're on that person's team in a few weeks or a few months later, it makes you look like you lack credibility. That you were just saying this to get elected.
I think that was the biggest mistake that campaign made this whole time. I mean, they were riding high, you know, and then the shit just hit the fucking fan, and then all this shit come out. I don't think they vetted this guy really, to be honest.
No. And that is one of the problems with President Trump, is that he is bad at vetting people. I think MAGA favors Trump. There's nothing wrong with that, but they see him as a one-man band, like an episode of Law and Order where you like the show, but you don't care who the cast is. And he keeps casting these bad people that don't help him out.
He's trying to play chess or whatever, and all they see is, oh, he's loyal. He's loyal. Oh, he didn't say all these things in the past. I mean, is he really loyal? This guy, I mean, it's a whole thing with Peter Thiel and, you know, him propping him up to be Trump's successor. I think that's honestly what this came from. Yeah. They thought this guy could be the new Trump, the young Trump.
So do you think Trump and Vance have a chance of doing it? You think they can pull it off?
They definitely have a chance. I mean, this is still a race. I mean, it's not like Kamala's, you know, I mean, at this point, we'll see what happens. And I think I mentioned to you before, I do not think Trump is going to actually debate. But if they do, I think Trump, honestly, I think he's scared as fuck.
You think, I've always seen Trump as a man's man that ain't scared of shit. The guy got shot and got up there and was like, fight, didn't even run. You think he's gonna run from Kamala, huh?
I mean, I understand what you're saying, and yes, I agree to an extent. However, he's a calculating person, and everything that he calculates is about how he appears. Okay, he knew he could take on Biden because Biden's old and feeble, and he whispers and all that shit. And you know, a black woman is his fucking kryptonite. He does not want to look like, you know, subordinate to her. And honestly, I mean, I'll put money, whatever. But my bet is he will not debate her.
Wow. Black women is his, I heard that before. Black women is his kryptonite. Yikes. All right, I'm moving on, but I do, you're talking Letitia James, maybe Fonnie Willis in the future. Black women is his kryptonite.
Yeah, 100%.
I hope they got security. I got to move it on, mister. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, moving the program on, by the way. I don't know what... You know, you swallow and it goes in the wrong... What they call it, the wrong pipe, really entering your lungs. That's what I'm dealing with here. Trump isn't scared of anybody, says Marty Mahar. I want to agree with that, but I think we all are noticing that he is backing off with the promised debate with her. I don't want to be on ABC saying something like it's, you know, it leans too far to the left or whatever excuse he gave. I don't want to debate with her because she isn't the Democratic nominee yet. Well, Biden wasn't either, and he debated him. So, yeah, it does look like he may be on a path to running. I won't say running from her, but let me just say this: if he don't debate her, that's what everybody's going to say is you ran from her, because you were promising to debate the last guy. It changes into this woman, and all of a sudden you got reasons why you don't want to debate her. So yeah, it is going to come across as looking like he's running from her. But I've never known Trump to run. And by the way, Brian Smith, thank you for that subscription update. Speaking of which, I can thank you straight out to you. Brian, is that Byron or Brian? I hate to butcher people. That's Brian.
It's Brian.
Okay. Good evening.
Hopefully you can hear me a little bit better this time.
Loud and clear. Yeah, this is much better. So, Kamala, Madam President, what say you?
I think she already had her shot at the presidency, and she didn't fare so well, to put it very mildly. I think she had her opportunity, and she wasn't chosen.
So how?
Put it that way.
So how does what you just said about Kamala how does that not apply to Trump? He also missed his shot. Everything you just said about Kamala could be referred to Trump as well. They both ran before and lost.
Well, I would say Kamala's probably pulled somewhere around 2%, and Trump probably pulled somewhere around 50%. So there's a significant difference.
Yeah, I suppose you're right, but I mean, you could point to Vladimir Biden for some reason. Joe Biden. You could point to Joe Biden's previous efforts to become president with low poll numbers. He did poorly in some of his previous runs, but he ended up being president. So former poll.
Yeah. Some would say that last election was a little controversial. I think this one, the situation is a lot different.
I gotta push back. I appreciate your support, nothing but love for that, but I gotta push back. How was the last election controversial?
Well, I mean, whether it was controversial to me or not, I think there were plenty of people who felt that there was some corners that were cut. I think that a lot of people felt like there was unfair advantages with the mail-in ballots. I'm not one of the people who are going to say, oh, the election was stolen or anything like that, but I think that there are a lot of people who felt that there was a lot of... because the party told them how to feel, basically. But in regards to the unfair... Let me just say this. When it comes to the unfair advantages with mail-in ballots, what was unfair about it? Tell me what benefits that one side had that the other didn't have. You're not going to get any disagreement with me on that. I don't think that it would have benefited one more than the other, one side more than the other. I think that either side could have taken advantage. I think
right.
It was.
But here's the problem: if you tell your side not to use the mail-in ballots, only go to the polls and vote, you just made the mail-in ballots unfair on your side by saying that. You're telling your people not to use an avenue to vote. I mean, every different method we have available to vote makes it easier and easier for people to vote. By telling people don't take any of them avenues, only take this one way, you just made it harder for your people to vote when he did that. So yeah, it was some advantages, but it's because he disadvantaged his own voters.
Do you think that started with Trump, though? The whole them not wanting, them feeling that mail-in ballots were more favorable for Democrats than Republicans?
I don't know if I've heard it before him, but he is the first candidate I've ever heard tell people not to use the mail-in voting. I've never heard nobody tell somebody, if I'm running for office, which is what he is saying now, vote any way you can. That's what I've never heard a politician tell people, don't vote in one way or another, because everybody doesn't have the ability to use every method to vote. Some people, maybe that's the only way they can vote is mail. Why would you tell people not to use one of the avenues available to them?
That would not be wise. I would agree with you.
Yeah, he disadvantaged his voters by doing that.
Well, I'll keep to my promise. I said I wasn't going to be long because I already got a chance to talk, but I just wanted to...
You're good.
I had a few questions that I had. I was curious about your opinion in reference specifically to the fact... I want to ask, do you think, if you had a preference, do you think it would be better for them to have had a primary, a special election to vote for the Democrat nominee, or do you think there's no problems for a handful of, I won't say handful, a small group of people to choose whoever it is that they want to choose to be their nominee?
Good question. My answer would be depending on the time available. If we were a year out, yeah, because you understand, if we have a primary, let's say Gavin Whitmer, just like when the Republicans had a primary, you had, Christie and Nikki Haley and all of them, they're up there beating the shit out of each other. So what ends up happening is you got Democrats fighting against Democrats. With only 3 months to the election, that's division that the Democratic Party cannot afford to have. Right now, they're unified behind Kamala. So if it was a year out, I'm with you. Let the people have more of a say so. But within 3 months, the reason I'm talking about the division, it should come as no surprise that the overwhelming majority of folks saying the Democrats should demand a primary are not Democrats, because it would cause division. If you let everybody pick and choose, and all these Democrats are popping up really hating on other Democrats because they want to win, that creates division in the party, and it would help the Republican side, which is why almost everybody that is saying they should have a primary are Republicans.
Within like the 3 month time frame, then the people shouldn't have a choice if who they want to be their nominee.
If the Democrats were complaining, you don't hear them from the NAACP, you don't hear them from the Hispanics, nobody's complaining about it, but folks that don't vote liberal anyway. I don't hear any major group of liberals saying this is wrong to just put Kamala on top. They all are behind her. It's folks that ain't gonna vote for no liberal that are the ones that are speaking up.
Okay, well, that's interesting. It didn't, to me personally, it didn't sound very democratic, but
yeah, we can make that debate, but you're not going to escape hypocrisy by getting rid of the Democrats and going to the right. A perfect example, when Obama's time was to pick a Supreme Court justice, it's too close to the election. When it was Trump's time, it was closer to the election, but somehow it's good to pick now. So somebody could argue that don't sound democratic.
That wasn't right either.
Yeah, so it is what it is. People are willing to subvert democracy when it benefits them.
Okay.
So, hopefully that answers the question.
Thanks for helping me, having me back up. You did have me once before, and it was in reference to the immunity. I had brought up the fact that I think that he would ultimately have the immunity based on the fact that a lot of people kept on bringing up the whole SEAL Team 6 reasoning. He could just order SEAL Team 6. So my point was that even if that were to happen, like let's say he ordered certain members to carry out an operation like that, there's no contesting that he had the ability to pardon any of those people who he were to give a command to like that. So essentially he would still be getting away with it anyway. So if he can pardon whoever he wants, I don't understand how he wouldn't be able to have immunity.
Well, yeah, but if you can pardon somebody, which you're correct, the president has widespread pardon powers, but pardoning means you were at the very least convicted of something. Now we're talking about he ain't even gonna be convicted of it. He just straight up immune. It ain't even a crime no more. That's a step up.
They can't pardon people before they even get charged with anything.
Yeah, but under immunity, he's not even gonna get charged. He went from if they charge you, you still can pardon them to, but now you ain't even got to worry about being charged for it.
This is true.
Yeah, so that's scary that they gave him immunity and didn't define it.
Let me up. Thank you very much. I do enjoy your content. I do appreciate the fact that you don't ban people just because they have different views. And another thing is you don't make any habits of belittling people. I don't think that anything that gets us very far in discourse. If you're going to win anybody over, I don't think that insulting them is going to be the good way to do it.
Thank you. And you're always welcome back. And yeah, we will never do that here. Come on back through anytime. Anyhow, moving the program on. Kamala is able to use the Biden campaign money because she was on it. Yeah, you're donating money to the Biden-Harris campaign. Just like Trump's, what is it, 808? 80810 and 88022. I think those are his the Biden is what, 303 something? Because I'm on all their lists. And yeah, the minute Trump picked Vance, all of a sudden now you're getting solicitations from the Trump Vance committees. So yeah, when you donate money to Biden, you're also donating money to Kamala, or you were. Looking in the comments, this is why I enjoy this live. I learned quite a bit of here too. I appreciate that CNF. So do I, by the way. And I get hell of a lot of folks. You don't know nothing. Hey, fair enough. Then let me hear what your side is. That's how we do it. The host is a rhino. Wow, I haven't been called that before. The host is a rhino. Don't let him fool you. Look at his back wall picture of Biden and Harris. You're going to judge my entire political leanings based on a photo on my wall. Really? By the way, the program is named a rhino. I feel honored. I've never been called that. I'm suddenly a Republican in name only? Wow. That's new. I normally get called an asshole. I'll take rhino as an improvement. Let me look in the comments, though. I see two of Trump's. And yeah, Kamala is obviously in the game now, so I got an Obama around here somewhere, but I had to. Kamala's going to replace Biden. I just ordered the wrong size, so Kamala will replace Biden because he's out in a few months, so that's what's happening. But yeah, rhino. God, I'm learning. Stop watching only Fox News and Truth Social. I don't really watch Truth Social enough. I watch a lot of Fox. In fact, I've been watching Fox the whole time we've been on here. There is no path to victory for the Dems. They burnt themselves big time. Damien, I hope you don't believe that, or you may end up being very disappointed in a few months. Looking in the comments, brain cells, handsome, handsome liberal. I don't have any brain cells, according to my beloved MAGA guest, and I enjoy talking to MAGA. This is a free speech forum. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. You can be critical of anyone in the comments or the host. Keep it civil, but I don't mind folks criticizing my politics, because at the end of the day, you may know more than I do. And I'll concede the point if so, but we do run an uncensored program here. We go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with QAnon, and everybody gets to speak. That's how we've been running for, 3 years now? We are MAGA friendly. MAGA are this is a brand new hat. I don't know why this one is like that. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. I'm looking around for my Keep America Great 2020. I don't know where that one's at, but anyhow, we don't block, ban, or censor anyone for their commentary. So understand, when you're in the box or in the comment section, you get to speak your mind regardless of your opinion. Have a rally out in LA. You know what's up. I've been to a couple Trump rallies. I've not been to anything that Biden thrown. Very infrequent. Biden doesn't throw a lot of stuff. Now, Kamala, I would certainly, because I went to Trump's gatherings. I wanted to see the energy. Because a lot of energy at Trump's rallies. Kamala will have that. Not to mention, you could probably hit on some chicks at Kamala's gathering. It's going to be a lot of women there. So, but I haven't seen any yet. It'll probably be in some of the swing states because it's so close. Closest to me would probably be Minnesota, Michigan, or Wisconsin, because those are swing states to some degree. And she's not going to be in any state that is leaning right without any hope for improvement. And Trump is not going to go to any right-wing state or really hardcore left-wing state. They're only going to swing states at this point because it's almost over. King Finn, good evening. Welcome to the program. Appreciate that. Donna says, thank you, handsome liberal. Thank you for tuning in, and thank you for your support. King Finn, good evening.
Okay. So, just listening to the program from earlier, I thought I seen like a question, and I was cracking up laughing. I think it was like, is Kamala even qualified?
That comes up a lot.
Yeah, and I hear all these people talking about, oh well, she's not even the candidate. How is she not? All of you people talking about she shouldn't be the candidate are all fucking MAGA. You will not hear one Democratic voice saying shit about Kamala being the fucking candidate. You know why? Because we are all happy.
Yeah.
We are good with that.
I disagree, but I disagree, but very, very slightly. I'd agree with you about 99% on that. I'll say this: there are some Democrats out there that are speaking out, but maybe to get some type of 15 minutes of fame, or Fox News went and found a couple of them. But yeah, 99.9% of Democrats are happy because they're on the path that is better than what they were with Biden.
Just like we was happy when Obama ran. We are not worried about this shit. The reason that MAGA and Republicans are all upset and shitting their pants like Trump do is because they scared that when Kamala goes up to the stage, to the podium, to debate this clown, she's going to rip his ass to shreds, just like she did when she was in court. She's gonna rip that nasty little tiny diaper off and show everybody shitting itself all fucking debate long. Every time that mog sleep, I bet you he dreams of Kamala Harris. He's scared. He's running.
Really?
He's shitting his cheeks even further. Yes, he is. Because Harris is the one thing that Trump can't handle: a strong, intelligent black woman. You ain't never seen him with a black woman.
Now, judging by what you're saying, I don't want to judge you wrong, so maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong on this. But listening to your speech, it sounds like there is maybe a slight chance you're not really favorable to Trump.
Come on now, Handsome. You know damn well I don't like Sergeant Shits' pants. You know damn well I don't like
Sergeant Shits His Pants. Did you say Sergeant Shits His Pants?
That is correct. Sergeant shit his pants. And I apologize to any military that's in here because he shouldn't even have that title. That fucker ain't never spent no damn time in war or in no damn army. He ran. That's why we call him Mr. Bone Spurts. Because he ran. He didn't want to. I can't do that. But you can show enough jump on the apprentice and say you're fired. He wants the illusion of power. Just like the Republican Party wants to keep him in. Because that's all they want. Power.
Well, let me ask you this. Now, this is coming from Ed G, and thank you for the support on YouTube. Ed G says, Trump beat Biden. I can't even pronounce this right. Trump beat Biden in a debate. Biden made Kamala drop out with no votes. What's to be scared of? Scared red of? I don't quite get that. But he's saying
obviously that must be a MAGA person. That's got to be a MAGA person. They can't type neither. That comment doesn't even make sense. So Trump killed Biden. Okay, you might could say that. I'll give you that. Biden had a bad speech, an hour and a half long of bad, unenergized speeches. But I'm sorry again. If I'm listening to a debate, I don't want to think I'm at a DMX concert. I don't need nobody yelling and screaming at me and telling me what to think. That's the difference in between the Democratic Party and the Republicans. Trump is not listening to anybody. Biden and Harris and the rest of the Democrats are actually listening. The Republicans don't have an answer. All they can say is no and yell and scream and tell you what to think. The Democrats are actually listening to people. That's the difference.
Well, wait. But if you're saying they're listening, Ed G he also said they are not happy. In other words, they're not happy with Kamala. They have no other option. No one voted for her last time she ran. That's what he's stating. Is the Democrats only going with Kamala because that's all they got?
And we know that why? Because he's a Democrat, right?
No, he's not.
Is he a Democrat?
He's not that.
So let's keep that bullshit to yourself. Keep that bullshit to yourself. Nobody want to hear that shit over here. We cool. Biden and Harris and whoever the hell she picked 2024, baby. It's just like that. We don't need AKA Mr. Shits His Pants, AKA Mr. Bone Spurts in the office no more. We don't need a brown house. We need a White House. We need the shit done right. I'm tired of saying that. Like, it's getting irritating. Stop playing with yourself. Mr. Bone Spurts ain't gonna do shit. He want to do immunity. He want to do presidential immunity. He want to take everybody motherfucking rights away. You see that dumbass shit that we was talking about last time where J.D. Vance talking about, kids should have votes. For what? What are you talking about? That shit sound ignorant as hell. Oh, yeah, but the parents, should be able to control the vote, then what the fuck is the point of a kid having a vote then? Because by definition, a vote is literally you voicing your opinion, voicing your choice. So if somebody else can take and change your vote for you, then what the hell is the reason for having
That is now that one right there, that is a radical promise to suggest that parents should be able to vote based on their children. Because I mean, what if your child is gay and the parents is homophobe? And I mean, the child, I don't want my mom voting for me. She don't even like what I represent. I mean, that is wild.
I'm saying. But this is coming from the same people who believe in what's the gay camps where they send their kids to be changed back from gay and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like all this crazy shit they talking about. You think they're not really trying to do that shit? They are. So all of you MAGA brain, you MAGA morons and shit, when y'all are praying to God and Trump is my savior. Trump ain't my damn savior. He is just a man. Like in damn Matrix, like what the Giovanni said about Neo. You see, he's just a man. He bleeds just like everybody else. He's just a damn man, and a bad one at that. King Cooper ain't doing shit. Okay, period, point blank.
King Cooper, you got some hellified turn. All right, Finn, I gotta move it on. You don't beat the hell out of the guy tonight, but I appreciate you coming through.
Peace.
All right, damn. All right, King shits his pants. I mean, what do you call him? Sergeant? I mean, you gotta get ranked to be a sergeant. What, he shitting his pants so much you got a rank? Sergeant shits his pants. Wow. Let me go back to the box. I haven't heard that one. That's a new one. Oh my God, for the last time, the DNC will nominate her. She didn't steal anything, nor is she guaranteed the spot. James, she's guaranteed the spot because she already got the delegates. But no, the whole notion that Kamala stole the spot or it was wrong, I don't think it matters. I mean, there's, like I said, no Democrat is complaining about it. No Democrat at all is complaining about it. So just like right now, the delegates gave their votes to Trump and J.D. Vance. If J.D. Vance keeps saying wild shit and Trump suggests that, for us to win, I'm going to have to get somebody else in here, I don't think MAGA would give a damn. Well, no, the delegates gave their votes to J.D. Vance. You can't switch them up. They would be totally okay with that. So at the end of the day, there's a reason why the only people suggesting it, promoting Kamala to the spotlight is unconstitutional. There's a reason why they're all right, because it's not in their best interest. It is in the best interest of the Republican Party for the Democrats to hold a primary and go gladiator against each other. That would benefit the Republican Party. It would break up the unity that currently exists behind Kamala. And, because now all of a sudden, Whitmer is coming up with bad things that Kamala did so that she can maybe win it. Gavin Newsom is pointing to bad things about Whitmer. I mean, that's what they want, which is understandable. We would, on the left, would want the same thing. But there's a reason why the only people complaining about Kamala's promotion is on the right. Because the left is looking at it as this, the money she's raised in such a short period of time. I don't want to hear that this country is fucking broke anymore. Damn the Biden's economy. When people want to give money to shit, they sure find a quick way to do it. Now, regardless of what side of the aisle you're on, whether you're on the right side of the aisle or the left side of the aisle, somebody is giving money to something that will basically return them nothing. One of these parties is just enriching somebody. Because if Kamala loses to Trump, then the Democratic Party gets a ton of money for, obviously they didn't win, and the people don't get their money back. You just enriched a bunch of people that's already freaking rich. And the same thing on the Trump side. So when folks keep complaining that the country is going broke and we can't afford to do this or can't afford, we sure can afford to find money when we need to, can't we? I mean, she raised like $200 million in a fucking week. 200 in a fucking week. And I don't know at this point, and I'm not bashing Kamala, bashing Trump or anything. I'm just simply making a point. Everybody knows who these people are. You raise money, advertising, TV commercial. I don't think Kamala or Trump really need a lot of that at this point. Everybody knows who they are. I mean, both of them have been in the spotlight for years at this point. They don't need to be they shouldn't need to still be raising money this close to the election. somebody's going to pocket a bunch of money. It's plain and simple. That is plain and simple. Somebody's going to pocket a bunch of money. Anyhow, let me look into the comments here. What's $1 million to $1 trillion? Well, I get your point, but in this country, people complain that we can't take care of the homeless, or we can't provide health care, or we need to keep minimum wage low to make sure small businesses can get by because they're all struggling. Every small business in the country is struggling. But something like this happens and millions of dollars just pop up. And Kamala's money, by the way, is coming from small donors. So it ain't like a bunch of rich fucks are making it. Now, Trump got a bunch of money from like a few people donating really big sums. Kamala's gotten her money from small donors. So people can find money when it's something they favor. Now, I will say this in regards to Kamala. Getting your money from small donors actually is far more beneficial to a candidate than getting your money from one rich guy, because each one of them people are voting for you. And they're not only voting for you, they want to show you their support by they're giving you money. Some of them may barely be able to afford to give you the money they're giving you. A rich guy that's looking for tax cuts or looking for some kind of corporate benefit, yeah, he can afford to give you a bunch of money because he's going to write it off on his taxes or do something stupid to make it back anyway. But these small donors, $10 here, like what Bernie Sanders was getting, that stuff speaks volumes. It does mean something. That's a lot of money she raised in a week. Trump didn't get that at all. Yeah. I mean, that is significant. Not only that, I'll say this in regards to Kamala as well. When Biden was running, everybody was talking about they hate Trump on the left. But one thing you can say, that here's one big difference, and I'll go back to the box soon in a minute. And certainly Martin Gingrich and Ed G, I'll take on your statements shortly. When Biden was running, yeah, the liberals were saying they were going to vote for Biden and they didn't like Trump. You know, that's how things were going. They were going to vote for Biden even if he was dead. But look at social media. Everything you saw from the left was anti-Trump. You know, folks say we got Trump derangement syndrome, all of that shit. But you didn't see a lot of pro-Biden memes or posts from the liberals. It was just all anti-Trump stuff. The only reason the liberals were going to vote because they hated Trump. They didn't really love Biden. Now, all of a sudden, it switched to Kamala. You're still getting your I hate Trump stuff, but now you're getting stuff that is very favorable to Kamala. Stuff that showed that I like her. So that's going to help out the liberals. I mean, like I said, there was nobody showing much love to Biden on social media. There's a lot of people that are posting stuff favorable to Kamala on social media. A lot of people, particularly the women, the feminist crowd, and the LGBT community. The two groups, probably even more so than blacks in minorities, but the LGBT crowd and the women, I think that they tend to think that they're in more danger, right or wrong. They seem to think that they're in more danger under a Trump administration than even, say, African Americans and Hispanics. So they're coming out. And I see somebody put in the comments, the cat ladies. Yeah, that's J.D. Vance didn't do Trump any favors with that. Did not do Trump any favors at all. Now, to address a couple comments on YouTube, Martin Gingrich, thank you, didn't quiet Mike Pence. Wait a minute, didn't quiet Mike Pence get the best of Kamala? No, I don't think. I think Kamala beat Pence in the debate. Maybe I don't remember that right. Wasn't she the one that said I'm speaking and silenced them? Weren't they making memes of Pence with a fly on his face? No, I don't think Pence won that. But maybe I have to look it up. So somebody said no, she lost. But listen, at the end of the day, there are people who believe Biden won the debate against Trump on June 27th. People are going to favor their party no matter what. But I do believe Kamala beat Pence. I do believe she beat him. I think she was just like Trump was. She was more assertive. Like Trump is normally more assertive and outspoken at his debates. I think Pence is softer, and she was like, I'm speaking and shut him up. I think she beat Pence. I'd have to look at it again, but from what I remember, she beat him. Here in Cali, Ed G says, here in California, if your child decides to be trans, you don't, wait a minute, if your child decides to be transgender and you don't accept it, the government can take your child and continue to indoctrinate them. I need some links or some evidence. They can, if your child is transgender and first of all, if you don't accept your child, there is a case to be made where that could be harmful to what if your child, just like if your child is gay and you don't accept it, something's wrong with you, you're crazy, I'm gonna send you to some kind of Christian camp or ridiculing your child. I think there is a case that could be made, probably more on the left side than the right, but there's a case that can be made that is harmful to your child, that is abusive to your child, that if your child is telling you they're gay and you're saying all kinds of bad things about them being gay, refuse to accept it, telling them they're going to hell, they're going to be condemned by Christ, which is what a lot of families have done historically. Now, I don't favor any time CPS taking kids away, but it could be harmful to the kid. There are people that were part of that community that took their own lives because their parents didn't accept them. There are plenty of gay people that have had marriages and children by in a heterosexual marriage just because they didn't want to be shamed by their family. So totally gay, but because my family will never accept it, when I got married to a woman, had a kid, can you imagine? Let's say, for instance, in this country, it was normal to be gay and being heterosexual was the way we were ostracizing things. Can you imagine, just to please your family, who believes that being gay is the Christian way, you go and sleep with a same-sex person just to please them? You no attraction to them whatsoever. Maybe even think it's gross. But because your family believes your sexuality should be this way and not the way you actually are, you go and live that whole. Can you imagine how miserable that would be? I can see where that might lead to somebody wanting to off themselves. I really respect my dad, or I really respect my mom, and I don't want to. And you actually go out and marry somebody when you have no attraction at all to that gender. Have a child with them. This person is, I don't want to get too graphic, but they on top of you and everything. You have no attraction. You imagine how gross that is? Good God, that's got to be bad. So I could certainly see not accepting a child, how a case can be made. If your child is gay and the parents is refusing to accept it, or God forbid, even trying to force, shove Christian values down their throat, or take them to transition camps and all that. Yeah, I could see a case where CPS might make a case that is harmful to your child's upbringing. Then why not do it if they turn Muslim and you want, wait a minute, let me read your comment right here, Edgy. You said, then why not do it if they turn Muslim and you want them to stay Christian? Why not take their child for that too? If I'm Christian and somebody, first of all, let me say this. This is where you're probably going to disagree with me. A lot of my MAGA side of the audience is going to disagree with me on this one, but I'll say it anyway. I believe you can be born gay. You're not born Christian. Religion is taught. You're not born Christian. If you now this is where you're going to disagree with me, but I believe you can be born gay from birth. And if you were to put a newborn child, let's say, on an island with no civilized interference, I think they would grow up liking the same sex. Just like you can put a man on an island where no women exist, put a boy on an island where no women exist, and the desire to be with a female would be in him. I think you can be born gay with a desire to be with the same sex as in you. The desire to be Christian is not in you. That's not in you. You have to be taught to be Christian. So I think that's where I believe the difference is. Obviously there's a lot of people on earth that don't even know anything about it. So I understand your point, but I don't believe being Christian is the same as being homosexual. Now, but like I said, a lot of people don't believe you can be born gay. I do. But a lot of folks on the right do believe if you represent the LGBT community, it's due to some form of a mental illness. So they have a difference of opinion on that. Now, I will say this, in regards to people who do not believe you can be born gay or trapped inside the wrong body, which is what the transgender often suggests. Humans are born imperfect all the time. You got people that are born with 10 toes on one foot, chromosome disorders, damn near stillbirths. You got folks born with two heads. Why does sexuality, why do you expect their sexuality to be perfect? Everything else about a human being can be born different than what we perceive as normal. Why wouldn't you believe that their sexuality can't be that way sometimes? And that's what I'm just simply saying. You can be born with 3 eyes or no eyes, 2 arms, 3 arms, or no arms. But you're always going to be born liking the opposite sex? That doesn't make any sense to me. So I mean, I understand the Christian side of the aisle believes that God is all perfect, all no, he makes imperfect human beings all the time. People are born struggling with illnesses they were born with. It touches your heart to see a child with cancer. But kids are born with illnesses all the. Why can't they be born like in the same sex? Why is that so hard to believe? That's my humble opinion on it. Looking in the comments, that's total bull, says Mark Mann. Environment is the teacher, good and bad. We are born with. Wait a minute, environment is the teacher, good or bad, we are born with. If there is a cheater, there are absolutes. That's kind of riddle-like. I don't quite get your statement there, Mark Mann, Mark Moon, rather. That is total bull. I get that part, that you believe what I just said is bullshit. I can clearly understand that. But you said environment is the teacher. So in other words, the environment is what's making children choose same-sex relationships. I believe that can certainly happen. Depressed child, woman that's been treated bad by a bunch of men. A lot of the folks call it turning somebody out. I do believe the environment can also be somewhat of a teacher in some cases. But I don't believe that is 100% absolute. I do believe you can be born gay as well. I do believe. You've heard of the term gay for the stay. A person becomes incarcerated, and while they're incarcerated, they do same-sex intimacy acts. Who knows? Maybe they start liking it, and when they get out, now the environment is the teacher. I don't disagree with that, Mark Moon, but I don't believe that is always the case. I do believe you can have a 6 or 7-year-old boy where you can look at them and tell this boy is very feminine, more so than normal. The toys they're playing with, the mannerisms, the people they're attracted to, or so not attracted to sexually, but I mean just you're hanging around girls in school. Maybe when we went to school, we played softball or this person is doing things that look very feminine. He's attracted to girls, not from an intimacy standpoint, but for a friend standpoint. I believe that. I do believe you can be born gay. But like I said, I know a lot of people disagree with that. Looking in the comments, real quick here. This might be true. He might have a point, Epstein and Trump. Oh, God. Epstein is the guy that won't go away. God. Anybody that get tied to Epstein is just, oh my God. Epstein just always comes up. Can't get away from the Epstein conversation. Why isn't there a movie yet? Is there any movies on Epstein? Get your point, but you said in terms of child abuse. I don't favor forcing religion on children. I don't know if I don't want to go as far as saying it's abusive, but I mean, like I said, I grew up in the church. I was going to church as young as I remember, at least 5. And I'll tell you for a fact, you go to any church on a Sunday, look at all the kids that are there that are under 12 and tell me they want to be there. I don't favor forcing religion on a child. Just like the folks on the right will tell you it's wrong to force LGBT issues on a kid, let them become 18 and decide for themselves. Why the hell don't that apply to letting them decide what God they want to worship? That's pretty damn big as well. But the right completely loses that mind frame when it comes to forcing religion on kids. I'm fine with you not, I don't want you forcing LGBT issues down the throat of my child. But Christianity, yeah, we'll force that down the throat of your child. It's hypocrisy. I'll just leave it at that. It's hypocrisy because the minute Oklahoma passed a law that the Bible, making kids read the Bible as part of their curriculum, all of that, I don't want things forced down my child's throat in school stuff went away on the right. Which shows it wasn't about being concerned with what's being forced down your kid's throat. It was a pure anti-LGBT play. I'm okay with you forcing things down my kid's throat. I just don't want that LGBT or CRT shit because I don't like that, but I'm okay with the Bible stuff. You can force that down their throat. So the whole shoving down throat thing is bullshit. I don't like the LGBT community. That's what should have been said. Looking in the comments though, nobody's forcing Christianity, says Deluxe. If the child has to read the Bible as part of the curriculum, meaning they can't even pass to the next damn grade, just like you got to learn math as part of the curriculum, science, the Bible. What the hell you mean nobody's forcing Christianity? That's about as clear as you can do it. You're forcing them to do it in school. That ain't, yeah, right. As if they're putting the 10 Commandments on display by force once again in all schools in Louisiana, even higher learning institutions like colleges. They have to put a poster size, which, probably going to be 2 or 3 feet, big, a fairly big size, a poster size, in a prominently displayed area. They even got it worded for where it should be placed, so it's in clear view. Now, you're going to tell me, now in the comments, the Deluxe says that's not forcing Christianity. You're going to tell me if they did some shit like that was straight out of the Quran or some other book, the right wouldn't call that forcing religion? But when they do it for Christianity now, it's not forcing. Come on now. I think everybody knows what is going on in regards to that. But if it stops people from doing unimaginable evil, is it worth it? Lieutenant Dustin, I think that says, if so, appreciate your service, whether it's civil or military. Now, that's a popular comment. He said it, but if it's, if religion stops people from doing unimaginable evil, is it worth it? Yeah, it would be worth it. If religion would stop people from doing really bad things, yeah, I think it would be worth it to shove it down the throats of children. However, our country is a perfect example that Christianity has never stopped people from doing things that were unimaginably evil. Hell, even the Klan burns crosses. They're religious. I mean, some of the worst acts of evil in this country were perpetrated by people who read the Bible and are Christian. Whether we're talking about slavery, the oppression of women, the way the Native Americans, all of that shit's Christians. All that, children in Catholic churches, all that shit is done by Christians. So I agree. I'm with you that if religion would stop people from doing unimaginable acts of evil, that it would be work, but it doesn't. It doesn't. There's way too much history in this country where people actually used religion to commit an unimaginable act of evil, such as the whole LGBT thing. I mean, there was times that them people could be actually unalived because I don't believe that religion is going to make people do, just simply do right, because that's what the most, if we put God in schools, kids are going to suddenly do good and be moral. No, I don't. I mean, first of all, there are a lot of LGBT members in our schools nowadays. There are people from all walks of life, lots of diversity, lots of different religions. The Christian religion, first of all, it teaches you that it is the hierarchy. Thou shalt have no other God before me, or beware of false prophets and things like. So it teaches you that God is the one and only true God. So what are kids going to do? If I'm Christian, or my group of Christian friends, the Muslim student sitting over there by himself, your God is fake. See, we got the book right here. We're not reading out the Quran. Your book is fake. And then you can turn to different verses that suggest that Allah is fake. That's not making the kids morally better, it's making them fight with each other. I mean, certainly the LGBT community, imagine a gay kid sitting in class. That's in the book. That's in the book. I mean, the book is not very favorable to women. Not working on this. I mean, the book is not very favorable to it. It's favorable to slavery. Suggests that it's even okay to beat slaves as long as you don't kill a guy. None of that's morally great. So I don't see it. I get your point, but I don't see it. That's the point. They shouldn't be teaching any particular. Yeah, I don't believe you should. I mean, because you're teaching Christian supremacy by doing that, by only teaching Christianity and leaving the other religions kind of out in the cold. You're teaching Christian supremacy. Why force them to learn history or math? Why would you force somebody? You realize how much you can learn from history so that you don't repeat it? You can learn how the country was developed. I mean, do you want to walk around in life where every previous day was erased as if it never happened? So every day you start out anew, you don't know what the hell happened yesterday. Maybe now you realize if I hear a noise in my house, maybe it means I left this on. History is valuable. Why would you teach history or math? Obviously, without math, society would suck. I mean, you're getting rid of physics, chemistry. Most sciences depend heavily upon math. You can't predict the weather anymore. I mean, do you really want to get rid of math? Wow. Okay, that would be bad. That would be a bad thing to do. I mean, the science of flight, really any type of engineering whatsoever involves, obviously money. Somebody's bringing up money and things like that. Yeah, but any type of engineering whatsoever involves a lot of math. Whether you're building, designing. Why teach math? Huh? I didn't think I would have somebody ask me that. Let me go to the box. Why teach math? Juan, good evening. Why teach math? Wow. Juan, what do you say? Should we get rid of math in schools?
No, man. And first of all, let me thank you for having me on. I've been watching you for a while,
right.
And I really appreciate the way you finesse talking to these guys. I do. Listen, man. I think I asked this question, and I tried to get you before when we were going back and forth. You know, I'm a little older than you. I spent about 22 years in the military.
Appreciate
and
that.
I call myself an independent. I voted Republican, Democrat, Republican. And I saw these calls for Joe Biden to get out, and I knew sooner or later, I said, there's no way he can survive this. It's just, the optics is just ugly. It's not going to pan out. But the whole while I'm sitting here thinking, if some of our Caucasian brothers skip past this sister and bring in two white boys to go in front of her, black people are going to be forced to ask themselves again, especially black women. You keep talking about democracies on the line. Then you know, I asked myself one day, and I asked a buddy of mine, why at 60 years old do I even give a damn? You know, because we have watched this, and I have watched this country go back and forth, and we've seen the things that have happened. You know, different groups get different things. They get politicians. It looks like Democrats wait until the election and start promising, you know, stealing, borrowing, begging to get votes. But when we don't have an event, you know, there's not that type of energy. And I seriously ask myself, as a black man, why do I even give a damn? You know, you jokers messed this up from its conception. You know, smallpox, Trail of Tears, slavery. You know, Jim Crow, red laws, black laws, police. Why do I give a damn? Just go ahead and do what you do. You done already screwed it up.
I would be more. I would side with you even more. I agree with some of the things you're saying, but I would side with you even more if we were talking about the 50s or 60s. I think a lot of why African Americans still get the short end of the stick nowadays is because they don't get involved in politics. Even when it comes to how the police are viewed, treating African. Most blacks don't want to be policed. You could police a lot of the policing of our communities could be done by us, but we have this negative view towards police for obvious reasons. But that if we would do some of these things, like voting every election, blacks are doing it more. But there is out of every demographic, we probably represent the least in terms of who shows up percentage-wise to vote. So some of it in this day and age is our fault. You can't complain when a politician who is desperate for votes gets elected, ignores the people who ignored him when he was running. I mean, that's us.
No. I agree with you, but I also look and see. You know, we ask ourselves, and guys, I hear guys at work sometimes saying, "Oh, Trump took over the Republic." I said he didn't take over nothing, man. Stop saying that. I said the issue went all the way back to where we didn't squeeze the nuts of the Confederacy when they rebelled against the United States. You know, I spent 22 years in the military, and I've been, I call the old names, Fort Bragg, Fort Benning, not knowing until 1998 that they were named after Confederate generals. And I said, what a slap in the damn face.
That's the history part. My guest on YouTube asked that question, why I teach history. That's, if you don't teach history, it allows you to, I mean, I agree with you. Most Americans didn't know that stuff because they tried to hide the true nature of what the Confederacy was about. Nowadays, it's pride and heritage. It ain't really nothing bad to black people. The hell it ain't, but that's what they were able to promote for years.
Of course, Tim, my father was born in 38. Military was integrated in 48. By 68, he had been to Vietnam twice. One time volunteered, one time drafted. And so still not being able to get the things that this country supposedly promised everybody. Somebody says, well, why? Well, we need to get reparations. I said, I don't want your damn paper money. What I want is the 40 acres you promised my ancestors.
Well, I get your point, but there is a reason why the term Indian giver exists, and that's because
I learned that in 98.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So
and when I learned that, I was like, so they're not Indian givers. No, that's not how that happened. The Indian was like, well, shit, I gave you this and you're supposed to be using it. Well, if you don't use it, guess what? I'm taking it back. Yeah. I'm not an Indian giver. You're just wasting. And we've gotten this situation because of greed. And listen, I would never, because I believe John Kelly, I believe all the guys when they said Trump said we're suckers and losers. That clown could never get my vote. I listen to people try to rationalize and justify his behavior. Listen, at best, you have an undisciplined candidate. That son of a gun can't keep his mouth shut long enough to keep from being fined. And you're sitting here calling him a leader?
But what about the folks who point out under Trump, folks that are in the military like you didn't have to worry about being potentially sent to war? They favored Trump because they say we didn't have any major wars breaking out.
Listen, that's all a bunch of bullshit. Both Republican and Democrat. Let me tell you why, Tim. Because what you have in the military, you have poor blacks, poor whites, poor Hispanics. And when these jokers screw this shit up, the politicians, and you can go all the way back to Iran, why they don't like us. You can go all the way back to the 50s. You can go back to Cuba. You can go back everywhere as far back as you want to go. You can see where the United States government put their finger, their hand, their foot, and sometimes their bullet on the neck of these other countries. And now that it has exploded over into all of this, you are somehow surprised. Yeah. This is the chickens have come home to roost.
Wow.
They've come home. And so how do you want me, and again, and I ask the question, how do you want me to be upset as a black man? I didn't do that. My granddaddy didn't do that. My daddy didn't do that. Greed did that.
But you know what you're going to hear. But you know what you're going to hear, Juan. You're going to hear that you have victim mentality.
Oh, brother, listen. Let me tell you something, man. Ain't shit about. Listen, my son about 10 years ago came in the military. He spent 10 years. He wanted to go. He wanted to be an Army Ranger. I told him, not with victim mentality, with education. I said, listen. Them white boys gonna run 5 miles. You better be able to run 10. They're gonna do 15 push-ups. You better be able to do 30. It's because that is the nature of the beast. If I had accepted a victim mentality, I'd have told them, hey, don't worry about it, man. There's a very small racial, the racial, shit, you know what I'm talking about. The ratio of graduates are going to be very low.
Yeah.
Now that you're a black man, they're going to be even lower. No, I told him you can do whatever the hell it is you want to do, but you understand something. You're going to have to work twice as hard in most cases. You're going to have to work 3 times as hard in most cases. You're going to have to hold your tongue because at 6'5" and you speak confident and you're educated, folks are going to be afraid. They're afraid of you and I when we walk in a room and we look folks in the eye and we speak very direct to them. You know what they're saying when we're not listening? Who this arrogant Negro? Who and what?
Wow.
You know?
So what about, let me ask you this question, because with Kamala on leading the ticket, is she black?
Yes, Tim. It's just me and you. All them thousands of viewers can't hear. She black enough when they want to call her a nigga, she black.
All right.
Okay, right? Just like Obama. Remember, Obama wasn't black enough, right? He wasn't. So we know what goes on. You know that girl didn't go to no damn HBCU and not believing she black. The hell she doing at Howard?
Yeah, a good point. That is a good point.
Yeah, but we can't explain that to some of our white brothers and sisters because they don't understand it. We know that HBCU is an experience, and you go there for the same reason that they're still going there today. And so come on now, and you saw it took what? It took 2 days to start calling that woman out of her name while that Uncle Tom. Tim Scott running around. America's not a racist, nor ever been a racist country. Boy, if you don't sit your silly little fat Albert looking ass down somewhere, are you kidding me?
Well, he actually, speaking of Tim Scott in that statement, he actually contradicted himself in that statement. He said, America's not a racist country, but if you want to find it, then he starts saying liberal cities. So if it's in liberal cities, that's part of the country. And by the way, liberal cities are where most of Americans live. So you're basically saying it is a race. I mean, he contradicted himself in the same statement. So
what's liberal about the cities in Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, Louisiana? What's liberal about that? Huh? What's liberal about them boys living in trailer parks that can? I went to Arkansas the weekend before last. I'm riding down these back roads. I'm looking at them like, Lord have mercy. You folks are voting against your own interests. This guy, Project 2025, talking about doing away with all these programs, and you are convinced. Who was it? Was it Johnson that said it? Said you don't have to convince the white man that he is that much better. All you got to do is convince him that he's better than a Negro.
That he did say that. He did make that statement.
And because he said that is still the playbook to this day.
Wow.
How long is it going to take before Donald
So in
Trump
other words, you ain't gotta do nothing to make his white man's life better. Just convince him he's better than blacks. That's all you gotta do. Wow.
Look at it right now. You got Donald Trump, probably, no argument, hands down, one of the dumbest son of a bitches ever to run for president, or convincing people that come out. And listen, I don't particularly care for her. I don't. But you and I both know that she is an accomplished, educated woman. Okay, she may have had sex here and there. Hello, Trump. You're sleeping next to one of the biggest hookers in the world. Ooh. Play that silly game. Stormy Daniels already told you, yeah, she with the industry. I can't Google no pictures of Kamala Harris and find her naked ass nowhere, but I can damn sure Google some of Melania. But you see, again, here you are, you get to, the caucasity of you get to tell me how bad this sister is. Come on, I don't want to hear that shit. I don't give a damn how bad it is. And that's why I appreciate you, man, because you will still have the open dialogue with these guys. Tim, I'm an old soldier. I put my foot on their damn neck. Mother had them, mother suck them, because they're not going to change.
All right, Juan. Wow, that was passionate. Appreciate it, man. Come on back anytime. Wow. Listen, when I say we don't block, ban, or censor, I understand a hell of a lot of folks disagree with what my last caller had to say. Some folks may have been insulted by it. However, we get MAGA, we get Proud Boys, we get folks. This is how uncensored dialogue works. You're not going to agree with everybody on the program. I get folks telling me all the time I'm full of shit. That's how the program is ran. If you favor programming where everybody agrees, everybody says what you like, this ain't it. I prefer, very appreciative of you folks tuning in, but I mean, I would have to tell you to go elsewhere because we do believe in open dialogue. So that is how the program is read. I don't know why the hell things keep going down the wrong pipe here or there. Nevertheless, I see somebody said, dude was on point. Harley says that, speak on it, Juan. Truth, no lies detected. Wow. My MAGA side of the audience was tearing them apart, though. Also, USA needs God. That's your only hope? Really? And when I say God, I don't mean Jesus. Stop. Jesus is a prophet. I don't know where to go with it. Like I stated, there's too many evils in American history where God was more prominent in our lives than it is now. So there's no example in terms of our history that shows having God in our lives made us better. Because the only way it works is you got to ignore all the bad stuff that was going on. The further back in U.S. history you go, the more closer to God most people in this country were. And it was a far less favorable country for many of the inhabitants in it. So I'm just going to leave it at that. Anyhow, folks, I do appreciate the almost 200,000 likes. Wow. I would have solicited a few more likes on TikTok if I knew I was that close. Wow, I do appreciate that. Same with my YouTubers. I do appreciate you folks tuning in. Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. Central is when we're generally here. And I see somebody in the comments in caps, King Finn says, tell Juan he needs a channel. Wow. There you go, Juan, my last caller there. You need your own channel, says King Finn, who is a friend of the program here. And but 1 p.m. Central, Monday through Friday is when you'll generally find us here. If you enjoy civilized dialogue from all sides of the aisle, you're in the right place. Feel free to follow the program on TikTok, a subscription on YouTube, if you will. We are MAGA friendly. Despite my last guest or a few guests or how you may feel, we are MAGA friendly. MAGA are our preferred guests. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. Liberals are welcome on the program as well. You know how it is run. Nevertheless, it is your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Time for me to get a little bit of bedtime. I will catch you guys tomorrow. And same for you guys on